That's an ignorant statement. That's a restaurant, and yes, it's in China, but there are human beings too. That yellow is a person who is asymptomatic and infected, and all those other red circles are other diners who that one diner passed the virus to. All those other people became infected in a restaurant that had air conditioning, and they believe it was the air conditioning which helped the virus spread to all those other people.
You remember the Legionnaire's disease in 1976 in Philadelphia came all through the air conditioning. You don't remember because you're younger.
I do remember.
Typhoid Mary, who I think passed away, well, anyway, during the late 30s, rode the buses, was a cook, and she was asymptomatic, and she spreaded a fear of getting typhoid, and she never showed a sign of it. And she lived most of her life quarantined. The reality was, I think 58 people passed away from typhoid. And so we're aware of this. We learned from history. Right. We've had Ebola. We've had the West Nile. We've had polio. We've had these horrific,
none of those were as infectious in Las Vegas. I mean, you didn't have people with Ebola on a casino floor. You know what? If you did,
we don't know that.
Well, yeah, you do, because if you had
a neighbor of mine died from West Nile.
Yeah, her neighbor died of West Nile. She has no idea what she's talking about. Listing other diseases isn't anything. It's not an argument. It's not a reason to do anything. It's not a reason not to do anything. Legionnaires in the 1970s? What is this woman talking about? And it continues, and it actually gets even worse.
You're talking about encouraging hundreds of thousands of people to come to Las Vegas. I get the financial losses people are suffering, which is awful. But you're encouraging, hundreds of thousands of people coming there in casinos, smoking, drinking, touching slot machines, breathing circulated air, and then returning home to states around America and countries around the world. Doesn't that sound like a virus petri dish? I mean, how is that safe?
What it sounds like? You're being an alarmist. I'm not. I've lived a long life. I grew up in the heart of Manhattan. I know what it's like to be with subways and on buses and crammed into elevators. I think you are by saying what you have just said.
So you don't believe there should be any social distancing? You don't believe that this is
Of course I believe there should be. Of course.
How do you do that in a casino?
That's up to them to figure out.
So it got really, really bad, and I would encourage you to check out the full interview on YouTube, on CNN's website. Now, the one thing I can say about Carolyn Goodman is she looks remarkably good for being an 81-year-old woman. I would not have guessed she was 81 by any means. So congratulations to her. Maybe some of that dry Vegas heat is helping her remain extremely spry into her 80s. Other than that, I don't have much positive that I can really say about her. And there's an interesting thing happening where, as the world does become more and more focused on slowing down the spread of coronavirus, and most of the planet understands what we're fighting here and why we're doing it, in comparison, the crazy people are getting a lot louder. The anti-lockdown protesters around the country seem completely out of it. I mean, blocking traffic and making it difficult for ambulances to bring patients who need medical care to a hospital. It's crazy. Carolyn Goodman, as mayor of Las Vegas, seems completely disconnected from reality. At this point, when someone like Carolyn Goodman doesn't deal in fact, but just abstractly talks about the economy opening up and ignores the issue of the virus spread itself, they are essentially saying, I don't care who lives or dies, but we need to get money flowing. It's the embrace of what I talked about on Wednesday, maybe it was Tuesday, Republicans embracing let them die in exchange for whatever they've identified as a higher priority. This is the approach that they're taking. Most people aren't going to fall for it. And yesterday I pointed out, mayors can't really open cities. Governors can't really open states. The president can't really open the country. It's up to the people to do it. And in the case of Las Vegas, even if it, quote, opened, there aren't many flights coming in and out. Foreign flights are almost completely cut off. Most people recognize that a crowded casino, even if it's open, even if you could go and sit down at a blackjack table and get the free drinks brought to you and the entire thing, most people recognize that it doesn't make sense to do that right now. So even if she opens Vegas, it's not going to be much of an opening. And I think that that's an important thing to remember, regardless of the increasingly astroturfed protests to reopen. Polling shows that most Americans are prioritizing slowing the spread over saving the economy. And I'm not saying the economic destruction is not significant. We now have 26 million people who in 5 weeks have filed new unemployment insurance claims. I'm right there with you. But over the medium and long term, we are better off if we don't have resurgence of the virus because of opening too early. Carolyn Goodman doesn't seem to understand that, and a stunning interview I encourage you to check out in total. Let me know what you think. I'm on Twitter at @dpacman. We have a fantastic program planned for you today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Nettie Mice and Nick Hallchurch. Nettie and Nick, thank you so much for your support. And also a big, very special thank you to Corey Wyatt. Corey's been a member of the David Pakman Show for almost 5 years and is today's, he gets recognition today as our long-term sustaining member of the day. Okay, let's go to the phones at 617-830-4750. A very exciting day in some sense, although I've not yet identified how. But people are blowing up the phone lines. Let's see what's on people's minds, starting with our caller from the 347 area code. Caller from 347, what's your name and where are you calling from today? Caller from 347, are you there?
Hi, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Is this me?
Yes, it is.
Yes, I'm here. This is Nick calling from Brooklyn.
Hey, Nick, what's
How's it
up?
going, David?
Good.
Hello?
Yes, you're on, Nick. You're on the air right now.
Yeah, just wanted to call. Obviously, huge fan of the show. Just wanted to call just wanted to hear your opinion about something. So, obviously, we've been hearing a lot about Trump being compared to Hitler, which is obviously not the case. However, kind of looking into the history of the U.S. kind of before World War II as well as after World War II, I think you could make the argument that kind of the ideologies at the time, maybe even today, are kind of closer aligned, I'd say, to the kind of to the ideas of the Nazi Party than to possibly kind of the USSR's communism. Kind of that idea for kind of going into the America First movement in the 30s and 40s. As well as denouncing Japanese as, the lesser race during the Pacific campaign, and then obviously sheltering Nazi officials post-World War II. So just want to kind of hear your opinion on that and how that maybe plays into, what's going on today.
Yeah, I mean, I think we don't really need to do the sort of hyperbolic sensationalist thing of saying Trump is like Hitler to have a conversation about similarities in pre-World War II Germany to how Donald Trump's tendencies. So when you look at the use of hyper-nationalism to justify policy, when you look at the othering of certain groups that Donald Trump has identified, it's ranged. It's been everything from Mexicans with the whole rapists and all that stuff, Muslims from the Middle East, Asian folks in different ways. when you look at the sort of attitude towards media that Donald Trump espouses and a free press, there are definite similarities. So, when you look at somebody like Timothy Snyder has written a lot about this, you don't have to say Trump is like Hitler. I have no reason to think right now that Trump is, looking to exterminate Jews or any other particular group in the way that Hitler wanted to. But there are many similarities between what we see now and pre-World War II Germany, and it's perfectly reasonable to talk about them. Signs of totalitarianism, authoritarianism.
Right. And I think just talking about kind of this belief that communism or socialism, is the big evil. Going back to the 40s, where it was the big evil compared to, kind of cozying up to kind of the Nazi beliefs, especially in America, I think is kind of a dangerous train of thought. And I can definitely see that still happening today in terms of the way that the right portrays kind of communism as well as socialism, not really knowing the difference between them.
Yes.
So that's basically what I wanted to call it. Also,
all right,
maybe
Nick.
for context, I'm German, so I'm U.S. born but raised in Germany. So I guess I have kind of an interesting viewpoint on that. But yeah, thanks for taking my call, and all the best.
All right, great to hear from you, Nick from Brooklyn. 617-830-4750 is, of course, the number. Let's go next to our caller from the 309 area code. Caller from 309, what's your name? And, of course, where are you calling from? Very important details.
Hi, David. This is Sam from Texas.
Hey, Sam, what's up?
Yeah, so I'm a Bernie supporter who will be voting Biden in November.
Okay.
I talked to a fellow progressive on Facebook. He was posting some Never Biden stuff. And thankfully, I'm a viewer of your show and a member, because I used some of the arguments about how you brought up how Biden is more helpful to the progressive movement. And he actually said he was warming up to that idea. But he brought up something really interesting that I think you could have a good perspective on. He said he can't vote Biden because of his past policies and how a lot of his previous votes in the Senate sort of contradict the current platform or his appeal to progressive values.
Right.
And he said that a lot of like his past policies are like what got us Trump. So I guess as like people who want to convince Never Biden people to vote for Biden, how do we convince them? Like, how do we help them reconcile that?
Listen, it's a matter of this is simply a matter of do you want to win and do you want to reduce harm by getting Trump out? Trump was pro-choice for 68 years of his life. He completely transparently said, and it was transparently dishonest when he said, as he was becoming a Republican candidate, oh, I'm pro-life now. I'm against abortion. Abortion's terrible. Jail the doctors, jail the mothers, right? Like he said every crazy thing. And the evangelicals said, we're going to vote for the guy because that's what he says his policy is now. And we at least somewhat credibly believe that this is how he will govern. And he has. Donald Trump spoke to the March for Life or whatever, and whatever the case may be. With Biden, the policies are more complex than simply are you for or against abortion. There is no question that Joe Biden in the 80s and 90s was running a more conservative platform as senator than he is espousing for 2020. But this is just this is how things work. People don't have, there's this idea that has become popularized with Bernie Sanders that if you have the same idea for 40 years, the same position for 40 years, it's objectively better. 40 years is a long time, and things change during those 40 years. Many of the people who in the last 5 years have become large advocates, strong advocates of LGBT rights, 20 years ago were probably pretty homophobic by today's standards. And if that's going to be the standard, we'll just lose. I mean, it's like we're just going to lose if that's the case. Is Biden going to do everything he claims he's going to do? Of course not. Just like Bernie wouldn't be able to, just like Trump hasn't been able to. But that seems like a very poor reason that Biden's policies have changed. Therefore, we want Trump to win. It seems crazy to me.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. And I also tried bringing up to him that I think Biden will keep people around him that'll kind of like, I think the people that Biden will keep around him are going to be pushing for those progressive values. And I also tried explaining how, AOC or someone like that or progressive has a better chance of meeting with Biden to discuss policy than they do with meeting with Trump to discuss
Of
policy.
course.
You know what I mean?
Of course. In a Biden presidency, the AOC wing at least will get a voice and a hearing. They might be ignored 98% of the time, but with Trump in the White House, they don't even get a hearing. They have zero voice. You're absolutely right, Sam.
And in fact, Trump campaigns on actively hating those values.
That's right.
So it's just such a ridiculous position, in my opinion.
Sam, you're not falling for it, which I think is good.
Yes, absolutely.
Good. All right, Sam, excellent to hear from you. Very much appreciate the phone call. Let's go, just because a lot of people are interested in this arc, let's go to our friend Pedro from Colombia. Of course, none of us believe that that's the case, but what's new? What do you have for me this week, Pedro?
Hola, Mr. Pacman. Thank you for taking my call.
Por supuesto.
I just really wanted to tell you, thank you for the show, and I appreciate, all the people on all the viewers who tell me, nice things,
All of your fans, yeah.
it. Oh yes, so I just want to tell you that, you're a good guy, Mr. Pacman, and I actually did send you a picture of me, by the way. I don't know if you got it.
Yeah, Pedro sent me a drawing of a stereotypical Mexican mariachi guy, which is a weird thing to send if you claim to be from the South American country of Colombia, right? That's an unusual thing to send, right?
Oh, well, I wanted to send an actual picture of me, but my wife, she doesn't like that I call the show at all,
I see.
And, she got mad when I told her, and she's like, oh, Pedro, you can't do that.
Now, that's interesting.
So I was like, okay.
Pedro, as you and your wife, of course, immigrated to the U.S. from Colombia, right?
Oh, yes, you know.
And do you speak to her in English? That sounds unusual.
Oh, no. Well, so we talk in between Spanish and English, I'm just doing a little impression of her.
So how did she actually say, how does your wife tell you in Spanish that she doesn't like you calling the show? What does she say?
Ay, está llamando ese Pacman otra vez. She talks like that,
Interesting.
It's kind of, so I didn't want to get on her bad side, So
yeah.
I just got my friend from Argentina. He drew that little picture, but it looks just like me. It's not a stereotype. It's just what I look like.
Yeah, because Colombia doesn't really have the Mexican mariachi stuff. It's not part of the culture there.
Oh yes, there's a little bit, but it's more Mexican. But I love Mexicans. I love Mexico, and I love Argentina and Ecuador.
Pedro, where are you really from? Can you just tell me, where are you actually from?
Well, I'm in Texas now, but
No, but where were you born? Where were you born?
I'm from Colombia,
Yeah.
I forget the city. I know there's some confusion about where I'm from.
There is confusion. Yeah.
You can just.
All right, Pedro. Listen, how long is this going to go on for?
Oh, I'll call you and just say hi sometime. But I don't want to bother you. I like your show. I like your good answers and good guests. So I don't want to bother you guys. So if you don't want to talk to me anymore, that's
no.
Okay.
I just would love to know where you're really from. That's what I would love to know.
Okay. Well, someday I'll remember.
Someday. All right. Okay, Pedro, thank you for the call. Very much appreciate hearing from Pedro. A lot of people in the audience all wrapped up in the entire Pedro arc, as it may be. Let's go to Dante from Florida. We haven't heard from Dante for something like 5 or 6 weeks. Dante's calls are sometimes interesting. What do you have for me today, Dante?
So, there's been a lot of criticism of Trump and how he's handled the the response to the coronavirus, and I think that's merited because this response has been terrible every step of the way.
Sorry,
But
Dante. I hate to
I've also
interrupt.
noticed
Dante,
that
do you have us on speaker or Bluetooth or something? Because your connection is not what it usually is today.
no, I don't.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Dante. We'll keep going.
Yeah, but there isn't really any criticism of the Democrats and their inadequate response to the coronavirus, because it's the Democrats and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer who came out in favor against the universal basic income during the pandemic and wanted to means test any payment. They also came out against any recurring payment to the people who qualified for the original payment.
Yes.
And they've also, even though Nancy Pelosi controls the House, she hasn't proposed anything to deal with the like rent freezes or even subsidizing people's rent.
Right.
She in the middle of the unprecedented pandemic and economic crisis, she is on vacation. She's allowed the House to go on vacation for a month and refuses to adopt remote voting. So, and even progressives like AOC won't even acknowledge that the Democrats are largely blocking the policies that we think would be best to deal with the crisis.
Right.
So, what do you think about the point I'm trying to make is nobody's blameless. There are no good guys. So, what do you think about the Democrats being let off the hook for their terrible response to the coronavirus?
Well, again, I don't know who's necessarily letting them off the hook. Let's go through each piece one by one.
The mainstream media.
You know, hold on, Dante. Whoa, easy. Hold on a second. The vacation thing, I don't know that it's the best critique. I mean, listen, everybody's distancing and everybody is in their home districts rather than in DC. And we can say it's obviously necessary to have a remote voting system. I'm with you there. I don't know that, you know, Trump has been pushing this Nancy's on vacation. It's like, so's Mitch McConnell, right? I mean, so everybody's just out of, they're only doing pro forma sessions. I don't know that that's the right critique. I think the right critique, which you're astutely making, is that even if a lot of this stuff that Democrats haven't gotten behind wouldn't have passed because Republicans wouldn't have passed it, wouldn't we like to at least see Democrats fight for some of this stuff if it's supposedly in line with their values? And as you're pointing out, even AOC has been, you know, the supposed standard bearer on a lot of this stuff has been silent on a lot of it. So I think you're quickly figuring out why I have been saying for years, none of these people should be deified. It doesn't matter who it is, whether it's Pelosi or Bernie or AOC or whoever. Once you are elected, you change. Everybody changes. It doesn't mean that they're bad people. It doesn't mean anything, but it means exactly what you're pointing out, which is there's a lot of blame to go around here for not doing enough.
And what do you think? Do you think that they'll ever try to adopt these policies, or do you think that they're just going to go along with everything that the Republicans propose to deal with the crisis? Like, they went along with the multi-trillion-dollar corporate bailout. That was their first priority.
Yes.
Like, do you think they would ever do anything to help the regular people, or do you think they're just going to leave everybody high and dry throughout this crisis?
Listen, I am not naive enough to think that I can tell you whether they will ever do something. If this extends, imagine that the current situation extends 8 months. I think what you will see elected officials be willing to do would be very different than if we're able to start loosening things in 6 to 8 weeks. So I don't know. I just don't know the answer to that. I wouldn't pretend to know.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Dante, great to hear from you. Dante has been calling in for a while, and it's always great to hear from him. Let's take a quick break. If you're holding, don't hang up, because we will go directly back to the phones after this very short break.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
We are taking your calls at 617-830-4750, and there are so many folks interested in getting on. Let's go to our caller from the 414 area code. Who's calling today from 414?
Hi, David.
Hi, who's this?
This is Ann. This is Ann.
Hi, Ann.
And I have a question about kind of what you've been saying for months about the only way to get Trump out is by voting. Impeachment not being the way to go, 25th Amendment not being the way to go. And seeing Trump's increasing incompetence in just today's news with Trump re-engaging with conflict in Iran, this obviously being an incredibly dangerous situation.
Yes.
Especially layered on top of the coronavirus. This is coupled with the voter suppression. Being in Wisconsin, you know, we had that whole battle with, you know, our election still going on in the midst of a pandemic, voter suppression, etc. It seems like the call for the only way to get him out is by voting is becoming a weaker and weaker argument because Republicans keep attacking that avenue to get him out. Do you have anything to say to that argument?
Of course. And my argument is not that Trump is not worthy of impeachment and removal, but with the Republican Senate, it will not happen. It will not happen. I'm not saying Donald Trump is not worthy of removal under the 25th Amendment, but his own cabinet is not going to move to remove Donald Trump. So when I say the only way of getting him out is voting him out, I'm not pretending that the election will necessarily be fair. And I'm not pretending that impeachment and the 25th Amendment would be incorrect strategies. I'm merely saying the only chance we actually have is to vote him out in November. And so they're going to be purging the voter rolls. They've already been doing it. They're going to be limiting early voting. They're going to try to push for in-person voting, even if it's dangerous because of the pandemic, which is disproportionately likely to keep Democratic voters at home. We need to, knowing that, lobby every state to go to vote by mail, at least the states that will matter. Here in Massachusetts, there's already 30 or 40 mayors that have written to the governor saying, we have the system. We have absentee ballots. Let's expand it. Now, Massachusetts won't make a difference in the election if Wisconsin and Michigan and these other states do it. So we need to, knowing that it's our only shot, knowing they won't play fair, we need to get moving now to ensure that we're actually positioned to remove him in November.
Well, I agree with that. So you're saying that our effort should be in things like reaching out to lawmakers to say, let's get this vote by mail thing rolling.
Yes. That's
so
one
that
part
we
of it.
can have at least a fair shot.
That's right. And we've got to fight at every
shot.
opportunity. We have to fight the voter roll purges as well.
Exactly. Well, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you addressing this because this has been a concern of mine. Because I've been feeling more and more frustrated with your increasing call for, vote is the only way to get him out. And it's like, well, they keep attacking that avenue. But at least, I feel a little bit of hope that there's something we can do about that.
Right.
For example, when Wisconsin had their primary, I was sending an email blast, an 11th hour email blast to I think it was the health secretary to, put in some emergency measure. I mean, it was going out on a limb entirely, but at least I felt like I could do something. So hopefully now that we have a lot more time, we can try to mitigate this kind of, this attempt at, completely squashing democracy.
Yes, and we've got to get active on it now, which is why it's so important, and that you are talking about it. Thank you so much for the call. I really do appreciate hearing from you. Let's go next to our caller from the 678 area code. Who's calling today from 678?
Hey, David. My name is John. I'm from Atlanta. Big fan of your show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to talk about like my thought process in this upcoming election. I was a Bernie Sanders supporter, and I'm having kind of a hard time switching over to giving my support to Biden for multiple reasons.
Okay.
And one of the reasons that I've been thinking about that a lot of people don't talk about is I'm trying to see, like, the biggest thing that I've heard throughout this election, the most important thing that we must do is to get rid of Donald Trump. And I agree with that. But my problem is that Joe Biden has made it no secret that if he were to be elected, he's going to bring back kind of like that Obama era kind of third wave centrism as a template for governance in the White House. And that sort of ideology is what was, I believe, in my opinion, was one of the starts of the Trump ideology being such an attractive brand, people being disaffected by kind of like third wave centrism. So my question is, what is the point of defeating Donald Trump when you're going to bring back the ideology that helped give us Trump in the first place? Like, won't 2024, like, I believe that even if you get rid of Trump, Trumpism is one and the same with the Republican Party. Won't that cause another, like, right-wing backlash in 2024 where the Republicans bring up even more far-right nationalists?
So a couple different things there. A couple different things there. First of all, your argument is I believe, more theoretical argument than is relevant in terms of our decision in November. I don't want to discount what you're talking about as very important for thinking about the future direction of the country, the future direction of the two major parties. It's important conversation to have. One thing that you're missing from your sort of framing is that racism was also part of what took place during Obama's presidency that coalesced and emboldened some of Donald Trump's key constituencies. And I think if we're going to really talk about what happened during the Obama administration that led to Trump, we can't ignore that. But I want to put that aside just for a second, if we can, John. What I want to say to you is the following. The theoretical argument about third way, this, that, okay. Who do you prefer to choose the next Supreme Court justice, Trump or Biden? And don't overthink it.
Biden.
Okay. When it comes to the tax policy, which candidate has a better tax proposal, if you're familiar with them? Is it what we've seen Trump do, or is it what Joe Biden has proposed?
What Joe Biden has proposed.
Okay. Joe Biden supports the Green New Deal as a framework, if not in its full scope. Trump believes climate change is a hoax created by the Chinese. Which of those positions is closer to yours?
I would guess Biden.
Right. Okay. So I could go on with 20 issues. So for me, it's just much simpler. We have an emergency. Bernie Sanders recognizes it. Noam Chomsky recognizes it. And for me, the way forward in November is not about the effect of third way politics on the future of we actually have a list of 20 policy issues on which Biden's better. For me, it's that simple.
Okay, I understand. I understand that sort of like thinking, but I was just more concerned about just over time, will we all these gains that we're going to make in these 4 years of Biden would just be wiped away? Because like I said before, I can't, even though Trump may be gone, I just cannot imagine a Republican Party without Trumpism. I think Trumpism has replaced the kind of Reagan era of thought.
I don't think you're wrong. The Reagan style conservatives are increasingly not what feels like the core of the modern Republican Party.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, and just one last thing before I go. I know you have other calls, but I live in Georgia, and I don't know if you've been aware of Georgian politics, but our governor Kemp is going to open up restrictions in the state on this Friday.
Yeah.
And if you can look into the information, I've been hearing some theories that the reason why Kemp wants to open up so early, relative to like what scientists has been saying, is that there's been an astronomical amount of like unemployment claims in the state of Georgia, and we actually may run out because in Georgia, in order to like increase the income tax, which supports that, you have to do a constitutional amendment, and with a Republican-controlled legislature, that's like impossible. So I was thinking maybe you can like look into that and see like how maybe that might play into effect, because I think in Georgia it's going to be a devastating effect how we're opening up the state before we even hit our apex. So I just think
so there's
like
a couple things going on.
I
don't know about the specifics in Georgia, but there is no question that the reason that a lot of red state governors want to reopen sooner than later is if your business is allowed to be open, then you are going to have a more difficult time getting PPP money and other federal stimulus money. If your business is open, you are going to be taken off of the unemployment rolls. And there's no doubt that that is playing a role in red state governors wanting to open sooner than later. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, thank you, David.
All right. Appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Really great to hear from you. Let's go next to our caller from the 516 area code who's been holding on for a while. 516, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, what's going on, David?
Hey.
Name's Anthony.
What's up, Anthony?
You know what? Not much. I've been going back and forth with my friend in regards to a theory that I had because, I've been wanting to get on the show for a while. And at this point, and when it comes to Trump, there's really no good answer for it, regardless if you try to get him out or just his supporters. There doesn't seem to be any good answer. So while I can, I'll ask you this question. My buddy always has a problem with leftists. He says they're moving too fast. And my question to him is, you know what, I agree with you. I don't really follow politics too much, but do you think the left is moving so quickly because the right has held them back for so long? Like things on just, basic like gay marriage and global warming. They've held them back for so long. So now they have a footing. They're trying to go too fast.
What has the left done that's been super fast? Like what's an example?
Well, that's his argument. And I'm just trying to get, like, no matter what I throw at him, like I always try to bring up Trump and like his press briefings, right? And I just show them an example. But one thing they've done very well is just, what about this person? And they never seem to answer the question that's being asked about one particular person.
Yeah,
they go,
but
the Democratic
I
Party.
wouldn't. If your friend says the left is moving too fast, I don't know that I'd talk about Trump's press briefings. I'd say, what is the left move too fast on? Because listen, Obamacare. It took, the idea of Obamacare was first proposed in like the early 90s. By the Heritage Foundation, and it was passed in 2010. So in 17 years, we got healthcare.gov and a rule about pre-existing conditions and 26-year-olds. That's too fast. Gay marriage. The first state to legalize gay marriage was Massachusetts in, I think it was 2003. In 2015, the Supreme Court, that's 12 years. Like, I would just say, where is the left moving so fast? I don't see anywhere that the left is moving fast.
Yeah. You know what, thanks, Dave, because I, more or less, whenever I try to bring something up, he'll say something like, oh, they're doing this, the Green New Deal. And I look, I don't know the details of it. I just know that it's a guideline. Like, look, it's an idea. What's the problem with just having an idea? It's like, oh, they're just doing that. So,
I see. So really what your friend is saying, here's what your friend is actually saying. Your friend is not pointing to things that have been done. Your friend is saying Democrats are thinking too big. Democrats' ideas are too forward-looking. But I would point out, if I were you, none of that stuff has been done. None of it has been done. If you actually look at, listen, Republicans want to ban all or almost all abortions. That's whacked. Now, they've done smaller things at the state level. But if I say Republicans are moving too fast by trying to ban all abortion, I'm wrong, because they haven't actually moved. They've been equally radical for a long time. So tell your friend there's a difference between an idea and actually doing stuff, and that, in fact, it's Republicans that have been preventing any progress.
Oh, man. You know what, David? I appreciate you taking my call. I know you got other callers. Great job doing everything you do. Thank you so much, man.
All right, Anthony, great to hear from you. Let's quickly pick up on our caller from the 708, because 708 has been just holding on for so long. 708, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, David, I'm John from Chicago.
Hey, John, what's up?
Not too much. John, by the way.
Yes,
I think you
John.
said
John.
Sean.
I
Might be
misspoke,
the
but I did hear you.
Hey, no, it's no problem. It's probably the New Yorker in me, even though I'm in Chicago. I have a question about your your opinions on the response that people have been given relative to everything lately in America. Now, I know there have been good stories, and it seems that there have been people that have been almost, taking care of their fellow man and brother and sister, excuse me. But at the same point in time, it seems like there are a lot of people that have been vitriolic and very dark. And I was wondering if you think this is more or less a morality or an education thing, or possibly both. Because I've been a fan of yours for a while, and I highly respect your intellectual take on certain sociological things.
I wish I had a strong answer for you. Here's the thing. I have thought for a long time, and I think it's probably a naive thought, that if there's really a global calamity or a global an incident of global importance, I sometimes will say, imagine if we found intelligent alien life, that this would so quickly make all of our day-to-day conflicts obviously irrelevant and not worth fighting over. And we would unite against or with or whatever. We would realize we're not alone in the universe. This is a major step forward for mankind. We would fix or instantly resolve a lot of the minor conflicts. Or we've got a global pandemic. This risks killing millions and millions of people if we don't actually deal with it. Everybody's coming together. And you've got, people with ridiculous signs wearing no masks, all masked together in all these different states, people calling for the firing of Dr. Anthony Fauci. It would almost be insane. If aliens did show up and we sat them down and we said, listen, we've got this global pandemic. We've got no real treatment. The vaccine's a year off. And here's what these protesters are doing. And here's what people are demanding about Dr. Fauci. The aliens would say, what the hell is wrong with Homo sapiens? They would get back on that spaceship and fly away, right? Because it's insane behavior. So I don't know if it's political polarization that's causing this. I don't know if it's ignorance that's causing this. I don't know if it's bad people or a combination of all of it. But if we can't come together around this, I don't know that we can ever really come together as a human race.
Yeah, I would totally agree. And I'm happy to hear you bring that analogy about the aliens. And I know you have other callers, but I just, as a teacher, because I'm a private music teacher, and because of the obvious virus, my life has changed quite a bit relative to doing everything remotely. And teaching guitar, bass, and violin remotely is kind of annoying. But the thing that I've noticed the most is that some of the students that I have around here that I could still kind of safely go to their house and teach them, because I'm obviously fine myself, there's always this philosophical argument that tends to be posed to me, because I think people don't realize that a lot of people are affected. Like, I just lost my uncle last week ago in New York to the virus and stuff like that. And I mentioned it to one of my students' parents, and they were basically going off on how it's not just Trump's fault and stuff like that, in which I could arguably do the mental gymnastics honestly to see that argument. But there's also a point in time where I'm like, shouldn't you just kind of be a little bit more compassionate relative to wanting to be right? Like, I think Stephen Fry said this in a lecture that he did, but he's like, the biggest problem with humanity right now is not the point of being like, our biggest problem is that we want to be right and not be effective.
Yes.
Towards everyone else.
I don't disagree with that. And it is true that this is not just Trump's fault. Every country is dealing with it. And the idea that we would have had no deaths is a silly idea. Trump's response has been a failure, but it is bigger than Trump. That doesn't, excuse Donald Trump's behavior. John, I really appreciate it. I've got to run to a commercial break, but it's been so great hearing from you. I'm sorry I was not able to get to more calls today, but we will take calls again, and I appreciate everybody who did call in.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Okay, let's get right into audience questions for the week. First one is, hey, David, we've seen all sorts of different takes and plans from Donald Trump to governors about how and when states should start to reopen after the virus. What should a reasonable reopening America plan look like? So a couple things on this. Number one, I don't have any independent knowledge in the sense that I believe we should trust medical experts and public health experts on this. And so I'm going by what those individuals are saying, not by what politicians are saying. I think there's one other element to this that's important. In an ideal world, we would have done sort of like a full shutdown, probably around February 20. It could have gone 2 full months and it would have been over this week, and we would be in much better shape right now. Hindsight is 2020, but the point is there's a limited political willingness to continue expending political capital as the protests mount and the demands mount, as crazy as the demands of the protesters are, as irrelevant as those demands are to public health issues. The reality is the pressure is going to grow, and it's not going to be possible to open nothing. So I'm starting from the point of not what is or would have been the safest, but what makes sense given that the pressure to reopen at least parts of society will only continue to grow. Number one is testing. Now, I'm not going to get into the full back and forth about how Donald Trump initially took credit for testing, even though the testing was terrible. He would insist that it's all him. Now that it's clear the testing is not up to par to reopen, Trump is saying governors have to figure out this testing thing. Let's ignore the shirking of responsibility for a moment. We don't have enough testing. We need, at a bare minimum, 500,000 tests a day. Most roadmaps say we need more, including like 1 million tests a day. Remember that with 1 million tests a day, it still takes you almost a year to test everybody. One roadmap says we need 22 million tests a day, so you can test everybody on a rolling 14-day, roughly, basis. Certainly, 500 or 600,000 tests a day must be in place. But not only that, you need proper contact tracing infrastructure. In Massachusetts here, they've been hiring work-from-home contact tracers. Different health systems have been doing it. I think it pays around $25 an hour, work from home. All states need to be hiring proper contact tracers so that you increase testing, as you test a lot of people. As soon as you get a positive test, contact tracer comes in and lets individuals that may have been in contact with that infected person know so that they can quarantine. Then, all the stuff about phases, I'm not going to go piece by piece through Donald Trump's proposal because I've already done it, but a few thoughts on that. Number one, there won't be a light switch that's flipped and we are back on. Some of the earlier things that should happen include what retail elements can start to be opened up somewhat so that they can recover some of their revenue. Remember, we've got the Paycheck Protection Plan, but the money ran out. So there's a ton of restaurants and other retail-facing businesses that risk going completely out of business. What can be done in restaurants in terms of, can people sit at tables out back, very much spaced out, so that they feel like they've had a dining experience, but the bag of food is placed on the table as if it were takeout. There's no interaction with the wait staff. Would that make people feel as though we're moving in the right direction, even though in practice it wouldn't change that much about the risk exposure? I don't know. I'm just sort of thinking out loud here. Schools this semester should not reopen. It just doesn't make any sense. We should focus on shooting for the fall, but being prepared to do the fall online. People who can work from home and who work office jobs, where a lot of the work is email and phones, should not go back to work anytime soon. We should keep as many people home as is possible to lower the risk of loosening up some of the public elements. Gyms probably can't open right away. I know that that was included in phase one of Trump's plan. Does not seem reasonable. Seems like just an absolute cesspool of germs. And even if you maintain social distancing in gyms, I don't see how you avoid gyms becoming a center of spread while we have cases. And we probably can't really loosen travel anytime soon either. So for me, the immediate loosenings would be we start to let people get back to being a little bit social. Ideally, what we're talking about is, a couple that's been self-isolating and another couple that's been self-isolating get together in a house, and everybody, you don't shake hands, but you can hang out a couple of hours. That probably would be like a next step as cases go down. Again, some of these things of, maybe restaurants could figure out a way, if they're large enough, you reduce the capacity by 80% and you let people without table service just sit and have their takeout in the restaurant. These are the types of things that need to happen. And then we want to start opening up some other retail type businesses that may have been closed. But again, remember, many of those have been open. A lot of stuff hasn't actually been closed. It's just been diminished. And people are having to, wear masks when they are inside. But so those are some of the first steps I see. But really, the steps that need to happen before anything is actually opened is testing that needs to increase dramatically, and contact tracing needs to increase them dramatically. Until we have that, opening is a real risk. David, what do you think will happen when Donald Trump is no longer president, whenever that is, and he loses presidential immunity from prosecution? So I'll answer the question. Remember, this whole idea of immunity, it's not been tested. It really is more of a memo that the Justice Department has put out saying, we as a policy don't believe in indicting or prosecuting a sitting president. But here's the way that I imagine it will go. If you were waiting around imagining that Donald Trump is going to be criminally charged and perp walked and tried and potentially face time in prison, forget it. Forget it. I mean, it just doesn't happen to presidents. Trump has violated the emoluments clause, all sorts of different financial crimes. I mean, I get it. But if you're waiting for the perp walk, I would not hold my breath. Let's just remove Trump in November. The country and the world will be much better for it. Now, that being said, there are active pending criminal investigations in the Southern District of New York, the New York Attorney General. There is almost no doubt whatsoever that whenever Trump's national nightmare is over and the mango menace is gone, could be in a few months, could be in 4 months and a year, 4 years and a few months rather, his businesses are very likely to be charged with all sorts of criminal violations for financial improprieties. I don't imagine that Donald Trump is actually going to take the fall or be the one who gets charged, and certainly not convicted. There are likely going to be underlings that will get plea deals. Who knows? Trump is not going to be convicted. I would be shocked if he is even charged in those financial crimes. It's going to be financial irregularities. Could be anything from money laundering, misappropriation of funds, all sorts of stuff like that. Now, once Trump is gone, he can be charged with whatever a prosecutor wants to charge him with. But there's another element to this. It's not just the general reality that presidents don't get criminally charged once they leave office. How do you get a jury that any legal system would say is a fair one? You can't ask for a change of venue because it was the president of the United States. You either have people who voted for the guy on the jury who are not going to be impartial jurors. You have people who actively disliked the guy who are not going to be impartial jurors. And even if you and I can imagine a sort of apolitical person that says, listen, I didn't vote either way, and I don't really pay attention to politics. How do you actually get an impartial jury of Trump's peers in general as a president, but particularly when he is as polarizing as Donald Trump has been? So I don't mean to say that this suggests Trump has not committed crimes. I don't mean to say that Donald Trump should not be prosecuted when he's gone. But what I am telling you is the perp walk's not happening. The best we can hope for is that there are some financial crimes with which Trump's businesses are charged, and maybe somebody will take a hit. We don't really know.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Okay, I'm going to call us to order at 6:01 p.m. And Lyle, has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Before we jump right in, I wanted to offer our congratulations and gratitude to Mark Spino, who has been named Vermont Elementary Principal of the Year. That's fantastic. I can see you all clapping and waving your hands. So, yeah. It's not a surprise to any of us, but it certainly is a nice honor and well deserved.
Thank you, David. I really appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Let's see, I think we're full. We have 35 participants. I'm going to ask you all to manage your mute buttons, please. If you're not speaking, please, you can mute yourself. Right now, about half of you are muted and half aren't. and it's nice and quiet. But if it, sometimes there's background noise and sometimes electronic noises. So if you would unmute yourself and raise your hand and put it right close to the camera, you'll notice I can see it if it's way up like that. So if you have something to say, please do that. As usual, we'll, the things that the business that we are covering, the board will participate, will hear presentations when appropriate, and the board will comment and ask questions, and then we'll open it to the public for participation as well. And there'll be the recognition of visitors and the communications and the public opportunity to comment on things not on the agenda will be at the end of this agenda. So that's the plan so far. If you're on the phone, Kate is at the moment, and Deb Gass and Christina Naylor and Ann Beekman. *6 will, let's see, what does *6 do? *6 will unmute you if you get muted somehow, and *9 will put a little hand waving over the dark panel where your name is. And Kelly, same thing. So without further ado, I'm going to jump into the first item on the agenda, which is discussion of the powers of school boards. And this is part of an ongoing series of educational things we'll do together to make sure we all have the same understanding and the same information, the same background around what it is we're supposed to be doing. And I'm not sure if in the future, if there'll be opportunities for the chair and the superintendent to do their duty of doing, I think it's 8 hours of training over the course of the year. So I'm going to keep track of all of these things, and we'll count this. And I'll take a look at the statute and the regulation and make sure that we're covering most of the topics that are on there. And we'll see how that goes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen where I have the document that I sent to the board. And it's the actual statute from the Vermont statutes on the powers of school boards. And I annotated it. I changed some things to red to sort of point out the language that specifies what the power is, or the responsibility is. And then I have to let a few more people in. And then and then we'll skip over all of the details in between. You're welcome to read that at your leisure. People coming in, please mute. Thank you. And then we'll just go through. If you have any questions as we're going, make sure I won't be able to see you. So you'll have to say something. So maybe the board might want to actually all unmute at this point. So if you have something to say, you can. If everyone else would stay muted, that would be great. So I'm going to share my screen, and you probably won't see me anymore. Okay. So you should have on your screen Title 16 Education, Chapter 009, School Districts. I hope that if you're a board member and you don't have that, please let me know. Okay, so the first power is the board shall determine the educational policies of the school district. And this describes about how to do it. We need to give, someone is, I'm getting some feedback on somebody's other conversations in the background and somebody's mic, so if you could mute, please, that would be great. The school board has to give public notice of its intent at least 10 days prior to adoption of a policy. And we have an extensive manual of policies that we'll be looking at. The policy committee is working on a sexual harassment policy right now. So we'll see that in operation fairly shortly. The second power enumerated is to take any action required for the sound administration of the school district. Any of the actions that we take can be overruled by the Secretary of Education with the advice of the Attorney General. But we're responsible for soundly administering the school district. The third one is we have discretion to furnish instruction to students who completed high school, who completed secondary education, and to administer early education programs, which we do. We have a number, I think it's 19 pre-K, private pre-K partners that we help with the administration. The next one, number 8, is establish and maintain a system of receipt, deposit, disbursement, accounting, control, and reporting. This is our warrants. This is the reason that we have several accountants in the central office, and this outlines the ways that we need to do that. The system of accounts is what you see in the budget. It changes from time to time, and that comes generally from the Agency of Education, or the Agency of Education. We have to report on the condition and needs of the school system, and we do that annually at our annual meeting and in the published report. And we have to prepare and distribute annually a proposed budget for the next year. And some categories are prescribed, and some categories I think we get to add as well. But that's become pretty formalized at this point. The next two are the provide at the expense of the district, public to approval of the superintendent, all textbooks, materials, equipment, and supplies. This, we do sometimes have students pay for things, and that's something that we're going to have to be looking at some point. It's on the agenda of the performance and programmatic equity, the PPEC, and there are some courses and some participation activities where students are paying. So we need to have a look at that in terms of equity. But it's our responsibility to provide at the expense the materials that are necessary. And then number 15, which is kind of like the 10th Amendment in the Bill of Rights, shall exercise the general powers given to the legislative branch of a municipality. But this basically says, and I made this larger because this is really the catch-all. It basically says that we make the rules. It doesn't say we carry them out, which is an important thing to keep in mind when we talk about administrative responsibilities. And a little later in the season, we'll have a look at the policy governance model of operating school boards and school districts. And that'll make a little bit more sense. But basically what it says is that we have the legislative power, the rulemaking power. 21 talks about that we can borrow short term to cover projects and things that will be reimbursed by the state. But the state, at the bottom, it says the state will not pay the cost of borrowing funds under this subdivision. So if we have to borrow for something we're going to be reimbursed for, we can do that, but we have to pay the finance charges. Presenting information to the electorate, this comes up often, and sometimes some people have thought it means that board members cannot present information or take positions on political questions or questions having to do, my phone is ringing, so I'm going to stop that. Questions having to do with things that the board is doing. So let's see. And so we can present information and materials designed to inform, educate, and explain to the electorate the board's position on the matter. And 24 is adopt. We can integrate homeschool students into the schools through enrollment in courses, participation in co-curricular and extracurricular activities, and use of facilities. So that's a quick run through of the I got to admit a few more people. That's a quick run through of the powers of the school board. If any of the board has questions, please ask me now. And I don't know if I can answer it, but somebody might be able to.
David?
Yes.
So I have a question. I think it was on number 21, talking about the borrowing. My understanding from last year when we had to, we almost, there was a lot of discussion about maybe having to borrow the 87% of to cover the budget into this coming year. Mm-hmm. Since what my question is, if we had to do that because we were not able to, as this pandemic sort of progresses, and if it carries out further along than we are hoping or anticipating, if we're not able to make the budget vote in May, and we then have to go the route of borrowing the money, is it possible that the state would reimburse us for the cost? Oh, I mean, is there any leeway there? I don't expect that anyone would have an answer to that now, and it may be a moot point, but possibly if it does become an issue, maybe that would be a question that could be looked at.
Yeah, all of that right now is up in the air. The legislature and Lyle and Frank were in a webinar yesterday that actually it was today, on that topic, and we're updated on what the Senate is doing as far as what will be permissible if we don't have a budget passed. I think that sooner or later along the line, we will have to have a budget passed. But well, Lyle, do you want to, or Frank, want to say a little bit of what you learned today in response to that?
So I can start, and then Frank can talk maybe more about the 87%. Today we learned that there are a couple of bills in the Senate. One would level fund us at the ed spending level from last year, which is a little over 40 million for us. And the other would level fund us with a percentage increase. So both of those are in the Senate. There's no time frame at this point. I am meeting with Becca Ballant tomorrow. I've sent out some emails also to some other of our representatives because it will go to the House as well, because that would actually be a help for us at this point if the Senate does state a specific amount for us to get the year started with before a budget is passed. Frank, I think Frank's here.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is regarding interest expense and borrowing money as it relates to 87%. Yes, that is part of a general ed spending amount. So there is no unusual payment process or liability associated with the interest expense on borrowing. That interest expense is just like any other expense that the school district incurs. It's just part of a total expenditure that is covered by the education spending grant, which is about 85% of what we receive, and then those other revenue sources that we talked about during the budget development. But as Lyle said, and David referred to, I don't think it's a particularly relevant issue for us today because there are these specific bills that Lyle just referred to that are being developed specifically to address the 18 school districts in the state that budgets passed. So it's definitely a let's stay tuned to the legislative developments. Great, thanks.
Any other questions from board members about I can't see every board member, so I've got about 25 of the 45 participants on my screen. So board member, if you have a question, please speak up. You'll have to unmute if you want to speak up because I can't see any waving hands right now.
There we go.
Sean, great, thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to say out of the 18, 9 were because of their budgets were not passed, and 9, of which we fall into that category, were because the annual meeting was canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Great, thanks. Any other questions having to do with the powers of school boards? Not hearing any, and as I said, I can only see about half of the people in the meeting. So you'll have to just speak up. Yeah. Okay, so the next topic is we'll hear, a couple minutes early too. Corey Frazee is here, and I think also Nada Moline is also here from Building Green, and Corey Frazee from Stevens Associates. And Frank have some information for us on the Academy school project. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Very good. I'll just turn it right over to Corey and Nadav. We've met. We have some follow-up points to review with you from the last meeting where we discussed school board goals as it relates to this project. And so they're ready to give you sort of an update and a follow-up to that last conversation. And of course, we all wanted to be sensitive and very upfront about the fact that we understand that there's going to have to be a very careful sort of step-by-step process in dealing with the financial concerns that obviously we all have, the community has. So we know that no commitments to a major project will materialize until the board feels comfortable with with our financial ability to make school improvements. So so I'll turn it over to Corey.
Great, thank you, Frank. David, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'll use you as my guinea pig. Great.
Great.
I'm Corey Frazee. I'm a principal with Stevens and Associates, and I'm a civil engineer. So we're talking about a building addition. So I also have with me tonight Diane Abate, who is a longtime architect, has worked on a lot of schools and works with Stevens and Associates, and Nadav Malin with Building Green. He is the president of Building Green right here in Brattleboro, and we reached out to him after actually at your direction or request a couple months ago. We've had a couple good conversations with Nadav, and he can speak in a lot more detail about the different ways that we could approach this project from not only an energy perspective, but from kind of the broader sustainability perspective, going beyond carbon footprint, climate change, but looking at it in a really holistic way. And unbeknownst to me, Nadav is also a facilitator. He does a lot of facilitating across the country. So he has added value to this conversation in helping us kind of ferret out what the appropriate goals and objectives are for the meeting. We have outlined a document which I believe was forwarded to the school board yesterday, and it talks about 3 specific discussion points for tonight. I wanted to check and see if everybody had that, because I think that could be a good guide. I haven't facilitated a meeting with 45 participants before. David, I'm not sure about you. Maybe Nadav can help us out in how to kind of navigate through this conversation. But do all the board members have that document from yesterday? David, is it agreeable to you to kind of move down through that?
Yep, that'd be fine.
Would you like me to read it?
It probably would be helpful. Do you have a share screen option there? Do you want to share it? Is it on your computer screen?
I'd be happy to do that. It says I can share the screen, so
well, let's see if it works.
let me give that a try. Yeah, give me just 1 second. All right, here we go. So this is an outline of things we thought it was important to talk about tonight, and ultimately goals. If we could move through these goals, it would position us to take the next steps in the project. And I want to reiterate what Frank said. We're very cognizant of our current kind of global situation. And so at the bottom of this page, we've identified that we think there's some good timely steps to take. It would kind of keep the momentum going on the project. But this would ultimately culminate with a bond vote, and the school board would set the date for that bond vote. So we are in no way suggesting that should be pursued at this point. It would more be the work to get prepared for those public hearings, but not to actually schedule any public hearings yet. So first bullet point, confirmation that architect and design team will include an energy consultant for next phases of design. And we're going to actually propose to change some of that language, and I'm going to ask Nadev to speak to this. But Nadev has a great background in the sustainability side of things and can speak to the energy standards. And given the size of this project, we feel that if Nadev were to come on board and team with us, that he would play an important role, and maybe more as a sustainability consultant. And then we could use the mechanical engineers to do the energy modeling that would be needed for this project. Nadev, could you add to that, please?
Hey, sure, Corey. Hi. So first of all, really glad to be with you all on this, and I'm excited to be sharing a little bit about this project. David, one facilitation tip with a group this big, I think it would be a good idea. I think you as the host can mute everybody, and then just request that people unmute when they want to speak up. That would be safer in terms of.
That's the way we started, and it was problematic. So.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, so we're stuck with this for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, in terms of the sort of energy consultant versus sustainability consultant role and the energy standards, what I understood from speaking with you all is the board and saw in the goals that had been talked about that there is certainly an intention that this project be as energy efficient as possible. But also there are goals in terms of water efficiency, in terms of looking at the sustainability of materials and where they come from. Certainly the indoor environment is a huge priority to make it optimal in terms of a learning environment for students, and the connection to the community. And so that really almost defines what a sustainable building project would address is that whole scope of areas. Energy along with all these others. And I believe in your last meeting you looked at, there's a number of different standards that were proposed that could be referenced as setting the standard for what this project should be trying to achieve. And some of them are more specifically targeted at energy, and others are broader. So we'll get into that. But from an energy consulting point of view, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an energy modeler, so it would be very important to me that there's somebody on the team with the project who has those capabilities. And what I expressed to Corey is I would be comfortable working with that person and trusting that could work, as long as the mechanical engineer that's selected is not somebody who focuses strictly just on mechanical systems, but really has experience contributing to and advising on energy efficiency of the envelope as a whole, and doing the kind of energy modeling that really helps inform the design process right from the start. So there's two different ways of thinking about energy modeling. One is energy modeling that answers questions and provides data to inform the design as it moves along. And the other is what we call compliance energy modeling, which is when you've completed a design, you might run an energy model just to show that you've met the code or the standard. And they're both valuable, but in this case, we want to make sure that we've got somebody on board who can do that energy modeling early on to really inform choices and make sure that we're optimizing systems. So with those two conditions, that whoever's doing the mechanical engineering understands the whole building systems and is comfortable talking about the entire building, not just the mechanical system, and can do that early design energy modeling to inform the process. I think it would be appropriate, especially for a relatively small project like that, to basically utilize them as the energy consultant, include that in their scope, and then I could help participate in those conversations and review what they're doing with that broader sustainability lens. I or somebody like me. It doesn't have to be. I don't want to assume it has to be me in this case, but that's the way I would think about that.
Great. Corey, could you unshow your screen now, please, so we can see each other again? Thank you. Great, thanks. Well, Corey, keep going. Do you have other points to make? I think that I've raised a couple of questions that I think you'll want to explore and get unpacked a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I would just add that the mechanical engineer having that energy experience and ability to do that modeling is you'll see that in another slide. It was actually part of the documents that we gave you last month or 6 weeks ago, and we fully support that the design team should have someone with that type of experience as the mechanical engineer. So I think that really opens the door for Nadev to play an important role and a valuable role if that's something that's agreeable to the school board.
Great. I think we had been pretty clear in the last meeting, at least in my notes from it, not necessarily minutes, that we wanted to have an energy consultant. I think you're suggesting that we expand it to a sustainability consultant, and given the previous conversation, I think that's consistent with what the board is looking for.
Great.
So, is there other information for presentation, or can you take questions from the board now?
Well, there's kind of those 3 discussion points. Do we want to? I think it would be great if we pause there, see if there's discussion or thoughts from the board on Nadev's role moving forward.
Again, board members, I have to ask you to just speak up and hopefully do it one at a time, because I'm not in control of that at this point. Any questions or thoughts about this process? It really is consistent with what we talked about as far as the next steps that we wanted to take. I see Sean, but you'll have to.
David, there is a raise hand feature within Zoom. Have you tried to use that and found it not
Well,
working?
I only have 25 of the 40 some faces on my screen, so raising hand won't.
If people show the participant list, which you can do by going to the bottom of the screen and click on the little icon for participants, then you'll see at the bottom of the participant list, there's a little button that says raise hand. I'm going to raise my hand now. And then you can see me on the list with a raised hand, and I think you can see me in the window with a raised hand as well.
I can see you in the participants list, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so actually that's up. So yeah, that's very helpful now. So I hope everybody got that. If you go to the bottom of your screen, participants, and click, you have the option to raise your hand, and that would help me see your help me see that you want to speak. Although again, the list is longer than my, and I've got a big monitor here, but the list is longer than my screen can handle.
I learned today in a meeting, when you raise your hand, you actually get bounced to the top of the list. So
Well, that would be very helpful. So we'll see how that works. Good. I hope everyone is as patient as I'm trying to be with this process.
You're doing great.
Sean, you were muted when you talked before.
Yeah. You still are muted. Sean, try again, please.
Sean, press and hold your space bar while you talk.
Or there's the unmute button down the bottom over there. Just hit that.
So does that make a difference? All right, I'm sorry.
Yes, you got it. You're there. Thank you.
Yeah, so I went over the material that we received before, and one of the things I was wondering about is there were different categories, as an example, the stretch guideline categories. And was that going to be part of the discussion today?
I think one of those goals is to reach consensus on which set of standards we wanted to follow. That was what we asked for at the last meeting. So yes, hopefully we'll be able to find a way to do that through this online process. Other questions? Yeah. Go ahead, Corey. I see your hand.
Yeah, that's a good lead in. I can't find the raise hand feature. That's why I'm laughing. So I'll work on that. But so I think that might be the next bullet point. And if it's okay, I'll toggle back to that. and keep going with that. If there's not other discussion, Sean, that's a great lead in.
Yeah.
So, okay, actually, next bullet point I'll touch on quickly. That was consensus with the school board finalizing. These were the draft goals and objectives that we presented at the last meeting. And I'm going to see if I can toggle over to those now. Are you able to see those?
Yeah, we're seeing them.
Yes.
So I'll just give everybody a minute to read through them. The fifth one, the last one, gets at this standard for, we're gonna continue to call it energy efficiency, but we know that we're broadening that up to a much broader discussion of sustainability and climate change, carbon footprint, and beyond. So design a building to meet or exceed an industry standard. So Stevens and Associates has prepared a recommendation, and I believe I have that recommendation available as well. Nope. I'll have to find that. Excuse me. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and read this, and then we can have more discussion about it. We took into account the feedback from previous discussions. We understand that it's important to broaden this beyond just energy, and I'm happy to hear that that's important to the board. One of the documents we looked at our last meeting with you had 6 overarching sustainability topics that Diane had identified, and LEED actually folds into those nicely. Nadav is very experienced in LEED, but it's worth noting that Diane and I put our heads together, and Stevens and Associates came up with this recommendation independently. And I'm going to ask Nadav to speak further to the choices and his opinion on using LEED as well. So briefly, we're recommending that this project utilize leadership in energy and environmental design, which is called LEED in the country, to guide the design and decision making for the project, to the extent that this standard can be applied in a fiscally responsible way. So we're trying to respond to both the sustainability goals for the project, but also the budget and making sure that we're fiscally responsible in those decisions. So we currently believe the project is going to be required to adhere to the Vermont Energy Stretch Code because it's going to be permitted under Act 250. And that's a great baseline for energy efficiency. Adding LEED to that will provide us with opportunities to look for additional ways that the project can reduce carbon footprint, reduce impact on the climate, and I will add to that, be more sustainable. We feel that LEED standards will address the necessary sustainable building design concerns for the project. So it is a good overarching standard for us to refer to. We think it's appropriate to use it as a standard to guide design and decisions, but we're not recommending that we try to achieve certification for this project. There's a cost associated with that, and we would suggest that rather than being attached to a certain level of LEED certification, that we open it up to looking at all the different LEED standards and all the different opportunities that brings to us, and working with Nadav and choosing what's appropriate for this project. In particular, what can we identify through LEED that's going to have the biggest return on investment, either financially, as far as life cycle costs, or for an impact to sustainable impact. And sometimes if you're chasing the LEED certification, you'll be required to spend money on something to check a box, essentially, so that you get the LEED certification that doesn't have a large benefit to a particular project. It's worth noting we also considered net zero and passive house standards for the project. They focus largely on energy. They're not just limited to energy, but because of the Vermont stretch code providing that nice baseline, or that high threshold for energy, LEED provides a much broader platform for us to pursue sustainability. And I will stop sharing.
Thank
and
you.
If people want me to put that up, back up, I can. And David, I'd like Nadev to have the opportunity to speak to that, okay?
Yes, thank you. Great, go ahead.
Well, I'm actually really curious to hear what board members are interested in hearing more about, because there's so many directions, so many aspects of this we could talk about. But I totally support what Corey just said. I think he described it beautifully. LEED, of the standards, I know in a previous meeting you reviewed or shared with you a document that went through a number of different building certification programs. And they all have their place, they all have their value, but some of them focus exclusively on energy. There's also some that focus exclusively on health and well-being, which is great. And then there's a few like LEED that really cover the broad range of all of these different things and let you focus in on the aspects that are going to be most strategically valuable to the project in terms of making it the best possible project. And I think LEED does a decent job of that. And I also support Corey's assessment of you could choose to actually try to get the project LEED certified. It wouldn't be, it's not like it would be impossible to do that. I think it's very doable, but it will cost some extra money, take some extra time. And the question is that the best use of that money? Typically what we've seen is that for small projects like this, that money it's a relatively big piece of the overall budget compared to a very large project, and so it's just not as good a return on investment on a very small project as it would be on a much bigger project. So as long as you all trust that the team is going to stick with this agenda and these goals and follow through on them, the only thing you'd be losing by not going for actual certification is you wouldn't have the plaque on the wall at the end from the U.S. Green Building Council saying this is a LEED building. In other situations where somebody is concerned about whether or not they're going to actually get the performance that they want, then there might be a value to say, well, get it certified, and then we know. So that's really the consideration there, whether to certify or not. Yeah.
Great. So we have a proposal which does what we asked, which is to identify, well, it gives us a way to do what we wanted, which is to reach consensus on a set of standards, and this is the proposal. So I'd like to hear from board members. Does this fit the parameters and the requirements and the interests and the values that we want to make sure that this project incorporates?
It sounds reasonable to me. It sounds like what we were asking for originally, and the LEED certification doesn't seem like it's important to me. Just means it's just important that we're getting the standards that we asked for. It all sounds reasonable to me.
Other board members? Sean, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have one comment.
Yep.
It seemed to me that looking everything over, that the stretch guideline that Corey laid out in the previous meeting, and additionally what he said here, use the stretch guideline, but also delve into the LEED's playbook, and so not pursue the LEED certification. So that seems like a very prudent approach. I did have two specific questions. I don't know how much we should get down, but I was kind of wondering about the under slab insulation of R10, and then the windows. They didn't mention argon. They mentioned the
John,
low-
I want to ask you if you would please hold those sort of details for after we decide, see if we can come to consensus on this process.
Yes,
And
I'm
there'll be
sorry.
plenty of opportunities along the way for you to use your expertise. Thank you. Other board members, again, I can see Liz and Michelle and Thomas, and all the rest of you are invisible to me. So just speak up if you have any comments. Otherwise, I'll ask for a motion to approve the recommendation.
Emily has her hand raised.
Great, go ahead, Emily.
So my question is, so I know we were going through net zero and LEED and passive building, and I heard a little bit from, was it Nadev, I think, who said that, you know, this one was more all encompassing. So I guess, is it also the case that this one is more used than net zero and the passive building standards that we talked about last time? Is it like more common because it's more comprehensive, or harder, I guess, a harder standard to reach? That's kind of two questions.
No, good question. So LEED is, of all the standards you looked at, the most widely used. And I think part of that is because it's been around longer than most of the others, and it was very well, it kind of fit when it was introduced to the market about 15 years ago, actually almost 20 years ago now. It met a need that was it just seemed to hit a sweet spot in terms of demand. And part of that was, with any standard like this, it's trying to find the bar that's better than standard practice, but not so far out there that it feels unreachable or like it's going to, you know, throw people's budgets out the window. And so LEED seems to have done a good job of that. It's gotten a lot of market uptake. And so, yes, it's some of the standards on that list are more rigorous than LEED. Some, I think, might be a little less or more narrowly focused. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so it's pretty common. That's a common one for folks to use, it sounds like.
It's the most common of the ones that yeah, of all the ones that are basically out there in the US market. I mean, other than, of course, codes, right? Things like energy code is mandatory, so every project has to meet that.
And my second, I have another question too, and then I'll put myself on mute. But my second question is, do you know from the state of Vermont, other schools that have looked into this and are pursuing LEED certification, or is it kind of like everybody is in the same boat and really just some maybe being mindful, but not going for that standard?
Wow, I'm a little embarrassed here because others may know this. I would be surprised if there aren't other schools in Vermont that have actually pursued LEED certification and become certified. I know there's projects at University of Vermont, a number have done that. But because professionally, a lot of my work is actually all over the country and not local, I'm not aware, I can't tell you about a specific one. I do know, for example, that the state of Ohio, at least for a while, had a standard where all state schools had to be LEED certified. It was that, sort of ubiquitous there. And so schools in general are a pretty big market for LEED, and quite a number pursue certification, and many more do what we're proposing here, which is to use LEED as a framework, but not actually get certified.
David, could I just make a quick comment?
Yes.
So, and Steve, you may have a little more detail on this, but I know that Brattleboro Union High School, that major addition, has been qualified as an Energy Star rated facility, and Robert Clark has done a terrific job working toward that recognition. And I don't know to what extent other board members are aware of that. But maybe Steve is aware of whether or not the project followed a LEED footprint from a design point of view.
I don't know. I know that a lot of the work was done with Energy Star specs and with Efficiency Vermont, but I don't know that it was directly looking at LEED certification.
Okay.
But I can check.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other board questions or thoughts about this? A couple of things I'd just wanted to mention in looking through the descriptions that we received at the last meeting, the thing that stood out for me about the LEEDS project, aside from things like making sure it's, efficient use of water and energy, and it also focuses on materials and resources, but particularly indoor environmental quality and regional priority. And I think one of the things that this region has become pretty well noted for is green building, is sustainable building, and a focus on sustainability. There are not many towns in Brattleboro that actually employ a sustainability coordinator. And I think it really, it sort of represents this community really well in terms of our values. And innovation and design is another appealing characteristic of it. So I'm not hearing or seeing anything, so I wonder if we would like to entertain a motion to adopt the proposal, the Stevens Associate proposal that we select the LEEDS performance standards as our goal in this project, following the LEEDS standards as our goal in the project.
So moved.
Emily, second.
Great. Tim, you missed your chance. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was just wondering to know if you know about the chat function.
I'm sorry?
Jackie and I, do you know about the chat function that Jackie and I have used?
I do know about it, but I don't have time to look at it. Okay. Wendy, did you get you did, okay, great, thank you. You didn't get the names. The names of the people who moved it. Who moved it, please?
I think it was Jackie and then myself. Oh, Jackie and then myself.
Okay. And Emily seconded. Great, thank you. Okay, any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We found consensus. Good. Well, we've got one thing done. And I think probably, Corey, we could dispense with the second part, which is the putting together a team that includes a sustainability consultant. And I don't know exactly how you articulated that. It was a series of statements on your list. I wonder if you could give us a sense of how we might form a motion to approve that.
So you're specifically talking about including Nadev on the team?
Yes.
Yeah. So Nadev, I think we talked about the term sustainability consultant. And Diane, I'm going to look to you a little bit to make sure that we feel comfortable with this. If we're the kind of the architects moving forward. But I think just to simply replace the words energy consultant with sustainability consultant, and if the board wanted additional language on the reason for this shift, we could note that the mechanical engineer is going to be required to have the expertise to do energy modeling. And given the size of the project, Stevens and Associates is comfortable not having a separate energy consultant, but between Diane and Nadev and having a mechanical engineer with that expertise, we feel like we've got our bases covered.
Okay, let me just clarify, because I think we're going to look for a really simple motion.
Yeah, so I can give it. Yeah, I'll give you a simple one.
Yeah, but just to clarify what you're saying, the change is going to be that rather than have a traditional energy consultant, we will have a sustainability consultant whose responsibility will be to sort of monitor the process and make sure that we are following practices and procedures that are would comply with the LEED standards.
I think that's a great way to put it. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So that's in our minutes, right, Wendy? And it's also in the recording of the meeting. So that's really clear. So I think we could have a motion to the board would like to include a sustainability what was it, consultant on the team with Stevenson Associates and our business manager to take this project forward. I think we're going into the design and modeling stage of it. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. We can talk about next steps. The design and modeling will be part of the final design. The third bullet point on that goal for this evening's agenda is the next steps, and that's kind of this piece of putting together information for the public. But I'll stop there and let you get through this motion.
Okay. So do anybody want to have a go at making a brief motion out of what I just said? Nobody, huh?
David, I would
Yes.
be glad to. I would
Thank
be
you.
glad to suggest that what we're looking for is authorization to engage Stevens and Associates and Nadev Building Green to move forward with the project as the project architect and sustainability coordinator.
Okay, how much of that did you get, Wendy? Not enough.
Not
Okay.
much.
Okay.
Maybe somebody could write it down and email it to me.
Or how about putting it in the chat?
Yeah, let's
go in the
Sure.
chat window.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll send it to chat right now.
Great.
Thank you, Frank.
And in the meantime, Wendy's asked that people state their name when they move a motion or a second motion, please.
Thank you.
Wendy, can you read that back to us?
Not yet.
Oh, you don't have it yet. Okay, I didn't see it yet either.
Frank might be a fast typist, but that's
Well,
really
I thought he had it all on his screen. He was just going to cut and paste it. All right, we'll stop disturbing you, Frank. Let you do your work.
Okay, I think I've got it. There might be a spelling error in there, but let me read it. I have the motion is to engage Stevenson Associates as the project architect and Nadev, I've got / Building Green as the sustainability consultant for the Academy project.
Great. Would someone like to move that for us?
I know.
Was that Liz?
Yeah, Liz.
Okay, Liz, thank you. And second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Thomas. Thomas seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Great, thank you. That has passed as well. So now on to the.
So much.
Yeah, and that is the business that we asked for, and I'm happy to say that you want to step. Not only did you prepare us really well for that, but want to step further with to outline the next step, which an initial viewing seems like a really good idea. So would you share that with us, please, Corey?
Yeah, so this circles back towards working towards what will ultimately be a bond vote. And so what we've talked with Frank about and what's been successful in the past is that we will work on what we'll call kind of a public information packet. And so we will synthesize a lot of what's in the feasibility study, and we will prepare documents for the board. Ultimately, and Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, but ultimately the board holds the public hearing, the public information session that would be kind of preceding the bond vote. And of course, we'd be happy to be there if you ask us to be there and do the majority of the presentation. But the idea is that we provide public information so that we can bring the public into the loop, help the public understand what we have done to date and what the project is proposed to be moving forward. And so this is a kind of another opportunity to reiterate that we've done a feasibility study to prove out that there is a viable solution for this project. But there's a lot more work to do. So we're going to revisit a lot of design objectives as we move into the next phases of design. But this public information packet will provide the history of how we've gotten to where we are today.
Thank you. I would suggest that you do that, the packet in a series of steps, and with each step of the project, that you kind of put together a package of information to present to the board, and something in a form that we could put into a press release, or that could go into the paper, or go as a letter to the editor about this project, and why we're doing it, the way we are doing it, and why it's needed. Obviously, that's important. And another component I just thought of as I was looking at all of the parts of the LEED certification, is how much value there is in there for Career Center students in the building trades. And so I would like you to talk with Ann and Nancy. Ann Beekman's the board rep on the Career Center Council, and involve them in the process as well, and see if we can't build some curriculum around that process, and maybe some student involvement as well in every aspect of it, but particularly the standards part and the sustainable building parts of it. I know that's not in the work plan, but it just seems for a school district that's something that we should try to fit into the process. And Ann and Nancy, I don't know if you want to comment on that or have any thoughts.
Go
ahead,
Dave. I was going to, Dave, I'd like
Yes.
to speak on that. I mean, that is something I think is a great idea. I've done it on schools that I've worked on in the past. We'd be more than happy to go in and make it be a learning experience for students, whether we go in and do a demonstration or sort of involve and have students engaged in the process. I think is very important. So I'm happy to do that. And I think it's a great idea.
Great.
Nancy? I think it would be a great collaboration for our students.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Ann, I think you probably have the same view.
How could I not endorse this?
Great, thank you. Good, and I don't want to sound too pessimistic, but it's entirely possible we may be looking for some off-site learning opportunities for students next year, because we can't be on-site all the time. So we'll see where that goes.
I'd be happy to collaborate with teachers and get involved in a class situation. It'd be great. I'd love it.
Great, thank you.
We've started a little bit of that in with Dan Braden and the STEM program. So we can broaden that out to more elements of the Career Center if there are other populations we should be talking to.
Great, thank you. Is there Frank, anything else we need to, anything else on your list that we should try to deal with tonight on this topic?
No, I think those are the key things for this group to move forward and keep the board posted on progress. So I would say maybe if the board has a general timeline, I don't think you want to talk about it now, but as to when we might start a conversation with the public around a public hearing, that will be helpful. But obviously, there's so much to sort through with this pandemic before we get to that. We'll take that as we come. But that'll help us outline, a timetable for deliverables back to the board.
Great, thank you. Are there any other comments or thoughts from the board before I ask for public participation, if anyone wants to? Is there any of the public present? Feel free to unmute yourself and just start talking. I have to change screens to see everybody, and I can't do it quickly enough to see it in a timely manner. Okay, well, I don't see or hear anything, so I will move us on to our next topic, and we're going to leave the land of somewhat familiar and manageable processes and get into the land that we're in now, which is running a school district in a remote learning process. So I ask Lyle this is the administrative report on how that's going. And thank you,
David.
for
I
that.
just wanted to say,
Yes,
on
Corey, go ahead.
behalf of Stevens and Associates, thank you to the school board. We're looking forward to this. Thank you to Kelly and Frank, and we will be back in touch in the near future.
Thank you. And I was remiss in not thanking you and Nada and Frank for that, for having such a coherent presentation that responded so perfectly to our concerns and questions. So thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Great.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, Lyle, thank you for that extensive report. I hope it doesn't take you as long to do something like that as it would have taken me, because you wouldn't get anything else done all week. But would you share as much as you'd like to, or I know there are some additional things as well, or updates you might want to give us too.
So the majority of the last week and a half has really been spent on the required continuity of learning plan that we submitted to the state last week ago today, actually. And in that plan, we had to really address everything you could probably think of, everything from how we're reaching out to students who don't have internet, how we're integrating students' IEP goals, how we are ensuring that we're still feeding students, how we're addressing mental health needs of families. So all of that is included in our plan. Administrators, Deb Cardane, Paul Smith, the academic coaches have all worked tirelessly on that plan for the last, as I said, last couple of weeks. Other things in the plan include how we're doing activities such as music lessons. So music teachers are still doing music lessons, and that's part of the plan. PE, art activities. So both what we're considering core subjects and activities that are a little more hands-on and active. So we submitted that. Actually, we were cited as having an excellent plan. We had nothing that we needed to update or go back and redo in our plan. So thank you again to everyone who took part in putting that together. In this plan, we've talked to, and I've outlined this in your information, we've talked about how counselors are working to ensure that any families that we've not heard from in a few days, counselors are specifically reaching out to find out if everything's okay. And if counselors can't get in touch with a family, we have each school putting together a protocol to determine whether or not we need to do some well child checks. Technology, of course, is a huge portion of this. Paul Smith and Gary Parzik have both been working on our technology needs, and we've designated someone at each site. We've put together a list of safe, and I use that term in quotes, safe websites. That's on the parent resource page in the WSCSU website, so that if parents are looking for some additional things for kids to do, that's there. We have actually, in my notes it says we're in process, but we have purchased Remind for all teachers. So that is a way that teachers can communicate with families and yet block their private numbers. So that's a way that teachers can also do some well child checks or remind families of upcoming class meetings, that type of thing. Food, we're up to about 1,200 students, and food's being prepared at BUHS, at Putney, and at Academy. It's delivered through vans or buses. John Sessions has done an amazing job ensuring that we have volunteers to help deliver the food or package the food. And we've used, we also have delivery points around the town. Many of the volunteers, it seems like John had said, we have up to 100 volunteers. We don't use them every day, of course, but many of those volunteers are paraeducators. Let's see. Putting together contingency plans so that any administrator, myself, any teacher gets ill and cannot continue with their job for a while, who's going to step in and make sure that our students are continuing to be educated. I think one of the major things that we should just let you know is that we are very concerned about burnout, both for our families, because this is a very different way of educating, and for our teachers. So we've determined that starting after April break, which is next week, new learning only will happen on Mondays through Thursdays. Fridays will be a day for students to catch up or take a break from online work, go do outside things. It's starting to be nice outside projects, family time, and teachers will be able to use that day for planning, collaborating with colleagues, doing some professional development type things. Attendance, we're just starting with attendance to make sure that we are in touch and with families and students. This week, we're creating feedback family surveys to find out what's going well and what ideas that families might have of changes we might need to be considering. Always we're assessing and reassessing how distance learning is going. So that'll be an ongoing project that we're working with. And assessment is probably the next big topic that we'll start looking into how we're going to assess students. There's still not a specific end of year date. At one point, it was my understanding that the agency was going to identify an end of year date. Recently, I've heard that we will do our 175 days, which would take us pretty much where we had originally planned in the calendar, mid-June, but that's still to be determined. The other thing still to be determined, and I think Steve Perrin might comment on this later, is spring sports. I had heard this week, I got a press release from the Vermont Principals Association that they are going to make that determination by April 30. In my mind, it seems unrealistic to consider that we would be having a spring season. Thinking about, we're still supposed to be doing stay at home until May 15th, just seems to be contradictory. I was asked about last meeting about BCTV doing some educational programming. They're willing to do educational programming of anything that we are putting together. I am very reluctant right now to ask teachers to do any creation of programming, but we do have posted on our website in the parent resources section, Vermont PBS at home learning, and Vermont PBS is doing some at-home learning. So I think that's a quick rundown of what we've been working on. I did send out some new hires for Oak Grove, and we just had one confirmation today of a BAMS teacher. So would you like to do questions first on any of the distance learning? And then we could go to new hires and
yes,
resignation. Okay.
That'd be great. Yeah, and I believe Wendy already has the names, but we'd like to recognize them publicly as well.
Great.
Yeah, so I guess we'll start with the board. Any questions? Who would like to go first, I guess? Is that Jackie?
I guess I was just thinking about the students that are not attending, and that maybe, because there's certainly going to be some that won't attend online learning and that we won't be able to reach out to. What is the plan for them? Will there possibly be a summer session, or will some students maybe need to repeat the grade? Just curious about how that might be handled.
We do recognize that this is very definitely happening. And as I said, we're using counselors to do some reach out and do some well child checks. For some people that aren't participating online, it's because they don't want to let their children be online, which is totally agreeable to us. So we are preparing work. We talked today about summer school and how we're going to assess which students might need summer school more than others. The sort of question we still have around summer school is, are we going to be able to be back together? So yes, Jackie, those are all questions that we are still recognizing that we've got to get a better handle on. Especially with younger students who really probably need a parent to help them access some of their work, and not all students have that parent that they can count on being there to help them. Their parents are working at home themselves, or they have a lot on their plates right now. So
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Emily, looks like.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I had written down just a few questions. So first I wanted to give a shout out to Mark Spino, because I noticed in your report, Lyle, he got principal of the year.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
All of our principals are amazing, but really nice job, Mark. So the questions I had, one was on the food programs. So you said it's Putney Academy and BUHS, I think. So does that mean we're still utilizing, because I know different schools have different food programs. Does it mean that we've consolidated food programs for the time being, or we're actually still using different vendors for that?
So Putney is still using their own vendors, and they're doing the thing that they've always been doing. The other two, Academy and BUHS, we've consolidated so that we're using the vendors. It is not the same quality food that we've been doing in Brattleboro Town. It's very difficult when we're thinking about 1,200 bagged lunches and 1,200 bagged breakfasts. That we have to get things that we can pack up and we know will be able to be eaten in a couple of days. We don't have any control over what happens with that bag once it leaves us.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And the two other questions, I'm trying to consolidate all my questions.
It's okay.
So one is because Jackie brought up something and then it made me think of something. So I'll say that one, and then the one that might be a little longer. So do you know what % of students you feel like aren't attending? Like I just want to kind of get a breadth of like, is there like in elementary school, we have about 50% attendance, or like, do we know those numbers?
David had actually asked for that data as well, and we don't know yet. That's something that we are working on. And this is our first week of really mandatory new learning. And so this is the week that teachers are really using to get this new learning into place. So the week after vacation, we're going to start. Counselors know right now who we have not heard from. So we have some preliminary numbers, but I don't want to, I'm not secure in those numbers yet, right, to share them.
Perfect. And the last question, just to ground it, and maybe this is it could be you answering, or maybe it's a principal, I don't know who's most appropriate, but I guess like there's so much going on that I'm having a hard time conceptualizing, like, what does that really look like for, let's say, a third grader? Like, are they just on the computer for 6 hours, like bouncing from music to other things, or like, so I guess I assumed no, because you guys are thinking holistically. Everybody's shaking their head no. Okay. So the question is like, what could somebody just give me an example of like what a day would look like maybe in elementary? Because high school, I could kind of conceptualize it a little more, because it seems like college learning when you're online.
Right. Part of the plan, and then I'll turn it over to a couple principals. Part of the plan, we did include some research that I think Deb Cardane may have done for us about how much time we would expect it would be okay for kindergarten through second grader to be online, and how actually it may have been an elementary and high school, because we do not want our kids online for 6 hours.
Yeah.
So is there a principal that would like to speak to that? Just unmute yourself and jump on in. Herb, looks like Herb.
Hi, everybody. So one of the foundational tenets of this new landscape, this online learning landscape, really is that the number one mistake you can make is to try to replicate the school day, either in depth or breadth. And so we've avoided that at all costs. There are so many factors, as Emily just stated, that are at play here that it's not even chess. It's like a chessboard where everything is moving around, controlled by a magnet that you can't see. So for things, for example, the capacity of families to engage with us, particularly the younger kids, K2, K3, they almost always need a parent to be helping them with anything that's coming across on a Chromebook or so forth, and so forth. And also, for those kids that are working in a combination, sort of a hybrid environment with Chromebooks and then some packets or other work that teachers might send home, they're also going to need support. So there are morning meetings, there are required sessions for kids a little bit more heavily as you go up through the grades, fairly light in the younger grades. What really has to happen is families have to make the best choices they can, given their capacity to engage with us in this endeavor. And we have to respect that. And I think that so far, so good.
Is there another principal that wants to speak about, or Deb or Paul, about what a typical day might be for our younger students? Deb?
Sure. Our younger students are doing a mixture of face-to-face contact with their families, and then also, or with their teachers, and then also some meetings where teachers are sending songs on, through a video. Remind app is a really amazing tool because they can just send a video out and all the kids get this greeting from their teacher every morning. We're really encouraging a menu to give kids lots of choices. So when they're working through their day, they might choose to play a game online, and then they might choose to go do an outdoor activity. And the teachers have been really cognizant about offering options online, but then also really encouraging kids to take some ownership over their learning, and parents are joining kids at these circle times. And we had a really good story today about with a family whose the older siblings are meeting with the families, with the younger siblings, with the teachers. So it has been a little bit of a silver lining in that our teachers are really getting excited about the inclusion of the families that with our younger kids, for sure.
Thanks, Deb. I think Kelly Young may have had a question.
Yeah, I see your hand up, Kelly. Are
No,
you?
I see your hand.
Oh, great. I'm for some reason not hearing her. She's not muted.
Nope, I don't hear her either.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can.
Yes, good.
So my question goes to goes to a little bit further in the future, and hopefully this will not be an issue, but just to be prepared. Like, I don't think anybody was prepared for this, but let's say that this seems to kind of like we're down the down slope and things seem to be going back to normal. And we want to start the school year, and then from what I've heard, that there's the possibility that this could be there could be a reoccurrence. I'm interested in how you are preparing or preparing the new incoming superintendent or for in the fall. If we have a reoccurrence, it's going to be on him to be playing your role. So I'm interested in what your thoughts on that are, if any preparations are being made, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Yes. So the first preparation that we're making is thinking about, as Jackie had just asked, about summer, and are we going to be able to hold any summer classes, how we would identify that. We are also looking ahead right now to re-entry and what re-entry will look like, what types of assessment we have to do, and to find out where kids are. We are not planning at this time to retain anyone. If there was any question about retention, that those conversations would have started with families before we ended. I think Andy Skarzinski's here, but he and I have a Google Doc with questions and answers for each other, information for each other, and we have a time set up to talk, and Andy will be starting to join some of the leadership meetings that we have so that he'll be a part of any conversations as much as he's able to. Of course, he has a full-time job right now. So I've been trying to make sure that I'm respectful of his time in his current position, but absolutely he will be a part of the sort of re-entry plan. And part of that re-entry plan will have to be, as you said, Kelly, will have to be, do we need to be making plans if we have to go out again for any length of time? Mark Spino had his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that beyond all the work we're doing around academics, there's still a major emphasis, probably the biggest emphasis we have is still in relationship building with our students. Especially in the time that we're in right now, you know, our number one focus is connecting with families, committing to weekly conversations with parents, but still looking for creative ways to have fun with our students and to engage with them during our class meetings. And I think that's just a really important thing for you to know, is that that's probably our number one priority, is maintaining a connection with our students and our families and still focusing on building our relationships, because that's what's going to get us through this. Students are going to keep jumping on these screens if they don't want to see us. So that's a major topic for us as we move forward in this world.
And in our conversation today, I think it was Kelly Dias brought up that if we are able to do summer programming, a lot of that will be around socialization and getting back with your peers and working together as a team, as much as and more than academics, because our kids will really need to be able to come together and do those things with each other. Tim.
At the high school level, how disruptive has this been to those students who were looking forward to going to college, applying for colleges and such?
I know that Steve's been having some class meetings with seniors and with senior parents. So Steve, do you want to talk
Sure.
about that?
So, you know, we of course feel worst of all for our seniors, because, you know, they're missing out on a lot of the rituals that we all take for granted. You know, I'm in pretty regular communication with the folks that were planning the prom. We talk about graduation a lot. We talk about what that could look like. In terms of the college process, though, that's kind of proceeding as it always has. You know, kids are still finding out if they're getting into colleges. We're still getting scholarship applications for senior awards. So, you know, all of those processes are in pretty good shape. You know, we've moved a lot of those forms to a virtual environment so kids can access them easier. And so that's going okay. Really what we're starting to think about is, you know, as Mark pointed out, you know, how do we reestablish our community when we come back together? What does that look like? What happens for that kid, whether they're in 8th grade, 9th grade, or 10th grade, who's in a sequential math or science program, and how do we address and backfill the gaps in knowledge that they're not going to get? And that's a big part of what we've started to talk about with our department heads. And, you know, if we have a budget and we have the resources to do summer learning, what does that look like? Because, you know, we also have to think about backfilling driver's time. So yeah, you know, there's a lot of things. But in terms of the straight up college process, that application process was pretty well underway for most kids. So now it's a question of, you know, making sure transcripts are sent out. You know, there's a couple of recommendation letters, but by and large, the application deadlines have passed. So we're in decent shape. The other thing we're a little worried about is, you know, SAT, ACT exams. SAT has canceled exams through, I believe, the end of June. And so they're going to begin to hold multiple months, multiple tests per month, which they normally don't do to kind of address the backfill. But again, that's a process we're kind of waiting to unfold. And, the biggest, for me, probably one of the biggest problems is seniors and senior parents, really want to have a celebration and they'd like us to plan it. But we can't plan it until we know when we can reassemble. And so and every time I mention that, people get it and they understand, but that's a big frustration. So, a group of seniors have asked me if they could start doing some contingency planning about what graduation might look like, and so we're starting that process now.
And we know that all colleges have to expect that their incoming freshman class is probably in the same boat as ours. The majority of the schools in the country are closed.
Other questions? Is anyone from the public? We have 25 or 30, more than 30 people, I think, from the public involved in this meeting, which is kind of more than we get on a regular Wednesday when we meet in person. So it's kind of, I imagine you must have something on your mind, and I would bet a lot of it, some of it has to do with the remote learning. So again, if there are any questions from the public, please, I'm not sure I can see your hand, but you can unmute and ask your question.
Well, this is Maureen Ward from Central School.
Hi, Maureen.
But I'm also a parent of a senior in the high school, and I'm just glad to hear that there is some kind of discussion going on about maybe pulling something together for a closing celebration when we know that we might be able to be together again as a group. I just think that that's an important closure for the seniors. So thank you for putting that on the table and having that be something that is getting looked into. I appreciate it.
Other comments? Lyle, anything else, Lyle, you want to? Tim does. Go ahead, Tim.
I thought that Ed Week article you sent was pretty interesting, David. It noted, for example, that 77% of students who are doing online learning feel that it's just not as good as face-to-face. But of course, it's way too early to look at what the learning outcomes are. But maybe this is premature, but I think it speaks to the need for the idea that you propose for fiber optic connections. And at some point, I think that maybe the school board could make what's a legal term, amicus curiae, a suggestion to the select board that we, as a town, move forward with fiber optics. And I'm still curious to know what percentage of our families are not connected. The article mentioned the lower the income, not surprisingly, the less connected they are. The good news is that the teachers in poor districts are using multiple means of teaching. But do you have any idea, Lyle, how many, what the percentage of non-connected families are?
I do not yet. That's part of the data that we're collecting. I don't have I think the highest number of families we had heard about was 9 families in Putney, but we also have families that have been unresponsive to all of our attempts to try to find out if they need help with getting connected. So it's still sort of a moving target for us. It looks like Paul has his hand raised, and Paul's overseeing the whole tech project, so maybe he has some more information on that.
I was going to say the same thing. It is a moving target. For instance, there are families that are taking advantage of the free internet offers that different companies are putting out there, but installation times are such that it'll be a bit before some of those installations happen. As Lyle pointed out, there are also families that are unwilling, uninterested in having their students connected online. And we need to honor that. And so that whatever the percentage is, it will encompass a number of different situations.
Thank you.
So the only other, Deb Cardane has her hand up as well.
I just want to say one of the things we're really focusing on is thinking differently about how we're differentiating our instruction, and that level of differentiation is really around how are we reaching our kids. So if there are families that either are choosing not to have internet or are unable to access, we're making it our business to explore what are the other options. Is it a pack at home on the bus with the food delivery? Is it phone calls? So we're definitely trying to think very outside the box as far as gaining that access with families.
The other thing we had tonight, David, was a couple of hires of replacements for teachers that have retired. So at Oak Grove, Mary is here. Mary, you want to just read your 3 people, and then the board could accept or not?
Sure. I have 2 classroom teacher positions and a librarian leave replacement. So for first grade, we have hired Kylie Weld. She's coming to us from a pre-K classroom in Massachusetts. She seems like she'll be a wonderful fit for our school, and she will be taking over for Stephanie Moransky. In third grade, we have Logan Robinson, who is currently an academic support teacher at Oak Grove. She's accepted the position to replace Deb Perotti, who is retiring. And our librarian, Lexi Oliver, is taking a 1-year leave of absence. And to replace her for the year, we have hired Catherine Haggerty. That position has gone from a full-time position to a 0.6 position. So all 3 of those we are happy to have join us and move into new positions for next school year if you would gladly accept them.
Thank you. Are there others? Why should we move
The only
others?
other one we have is a resignation, and I'd have Keith read that. So if you wanted to do the new hires, and then we can move to Keith with the resignation.
Could I have a motion to accept the new hires at Oak Grove as presented, please?
So moved, Emily.
Thank you.
Second.
Who is that?
Liz.
Thank you, Liz. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, we have accepted the recommendation. And okay.
And
Keith,
we got a letter of resignation today. Keith Lyman got it. I haven't seen it yet. So if Keith, I think Keith's here. Yep, Keith, if you could be willing to read that, please.
Sure. Wondering, let's see, can you see my screen?
Yep, it works.
Yeah, so maybe you can, I'll just let everyone read that really quick. And as you're reading it, just really sad to lose her. She's fantastic.
Thank you.
So, she's moving down to take a job in Springfield, Mass, Forest Park Middle School. So she'll get a new experience down there, and we're very sad to see her go. So I'll ask that you accept her resignation.
Could I have a motion to accept the resignation as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Thomas. Second?
Second, with regret, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie. It's moved and seconded to accept the resignation with regrets as presented. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Hearing none, we have passed the motion. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for me tonight.
Great, thank you, Lyle.
You're welcome.
Again, having that long report was really helpful. I think it saved us a lot of questions, probably. It's just good to be able to take it in bit by bit, sort of slowly. Okay, the next topic is financial stability. This, this is something that we've never faced before, and that's the seeming likelihood of revenue shortfalls and the inability of the people to pay their taxes. And since it's all unknown and all moving parts, I think there's very little certainty we can get from conversation about this, but there are some numbers that Frank shared with us and some numbers that we got from a webinar from the state that can kind of give us a picture of what's going on. So I wonder, Frank, if you would maybe tell us, or Lyle too, a little bit about the webinar and the current state, and then we'll have a look at the numbers that you sent us, and you can kind of take us through those sheets.
So the webinar was a week ago tomorrow, and the forecast, of course, looking for this quarter and possibly into the summer was quite grim. A lot of it due to the fact that because the state is pretty much closed, we are not taking in revenue from rooms and meals tax, from the lottery. There is, of course, the assumption that people that have lost jobs are going to have a hard time paying their property tax right now. So it was not an encouraging webinar at all. Frank has put together numbers of where we are now and what that might look like moving forward. So I'll stop talking and turn it over to Frank.
Okay, so a couple of kind of the big picture points, and then maybe I'll flip to fiscal year end forecast for this year. So I'll share a couple of documents with you. First is the big picture in terms of what's being considered in the legislature. So this is a page, it's page 12 out of our annual report for the Southeast School District. It's the projected tax impact. And what you're looking at here are there are two versions of bills to address the statewide issue of uncertainty in fiscal year 21. So one of the bills, it's the Senate version of the bill, is my understanding it's going to be discussed this Friday, there's a proposal to freeze the 18 districts without approved budgets. So that's us, and that's Springfield, and it's Wyndham Northeast, and a number of other systems in our area, but it's also South Burlington and so on. But one proposal is to freeze at this education spending number for the current year. And what that would mean is a $2 million reduction to the budget plan that we've developed. So obviously that would be extremely severe for us. Another version that I know the VSBA, the VSA, and as Lyle mentioned, she's meeting with Becca Ballin and others. We are hoping is a House version of a similar bill, and that is to provide a base ed spending amount of 40 million here, and then to add a inflator of the average budget increases that pass. And that inflator right now is 4%. So you see what that would do to us is instead of us getting a 5% increase on ed spending, it would be
you know, 1% less, which, you know, that's $406,000 difference. So, you know, still it would have an impact on us clearly, but it would be nothing like a $2 million impact. So those are the two legislative discussions that are in play for fiscal year 21. We don't know, you know, how that's going to work, but you know, we're obviously encouraging folks to contact their legislative representatives and advocate, particularly for districts like us, where we have a lot more poverty than South Burlington and some of the others. You know, this sort of an impact would be far more damaging to our system than it might be into one of the wealthier districts in the state. So that's the big picture for next year. Totally unknown as to what, you know, that outcome is going to be. When we dial it down to our, you know, our circumstances, I want to flip to this document. Did you guys see the flip to this other document? I just flipped my screen. Are you looking at the forecast? Okay, so I've got to share that one as well. So let me do that. So I wanted to move to the document that I had sent to you through David. It's a forecast of our fiscal year to date, and so you know, I just started with talking about the state of the state from next year's point of view. This is a look at how we might end up this year. And that obviously tells us a little bit about our financial stability, you know, to start the new year. So the document I'd sent, there were two documents. This one that I'm sharing with you is the one that shows our current budget that we were actually just looking at in a very summary level. Okay, current budget 49 million in revenues, and we had a approved budget of 50 million. You can see that we proposed a budget that used $1 million of fund balance. That was the plan. That's what's been published in our annual report. Here's a preliminary forecast. When we look at the revenues, I'll go over a couple of the major deviations from the plan, but I'm at this point estimating 48 million in revenues, 49 million in expenditures, and not utilizing as much as the fund balance as we had originally proposed. So under the current forecast, based on my work with principals, with Lyle, with the state, I see this fiscal year end ending up slightly favorable. 167,000 as a percentage of 50 million is 0.3%. Not a substantial difference. But the good news is, I do not see a deficit in the school district, the Wyndham Southeast School District. The variations from the budget on the revenue side, you see I've got approximately 900,000 receiving less than the plan. It's really primarily the transition of us being separate districts when we planned this budget, FY20, that was passed, remember, just 4 days before the year started because of so many interruptions in the governance conversation across the state. So when we administered the current budget, things like Guilford being a separate entity and paying the high school were eliminated. And so that's why that's not going to occur. This 600,000 in state revenues is a similar sort of a scenario where the state redirected transportation aid to the supervisory union and not to the SD. That's across the state, so not unique to us. We also had fewer vocational students that will drop the vocational aid that comes to us. These revenue shortfalls are more than offset right here under the tuition and assessments costs. So it's somewhat of a wash. And then because we're not in school here on the fourth quarter, as Lyle said, we are still making quite a commitment to education every day, every week. So there are expenses. You will see more expenses go through the warrants for the variety of things that are being delivered to students and families. But I don't see us spending all of those resources. So that's going to create a little bit of a surplus in those discretionary accounts. The salary and benefits are, this 1% variance at this point, which is just a kind of it could be plus or minus in any given year, given turnover and or people making plan changes for health insurance and those sort of things. So these are kind of a typical variance. And as you know, the governor has directed school districts to continue to pay staff through the end of the school year. So we would not expect to be a whole lot different in our biggest chunk of our budget. So overall, I think this is a fairly cautious estimate. I don't think it will be much worse than this. I think it could be better than this. It depends on depends on, there's no indication that our major source, which is the state revenue, that is 86% of 49 million, this state. There's no indication that Beth Pierce, treasurer, and others have said they plan on making the education spending grants as planned. And then the towns, the extent to which they have a portion of this 42 million. Remember, they collect on behalf of the state, and then they send the school district the money that is associated with the school property tax. If a town is not able to collect that last fourth quarter, Mark Peralt in the webinar last week and others in the state government have reiterated at this point, there seems to be no change in the current statute, which says a town will have to borrow in order to pay the school. The statute it's Title 16, it's Section 427 that basically says the town treasurer must remit the school property tax to the education fund and to the school district 20 days after taxes are due. It's not when they're paid, it's 20 days after they're due. So I've seen this interruptions from year to year over a long period of time where towns have had to go and borrow funds in order to pay the districts. And I believe this is where the legislature at the state level and at the federal level know that across the country, towns are going to have trouble with their revenues. And I believe there are strategies coming together to help address that. And where we started the conversation is the biggest strategy, which is the legislature considering passing budgets for the 18 districts under these emergency circumstances. So that's all to be determined. So I think the takeaway from this outlook is that we're not bringing in a deficit into fiscal year 21, I think we'll close out, with stable financial condition. We have about 5 million in cash right now. So we're okay through the end of this year. But we know we're all working administratively in preparing for these contingencies that we know are going to be very challenging. Any questions for me?
Board members, any questions on Frank's presentation or the forecast? Yes, Tim.
I heard the webinar too, Frank, and yeah, this year we're going to get through this year, but next year, my takeaway was that things look very, very bad. What?
I would agree with that, and that's where when you hear from the legislature when they're considering freezing our budgets to the FY20 education spending level, that's a reflection of how concerned they are. That our spending plan was up 1.8% or 900,000. They're dialing us back behind that to authorization to spend that would be a $2 million cut. And that's the first conversation that we're seeing out of the legislature to address what you heard in that briefing to the legislature by the Joint Fiscal Office. So what was also brought up in that briefing is that there's expected to be 28 million in the CARES Act federal funding for the state of Vermont, and the Agency of Education has interpreted that number for us here at Wyndham Southeast as an approximately 800,000. So these are things that there's no certainty to, but they are in play, and I do see some mitigating resources and strategies coming to help alleviate. I think, unfortunately, this is what we're going to see. We're going to see some extremes in the conversation because there is so much uncertainty, and then as more concrete actions take place, we'll be able to start planning and address our workforce, address employment contracts here, and those other things that we must do to get ready to operate school for next year.
Yeah, Tim, go ahead.
The Leadership Council at Guilford Central wrote a very good letter, I think, which was a reminder asking the board, what are we doing about all this? So with that thought in mind, I jotted down a few guiding principles that this board might consider as when we come to the point where we have to consider budget reductions. Some of them are obvious, but I think that it's important to state the obvious sometimes. One of the first principles, I think, these are really up for for discussion. But the first principle is that we should make every effort to ensure that the continuation of quality instruction, especially but not limited to those students who are most vulnerable, most at risk, we should focus on those students who are most vulnerable. Under the thought, I always think that the mark of true civilization is how we take care of the most vulnerable. School districts should be the same way. With that thought in mind, the discussion should focus not only on the number of students impacted, but the category of student who would be impacted. There are some students, as we know, who succeed no matter what, and then there are other students who need help. Another principle would be certainly before cuts are made, we should look at long-lasting impacts. This crisis isn't going to last forever, and I think that we should look at perhaps suspending programs that can come back after the crisis is over, assuming that the economy gets back to normal someday. I think we should state that as a merged district, budget decisions should focus on what's best for all students in the district. Again, obvious, but I think it should be stated. I think that, well, let me just stop there and ask for reflection on when we look at budget reduction, what are the guiding principles that should guide our thinking?
And would you repeat the last part again, please?
The last part is more or less we're a merged district. So we look at on what's best for all the students in the district, regardless of the size of the town, the size of the school. We're focusing on what's good for for most students in the district. But the tough decision, I think, is going to be focusing, and it's not tough at all for me. We should focus on classroom instruction above all else when it comes down to cuts. We have to determine what's least harmful to instruction in the classroom. So to make there's one more principle, I think. In my mind, primary grades are critical to the foundation of education. So in looking at reductions, I think that K3, for example, is much more critical to sustain that than higher grades. I know these are controversial, but somebody has to say it.
Thank you, Tim. Other thoughts from the board about what principles should guide our consideration if and when we have to reduce programs or staff? Yep, Sean?
Yeah, I would just like to ask Frank, I have called my representative and also one senator, and I think Frank alluded to the fact that there possibly are two bills in the legislature right now. One would be a little less favorable than the other, and if you could give us guidance, it was recommended to me by Sarah Coffey that it really means a lot when school directors actually reach out to their legislators and all the legislators. And if we had a specific guide from you, Frank, on those two bills that you mentioned before.
Sure. And Lyle, do we know if the VSBA has distributed that document that was in development? I think it spoke to the two bills and it advocated for the one where we get the inflator on the current year ed spending. That's the one that's clearly to our benefit and would prevent us from being put way behind the rest of the state if we do have to go through an extended period of cuts.
I don't know if Sue Siglowski was going to put that together today. I have not seen anything from her, although I would probably get it from Jeff Francis, not from Sue. But that I thought was going to happen after our session today.
Yeah. They probably have numbers for those bills, but the legislators, at least the three Brattleboro legislators, had a Zoom conference on Saturday, and they were talking about those things. That they know exactly what they're brainstorming a range of ideas having to do with all the things that were raised at the webinar. So I think anybody that wants to contact their legislator and say that would be most helpful or at least damaging to give us a more than just last year's budget, or just mention that if you only give us last year, allow us to spend last year's amount, we'll have to cut $2 million worth of programs and staff. It doesn't have to be really specific or really detailed or impressive. It just has to make the point that this is going to really hurt, and that's the voice that they need. That's what they need to hear. So I second what you're saying, Sean. I encourage people to take a minute to email or call our representatives. They're home. They're easy to find now.
So
other comments, Emily?
Yeah. So I guess in the past, there has been times when we've reached out as a board. So I guess I wonder, is this a situation where it makes sense to draft something and have it come from the entire school board? Or is it more powerful for us to individually reach out?
I don't know if there's any legislator in the room or someone with that experience that could say. I think that hearing individually from people that they know is very impactful. And sometimes for committees where we don't have representatives, a letter from the board is also helpful. But I think the individual contact with the grassroots contact is really valuable. I'm happy to have a resolution, to pass a resolution and send it up tomorrow, or tonight for that matter. But I think both would be the way to go. Sean, something else?
Yeah, what Sarah Coffey said was that either a letter or individual contact would be very valuable. And actually, she went ahead and sort of tentatively set up the idea that I could testify on Friday in front of the House Ed Subcommittee. But I probably need permission from the board in order to do that.
Any thoughts? Comments?
I mean, Sean would be advocating for obviously the one that's more beneficial to us. So I guess it seems like a really great idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and Sean, and anyone can advocate for what we want individually as people. The fact that we're school board, we can't say you can point out that you're a member of a school board when you sign that. You can't say it's a school board's position unless we all agree, which obviously we will in this case, but none of us are restricted from expressing our opinions to our legislators in any way. It's the policies and oaths don't replace the Constitution. Yeah, Jackie.
So then do we need a motion to agree to allow Sean to speak on our behalf? Is that possible?
Sure. I'd like to see if we have a couple other hands up, and then wait a little bit before we decide on the motion. Liz?
Yeah, Sean, when you testify, can you also point out that the 4% might not be particularly good because of the rate of poverty and the addiction issues and everything that this area entails, because it's not going to be the same all around the state.
Yeah. Other thoughts or comments? Well, we have two things that have come up. One is if in the situation which we'd never faced before, being a region that's always had strong community support, we haven't ever had to really look seriously or too seriously at reductions. We've had to move some things around and change things, but we basically had support. Now we're looking at a situation where people aren't going to be able to support us because they simply don't have the income. So we are looking at serious reductions, and Tim has raised the concept of having principles that the board supports in terms of proposals that are developed for where to reduce spending, whether it's 400,000 or 2 million, where those things, where we want those things to be looked, where we want the administrators to look first or last, depending. I guess what you're saying, Tim, actually is the last place to look is at anything that affects the most vulnerable, anything that affects quality instruction in the classroom, and anything that harms the primary grades. So that's one question we have in front of one potential action that we have in front of us, and the other is how to communicate with the with the legislature our desire for the 4% cost factor. What was it called? Inflation factor, Frank? Yeah, inflation
Inflator.
factor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kelly
so-
has Kelly Young has her hand up, David.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. Go ahead, Kelly.
So I would like to thank Sean for being willing to speak on our behalf. And so I would certainly support that. As far as the cuts, we all know there are going to be sacrifices that are going to have to be made, and it's going to be a scary process. I would just caution making having preemptive thoughts on anything over third grade or anything, this specific because yes, there are vulnerable populations in our areas, but each kid is valuable. And I think we need to, before we start to say, sort of segregate certain portions of our school populations, I think we should be very cautious about that. And regardless of whether you don't happen to, maybe just by a little bit, not fall into what someone may categorize as a vulnerable population, that student personally will be losing out. So I'm aware, I acknowledge that there are quite possibly going to need to be some cuts, some sacrifices, some very difficult times ahead. But I would be very concerned, and I would encourage caution when just sort of when targeting where these cuts need to come. Thank you.
So if I could just respond,
Yes.
I've met with all principals recently within the last 2 days, and we've the instructions I've given them is to look first at things that are going to be least impactful to our student body. We know that we are going to have students coming back to school on all levels that have been out of school for approximately 5.5 months. So teachers are going to need extra assistance with academic coaches, because we're going to have to differentiate more than ever. We need to really look very carefully at every portion of a child's education. You heard principals today looking at social emotional. So there are things that we are looking at, but there are also those things that we need to keep in mind, that we're coming back with students that need to come back into a community that haven't seen each other and been in a formal education situation since mid-March. So those are in our minds all the time.
Other comments from the board? Yeah, I'd like to hear from everybody if people are willing. Emily, please.
So I guess my question is, I thought we had kind of a reserve fund or like a buffer fund in case some disaster or something happened. So is it the case that this proposed $1 or $2 million, depending on how the legislature acts, is how much of that would be buffered by using some of or any surplus or general funds that we have? I guess it's directed towards Frank, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we'd have to get voter approval. Frank, we have what, a couple of million in the undesignated reserve?
That's right. However, the bill that is being contemplated, both of these bills, and at this point I think they're more concepts than bills, because they don't actually have bill numbers assigned. You can't actually find them in the legislative report, but the concept of those discussions right now at the legislative level is that this action would replace the public vote. It would put in place an FY21 budget, and there would be no public vote unless a board wanted to go for a higher rate. And then back to your question, Emily. Yes, so we do have a reserve. It is approximately 2 million, and I'm sure we would want to be looking at how we might manage the pain over an extended period of time. Most folks are thinking this is probably going to take at least through fiscal year 23 to work its way out, assuming we do come back to some kind of no longer stay-at-home orders and so on in early June or mid-May. So, that's the case for not wanting to use all of the reserves, obviously, in the first year.
Thank you.
Yes, Liz?
So we will probably face some cuts, but I don't want anything coming out from this board that's going to panic people, because everything is still in play. We don't know what's going to happen with the state. We don't know what's going to happen with the feds. And I don't see any point in panicking teachers or staff at this point. I mean, if it comes to that, we need to establish some principles. But right now, we don't know what's going to happen. And I would caution the board to not set off some kind of stampede where all of a sudden we've got a whole bunch of teachers going, well, maybe I won't have a job, and then they go somewhere else. So that's my 2 cents.
Thomas, would you share your thoughts?
That's a very wise sentiment. I agree wholeheartedly. We have no idea what we're going to be facing in a month or 2 months, let alone September. I don't think this is the time to even talk about that. Everyone knows that we're going to have some problems. That's not in doubt. The question is, what do we do about it right now, aside from, worry people? Maybe drafting a policy, like Tim says, about our standards, like the principles we'll use. If we can think of something that is reassuring, that might have a positive effect. But I tend to agree with Liz at this point.
Okay. Jackie, Michelle, Ann, thoughts on this? Jackie?
I mean, I definitely agree that we're pretty far from knowing exactly what's going to happen, but it still would be prudent to at least start drafting some guiding principles. And, we might have differing opinions, but we have enough time now before we're really certain of what's going to happen that we could think about it carefully and vote on it. I think at least beginning to establish guiding principles for when that does happen is something better done now than later.
Michelle or Ann, any thoughts? Yeah, Michelle?
Tim, I appreciate that this was on your radar and that you're thinking about it. I agree with those who have said that it feels too soon to really establish anything, maybe a general statement to reassure that obviously our intentions are always to maintain the best possible learning environments is, an easy thing, but to actually create bullet points, it just seems like we don't have enough information to know what we're doing moving forward. I do sort of have a question. As far as, it's hard to even begin to think about cuts. I guess it was because that webinar, there was so much focus on, well, I should say, at least he mentioned it a few times, union contracts. And I'm wondering if ours has been finalized. The last thing I want to think about is cuts for teachers, but if it's still open, I was wondering, do we know, was there a growth this year? Was there an additional expense this year? Do you understand my question? Is somebody able to answer that?
Yeah, I think the Vernon voted Monday night to ratify the contract, so it's fully ratified. There may be some signatures that need to happen, but it's ratified. And there were, I think, well, I'm not sure what I can say until that happens. Lyle, can I address the percentage of increases, or do we need to wait on that?
I don't see why you can't. It's all ratified, both the union and the board has now ratified,
Yeah.
so.
So, yeah, so the increases are in the 2% range. They get spread across the salary schedule, but it was in the 2% range. And that's 2% of approximately, what, 70% of our budget. So
Okay.
you can do the math.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And Anne?
Well, obviously we are going to have to consider what we are and aren't going to do, but I would caution all the members of this board that we don't necessarily know what the needs are or what cuts can be made, and we're going to have to depend very heavily on our administrators. For example, just because Brattleboro has big problems doesn't mean Putney doesn't have big problems, or Guilford. And we can think about it, we can have guiding principles, but I don't think we can make the decision that one group of grades should be benefited at the expense of others, or that we definitely know all the situations without relying heavily on their guidance and on our principals to keep making their budgets. So it's a good idea to have ideas, but remember, we don't know everything.
I wanted sorry if you
Yeah,
don't
go ahead, Thomas.
I wanted to say something. We're talking about a serious economic problem here. We do not have to approach this as what cuts will we make. We're so far ahead of this that we can put political pressure on making sure that, if necessary, maybe revenue has to be increased. I know we don't have full control over that as a board here, but we are far ahead of maybe the point where we have to worry about that. We can say right now, just as citizens and as a board, you know, we're not going to react to this as what do we hurt in the school district. You know, we're still so far ahead of it. We can put pressure on our politicians as well. So
Great, thank you. Emily and Sean, I think you wanted to speak again too.
On that, on that note, I did want to, so maybe it moves us into the second topic, which is, or what are we going to do about reaching out to the legislatures? I guess I'd like to move to, for us as a board to write a letter. We can still individually contact them, but I think like the more we can get out as a unified group, a letter in favor of this, I don't, maybe Frank will help us with the language, but in favor of this additional fund, I think that would be prudent. So it's being proactive, but in a different way.
Thank
So
you.
Frank, maybe you have some movement language?
Oh, yeah.
Frank, just before you do that, I just want to kind of assess where we are and see if I understand. Everybody has had an opportunity to speak, and I thank you. There were really lots of really thoughtful comments. Somebody today asked me what I was thinking, and I wrote, the first thing I said is, well, here's what I'm thinking, or here's my comment, and then I immediately put in parentheses, but I always change it after I hear really good ideas from other people, and I think that the collective wisdom here is pretty sound, and I'm really grateful for the good thinking that's going on. I think we are at the point where we don't want to say or do or restrict or really define anything until we have more evidence or more certainty about what the parameters are, if there are parameters, what they are. And I think we want to be a lot more certain. So I think we can probably move on from that and get to Emily's motion, but I want to make sure that we sort of had closure on the question about establishing standards. So Sean, if this is about further comment on the establishing of standards, I'd be happy to hear from you. Otherwise, I'd rather wait and move on with Emily's motion. Okay, so Frank, do you have information enough of it? Can you give us some language for? You are a motion writer here. We're going to make you the clerk.
Sure. So what I had in mind was there is a well articulated position on the issue by the VSA and VSBA. It sounded like Lyle was under the impression, and I am as well, that there's a document being drafted for the legislature's consideration on Friday as part of public testimony, and that it represents the input of at least 15 of the 18 supervisor unions and their superintendents and board chairs. They were all part of this Zoom meeting at noon today. So that's a little background to say that a motion, a very straightforward motion would be that the Wyndham Southeast School District Board requests the legislature to support the VSBA and VSA request to fund schools at the FY20 ed spending level plus the inflator. There's that could be the motion. I know none of us have seen the document. Lyle, you don't have a document, do you? Yeah, we this has all been part of looking at something that was drafted in the Senate as a pre-bill, I guess as you call it, and then it was edited. One version added the inflator, the other version took it out. So the VSBA and the VSA's position is to support the version that has the FY20 budget plus a 4% inflator. And you know, we feel in this environment that would be a very good place to be.
Okay, let's. So I want to suggest here then that we entertain a motion to the legislature, to I guess to the Senate Ed and House Ed committees.
Yeah.
A motion that the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory District requests the legislature support the VSBA VSA proposal to fund school districts without approved budgets at the FY20 rate plus the 4% inflator.
Excellent.
And Wendy, did you get that mostly?
Yeah, I think so. Can I read it back to you?
Yes, please.
Okay. The motion is for the Senate and House Education, is it committees, commissions?
Committees.
Committees,
Yes.
hold on, let me get that. To request here's where it's a little foggy, so you're gonna have to help me. So motion to the Senate and House Education Committees to request the legislature to support the VSA and VSBA's proposals to fund schools without approved budgets at the FY20 levels plus the inflator.
Yes, just say funds districts rather than schools.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I'll write this up and send it. It's actually the Senate Committee on Education. So, you know, I mean, there's specifics about it, but that gets to the heart of the motion.
Okay, yeah, you could send that to me. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, in the morning. Yes, yes.
If I could also make it's just technical, but it's important. When we refer to the rate, what we're talking about is the FY20 education spending.
Ed spending rate, okay.
And maybe instead of using rate, we would say amount.
Ed spending amount, okay, great, thank you. Okay, so between Wendy and I, we can get we can perfect this. Would someone like to move this motion?
So moved.
Emily, thank you. And second? Thomas, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Now, Sean, you had a question on this topic further? Thank you.
Well, it sort of refers to, you know, contacting the House on Friday possibly. And one of the things I was going to highlight, if I do this, is to say that the reason we do not have a budget in the WSESD is specifically because of the COVID pandemic. because we were going to meet on the 17th.
Yeah.
And that was canceled. So just as, so people started thinking, well, maybe we could use federal funds. That was a direct result of not having that budget passed, was because of the pandemic. So that's all.
Yep, really good point. And one thing, we've got this resolution now that we're going to send up to the legislature, but at the same time, writing or contacting our legislators individually is really, it's really more important than signing on to this. It's valuable. The more people that sign on to the proposal, the better. But the more individuals they hear from, the better. And I think Sean's point about we wouldn't be in this fix if it wasn't for this pandemic. That's why we don't have a budget. And we shouldn't be penalized by that. Except, I mean, we'll share the pain with the rest of the state, but we shouldn't be singled out more intensely, I guess. So I just want to double down on what Sean said about contacting the legislatures and making that point. Anything else on this topic? Yes, Liz?
Maybe that should be in the letter that we send as a board too, because we didn't have our budget voted down like some of the other towns. We just never had the opportunity to vote.
Yeah, I'd want to redo the motion at this point. I think it'd be just as effective if each of us wrote to each of those committees. You can write to the clerk. You can write to the clerk of the committee, and they will get it to each of the members of the committee.
I know.
As well as our. No, I'm talking to everybody now.
Okay.
Yeah, as well as our individual legislators. Great, thank you. Anything else? Okay, well, the next topic is committee reports, which will be brief, but we are going to do some committee assignments. Hopefully, get people to sign up for committees, and also talk about leadership councils. And so what I'd like to do is, we've been at it for an hour and a half now, is take say a 5-minute break, or make it a 7-minute break, and we'll come back together at 8:35. Is that agreeable? Okay, so we're going to recess for 7 minutes. Everybody get up and walk around. Okay, if people can turn their cameras back on, so we can see everybody, that would be great. And we'll get started on the committee reports. I don't know that we have any actually committee reports. I'm not sure. I don't think any committees have met, including the supervisory union, in the last couple of weeks. Are there any reports or any updates? No. Okay. So the two things we need to talk about are we have 4 new members on the board, Liz, Jackie, Tim, and Michelle, and we have 8 committees, and we'd like to get the new people on some of the committees. And I've heard from a few of you about some of your preferences, but I'd like to actually hear from you again in terms of the options. So let me just briefly run through the 8 committees, and they have very short mission statements. So it just take a couple of minutes to go through, and then talk a little bit about which committees you'd like to be on. And then we need to talk about what work the committees for the committees to try and convene on a Zoom platform, and talk about what they can be doing in terms of what we're facing right now, what they can be doing to support the remote learning, and what else, anything else going forward. So if that's agreeable, I'll just quickly run down the list of committees, and we'll see what we come up with.
Can I ask a question, David?
Yes.
Just before?
Yes, go ahead.
So is it the case that all committees will have reassignments? Because I can imagine cases where, maybe somebody feels like their skills are better suited. They've been on a certain committee, but another committee popped up and they feel like they maybe will switch. So, or are we just saying all previous board members are on the committees they were already on?
I was assuming that people would stay where they are, but that's a really good point because there's no certainty to that. So I would say yes, if for what's it, legacy members, previous members, if you want to change committees, this would be the time to mention that. Although it can also be done, you can do it anytime for that matter. No one's required to be on a committee. So the first is the Personnel Committee, which manages and reviews personnel matters, approves the 1% requests, which when we talk a little bit about the master agreement, we'll talk about what that is, but it's basically 1% of the budget that's available for teachers, administrators, and school board members to use for special projects. The board approves that, and the Personnel Committee, now that we're a single board, a unified board, the Personnel Committee has taken over the responsibility of approving those requests. Participate in supervisory union negotiations and other personal matters as required. Currently, Anne, Sean Murphy, Kelly Young, and Carrie Amadon, representing Vernon, is on that committee. The Policy Amendment Committee, which is in the middle of drafting a couple of pretty important policies. We draft policies and article amendment changes, articles of our founding articles amendments and additions, and recommend and review the establishment of adoption of equitable policies for all WSC/SD schools consistent with education law and educational best practices. So that's the mission. And when we talk about we talked about the first document, the powers of school boards, and the first thing is to establish the policies for the district. That's that work. The very first work on the list is done in the Policy and Amendment Committee. The WSED Finance Committee reviews and recommends warrants, the capital plan, and the annual budget as determined by the full board. And Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, Emily Murphy-Carr, and Christina Naylor are on that. Sean's the chair. I didn't mention who's on the Policy Amendment Committee. I'm going to go back to that. It's Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, and myself. Tim Morris and Christina Naylor were on there. So that is a very short-staffed committee at this point. And so I would encourage people who have an interest in a background in developing policy to consider that. It's an important committee. It doesn't have to meet a lot now that we're fairly well established, but there is some important work to do. The Diversity Committee this is not the School Diversity Committee, which is made up primarily of teachers, I think, and some administrators. This is the board's Diversity Committee. And the mission is to foster learning environments in which all members of the school community are safe, feel valued, and are appreciated, as well as promote policies and procedures that value equity and diversity in our schools. That's Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, Thomas Nolan, and myself. The Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee monitors school equity and performance and works with district staff to develop recommendations to increase equity and improve performance throughout the district. That's Emily Murphy-Carr, myself, and Kelly Young. Tim Morris was on that committee, so we need some more people on that as well. The WSED Communications Council, his mission is to increase public engagement with the board's work through effective communications. And an example of what this committee would be doing is when we start to get reports on the development of the proposals for the Academy project, this committee would be the part of the board that puts together the communication documents that would go to the media, public relations, or press relations, and press releases. It would also get a pretty good list of social media as well that committee is working on. Tim Morris was on that committee. Emily, I think, operates in a kind of a support role and loans her skills to that committee. I was on it partly, and the other member is Jamie Contois, who is a community member from Putney and a former Putney board member. So that committee needs some additional support as well. The Sustainability Council, it was initially the Sustainability Council, it was renamed the Climate Crisis Task Force. And that mission, the mission of that committee is to assist the board in developing practices, promoting curriculum, and determining purchases that will lessen our environmental and climate change impact. And that committee has 1 and possibly 2 students on it. Thomas Nolan and I are the current board members, and Paul Smith joins us pretty regularly. We also have a community representative, Howard Burrows, who's a member of the Brooks Public Library Board, Brooks Memorial Library Board in Brattleboro.
I'd add
And then
Tim to that as well.
What's that?
Tim Maciel as well.
Oh, Tim is on that committee now?
You are on the committee, correct, Tim?
I guess I am. I didn't know it was official.
Okay.
It is now.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to speak for you. I was just trying to clarify.
No, go ahead, Thomas. I mean, that may be how we get staff on people on these committees.
I'm not going to force them.
But that's how hard it is to get on one of these committees. So let me just go down. With the Personnel Committee, we definitely could use at least, well, no, we're actually in pretty good shape there. So I think with the Policy Committee, the Policy Amendment Committee definitely needs 1 or 2 additional members.
David?
Yes, Tim?
Can you explain what the Policy Committee does that the entire board just doesn't do?
Yeah, the Policy Committee goes into the real details of developing the policy. We recently found out that we don't have a specific sexual assault policy, and everybody thought, oh my, why don't we? And so the committee looked into it and looked up the statutes, and it turns out that neither does the state. That sexual assault is mixed in with the hazing, harassment, and HHR. HHB and bullying. Yeah, with the bullying statutes. And so the committee decided that they wanted to look at some sample language and put together something explicitly addressing sexual assault. So that's what the board does. We confer with the attorneys, we confer with administration, and then we wind up asking Barb Nowakowski to figure it out for us, and she types it up and it comes out perfectly and everybody approves it. So that's the process. Sean, did you have something to add about the policy committee? I saw you leaning forward there.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
David?
Yes.
Are you looking for volunteers now?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'd like to be on personnel and policy and
oh, you do? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
No, wait. You want to be on personnel and policy?
Yeah, and a few more.
Okay. That's easily done. Okay. Other volunteers or people interested in the policy committee?
I'll stay, Dave.
Thanks, Ann. Great. Well, we'll see how we do with 4, and maybe we'll draft Christina to continue to show up and help us with policies. The Finance Committee, I think, let's see, Christina is gone, so there's no representative from Dummerston. And I think, Emily, you had expressed an interest in that. Do I remember that correctly?
No, I'm fine with staying on.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so, and for the Finance Committee, we need at least a representative from Dummerston. So I don't know if Michelle or Thomas want to consider that or already know.
I had kind of wanted, unless Michelle really wanted to, that's the one I wanted to join.
Yeah.
But
great.
Unless Michelle wants to, because she gets first crack at it if she wants.
You can happy to hand it to you. My only hesitation to pat my hand up on all the things I'm thinking is I was trying to connect with David before tonight, and I'm just a little bit unclear on time commitments and suddenly having 4 kids at home. I sent you a picture of my Zoom schedule. It's literally like my whole week is lit up. And so I just don't want to take on more than I can actually give just because we're in this weird crisis time. I think like the policy and amendment stuff is really fascinating to me. I have a feeling that would be too much on my plate right now with all my children home and doing this remote learning. So, is it okay if I connect a little bit more with you later, or would you like
Absolutely.
me to tell you what
No, you don't have to. You don't have to. If
wanna
you have
rush
a
it.
couple of preferences, we should do that. Absolutely. Yeah, we can do that. And you can also connect with the chairs and
That's a great
get
idea.
more detail. And the other thing is that there's not going to be a lot of work to be done in the immediate future, because it's just not things. I mean, well, there is some things to be done, but the difficulty of meeting in this format and the things you just described are true for all of us. You know, I have one child at home who happens to be a college junior who's actually working on a Spanish essay right now, and so we're all pretty crazy. But so yeah, there's no rush.
I won't put it off. I just want to be thoughtful. And
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and the other thing is you can try them out.
Okay, that's a nice thing to
You can do a trial run. Yeah.
All right,
Great.
I'll play with that idea. Thank you.
David.
Yes.
How's the Program Equity and Performance Committee? How well staffed is that?
Well, that's a committee that can. It's got Tim Morris was on it, and he's not anymore. And so it's me, Emily, and Kelly. So we could use, I think,
this will replace the Tim with the Tim.
Okay, that's great. And
David?
Yes.
I believe Ann, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that you didn't want to be on the Finance Committee anymore, and I said I would do it.
Sorry, my mute thing wasn't working.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, you wanted to take a turn at that, Liz. That's fine by me. You go ahead and take a turn at that. I can always show up and be a pain in the neck if necessary.
Okay.
Okay, so Liz is going up to Finance. And
I also wanted to be on Performance Program, the PP&E Committee.
Right. Okay. So so now okay, so we're still on the Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee. Other interests, Sean?
Well, I just wanted to mention at this time that the Finance Committee meets at 5 o'clock, the first meeting of the month. So before the regular board meeting, which is always was at the Cusick room and now will be virtual, but it has a regular meeting schedule. I thought if people were interested in that, it might be beneficial to know that's when we meet.
Great. Okay, Jackie.
Well, I was first raising my hand for Finance Committee, but then also PPE.
Great. Well, good. Let me put you there and there. Okay, great. Any other, anybody else for Performance or Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee? Good, that's a good, strong team. The Communications Council. Right now, the primary member is Jamie Contois from Putney. And so again, there's not going to be an awful lot of work for that group to do, but if you like communicating and working out effective language for public communications, this is a great spot for you if you're an articulate person. Jackie's got her hand up. You do that sort of in your regular life, don't you?
Sure do.
Great. Well, Jamie's going to be really happy.
I would love for Jackie to be the Brattleboro rep and for me to maybe recuse myself from the committee.
Great. And we'll just call on you when we absolutely have to have help.
That's fine. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else want to try the Communications Council?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with adding my name to that. It seems pretty straightforward with what that would entail.
Yeah, and a lot of it, because we now have Zoom, it used to be a problem for the committee. The committee would have to physically meet to go over language, draft language and stuff. You couldn't do it online, but now that we have Zoom meetings, we can convene a meeting and record it, and you can work on language from home. So I think it's actually going to be, we may wind up working this way even after that we don't have to.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's great. Jamie's going to be really excited. The last one is the Climate Crisis Task Force, and I'm told that Tim is already on it. That's me and Thomas so far, and Tim, and boy, that's a pretty and then Paul Smith too. So that's pretty male-dominated committee. We also have Django Grace, who's an 8th grader who will be at BUHS next year. Who's a fascinating young man. And I mentioned Howard Burroughs from the town. Any other interest in the Climate Crisis Task Force? Well, we'll leave it as it is for now. This is great. This is, we're in good shape. I would ask let me just go through. Thomas is the chair of the task force, so I'd ask you to convene. I'd ask all the chairs to convene a meeting, or at least make email contact, and see about trying to get together at some point in the next few weeks. Next week is a vacation week for school, so it's going to be even harder for people with kids. But yeah, Jackie, question?
Sorry, did we skip volunteering for the diversity committee? I really meant to do that too.
Oh, well, I got your name there, so, but I think we probably did skip over it.
You just knew.
Yeah, I just knew. Yep. Yeah, the diversity committee is Ann Beekman, Sean Murphy, Thomas, and myself, and Thomas is chair of that as well. That would be fantastic, Jackie.
David, Kelly Young has her hand up.
Oh, hi, Kelly. What would you like to say?
So at the end of this, can you send out an email just confirming who's on each? So,
yes.
The chair will know who to send the email to.
Right, and I will, that's a really good point. And I will also send this to Barb, and she'll put it up on the web as well, but I'll send it out in the morning as an email.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for that suggestion. It's a great idea.
I just want to make one note.
Yes.
So PPEC typically, but I'll email out everybody, but it's for something for you guys to think about. Typically, we met on the opposite Wednesday of the board meeting in the evening, so that could accommodate. And sometimes we'll often have administrators there who are kind of presenting or supporting. I'll email out to make sure it's good for everybody, but just to keep in mind.
Great, thank you. So Emily, you're going to take care of that, and Thomas, the diversity committee. I'll contact Jamie about the communications council. Sean will contact Liz, Jackie, Thomas, and Emily about the finance committee. The policy committee doesn't have a chair without Christina anymore. So, Anne, would you like to chair the policy committee?
Sure, Dave.
Thank you. Okay, great. And then Kelly on the personnel committee. So great, thank you. Now we now that we are 10 and we have 10 schools, it's time to sign up for Leadership Council. So we currently have Sean is on Leadership Council in Guilford. I think Ann and Liz, are you both attending the Putney one?
We have been, but if you want to officially assign me to the Career Center, I remain.
Oh, that's right. Here. Right, that's right, Ann, I forgot. Yeah, you can obviously, board members can go to any of the leadership councils and attend their public meetings. It's never an issue. But yeah, thanks, Ann. I forgot about that. You wouldn't want to do. You already have one. So that leaves.
David, I'm always at the Putney Leadership Council.
What's that?
Meeting. I'm always at the Putney Leadership Council meetings.
Yeah. So
I'll be there.
Okay, good. Okay, so we have Academy, Green Street, Oak Grove, Dummerston, BUHS, and Dummerston, Guilford, Putney, Career Center, BAMS, and what am I leaving out? Guilford, Putney, Dummerston, Academy, Green Street, Oak Grove, BUHS, and BAMS. Well, that's only 9.
The 10 includes Vernon, doesn't it?
No, it includes EES.
Yes.
EES. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, great. So anyone want to nominate themselves for any of those schools? It doesn't have to be in your community. It's nice if it is, but it doesn't have to be.
Is there any idea of when they meet?
No, there are only a few that are established, and the meeting, Sean's got some information on that, but I'll just tell you the little bit that I understand so far is that different councils are setting up their own times and shifting them. Sometimes they meet late in the afternoon, sometimes in the early evening, and so there's no real pattern. And we also haven't talked about length of term, although we can wait and see how things work out and then talk about that when we have a little bit more experience. But no, it's up to the councils to figure out when they can meet. And there is a tension between teachers who don't want to have to stay and administrators who don't want to have to hang around necessarily for a 5 or 6 o'clock meeting, and then parents who can't get to a meeting until 5 or 6 o'clock, or community members. So that needs to be worked out. But that's up to the councils to try and find their way through.
Putney has a meeting time. If anybody else wants to come, it's 4:30 the first Thursday of every month. We did a compromise between parents and teachers and administrators.
Great, thank you.
I'll volunteer.
Emily, go ahead.
I'll volunteer for Academy.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually looked them up.
I'm sorry, so they're either getting some feedback from somebody's mic or somebody's trying to talk and I can't hear what they're saying.
It appears to be Kelly.
Ah, okay. Thank you. So Green Street. Now Mark's right there, so you better. Okay. Thanks, Jackie.
Oh, Jackie has it.
Yeah, she grabbed it. You got to be quick, Tim.
Okay. What about Oak Grove?
That's you. Other Dummerston, BOHS, BAMS, EES?
I'll volunteer for BOHS.
And that was?
Kelly.
Kelly, thank you.
You can put me down for Dummerston.
Okay. And Michelle, you want to wait?
What's left? I was
Um,
gonna say I would do the high school, but Kelly beat me.
Well, the middle school, same location, the Brownwood area middle school.
Oh, okay, so that's fine.
Great, then I'll take EES.
EES provides food. It's a good gig.
I know, I was on the policy council for years, twice, 2 different times.
David? And
Be
David,
nice to be back.
Deb has
Yes.
her hand up. Deb
Who
Gask.
does?
Deb
Yes.
Gask.
Oh, thanks, Deb. Go
You're
ahead.
welcome. So could we align this leadership council representation with our policy council, and so that could be part of our policy council?
Yep, absolutely.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Okay.
you generally have staff there, and the leadership councils have staff.
Yep.
And you also have obviously parents. And the same thing is, the same is true for the Career Center, which has an existing council. What's that called? The Career Center Council? It's a state.
Called the Regional Advisory Board.
Regional Advisory Board, yep, the RAB.
Okay, great.
So it's not unprecedented. Yeah.
Great. Perfect.
Thanks, Deb.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lyle, for seeing that. Well, that was easy. So I guess it's up to each of us to contact the administrator. Well, Liz, how has it worked in Putney? Does you've got your time set aside, or Sean, either way, how do you convene your meetings? Does the principal send out an email to everybody?
Well, we elected to go with a chair and a clerk. So that goes, it goes to central office, but I can certainly let the board know.
No, I'm trying to figure out how to convene, how each of these people each of us who just signed up for a board can find out when the next meeting is. So
it's always posted, but I could also let you know.
Well, no, I wasn't, not so much for Putney, because we know you're on
Well,
Putney and you know when it is, but everybody else has
else-
to contact their individual schools to figure out when that committee is going to meet. So, Sean, how do you do it in Guilford?
Well, they establish an agenda, so it is posted on the website, and then we also have a regular meeting time, so it's the first and third, I believe, Fridays at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Actually, now they're meeting every week since the
Right.
COVID issue has come on.
Right. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna propose is that we each contact the administrator in the building that where we've joined the leadership council, and let them know that we're there, and to convene a meeting when they think they can manage. For those that are already in place, it's going to be a lot easier. For councils that don't yet exist, it's going to be more of a challenge. But because of the value of the input that we've been getting from Putney and from Guilford, from those leadership councils, it's really obvious that the idea was a sound one, and that having that voice, being able to have the teacher voice immediately available every few weeks or month, and the staff or the administrator and the parents is really helpful. It really does inform our work. So we want to get these set up so that we can have regular access to those voices in all of the school buildings. So please contact the administrator that you are going to be working with, and see what you can arrange to set up. It's going to be different in every building. There's not really a format except for the broad outlines that are in the policy. And so actually I'll send that out to everybody. I'll send that out again. It actually was an amendment to the articles, or to our articles of agreement that was amended this whenever that vote was. So I'll send that around to everybody. So it's a good template for how to proceed.
David?
Yes.
Sean, I think you're on the leadership council for Guilford, is that right? How are we going to respond to that letter of concern that they wrote?
Well, I could report back to them at the next meeting. That's usually what I do. They always have a board member report. So they have an administrative report, board member report at every meeting. So I can report back to them at that time. And I also, on David's suggestion, forwarded on the webinar and the other information that we received on the budget, which was our question.
Oh, the webinar would be good. Yeah. Yeah, they certainly do deserve a good response.
Yeah, and I also suggested that since this meeting is being recorded, and BCTV will have it posted shortly, you can watch the meeting, and I believe BCTV has actually I'll check with Rich after we're done tonight and see, but typically they have a little table of contents about what time any particular item was talked about, and the financial stability item, that'll be notated, and then the rescheduling the annual meeting, which is another question that they asked about in terms of our budget vote. Those, they can find those on the meeting and watch the conversation. So, but thank you, Tim, for following up on that. And thanks, Sean, for sharing that concern from the council. It really helps guide the work. So I think we're good for committee reports and for leadership council. So now, next topic is to reschedule our annual meeting. As you probably know, the Secretary of State sent advice that anybody that had one scheduled during this time of social distancing should probably reschedule it. And they suggested May or June. Ours, I think, was scheduled for May 19th, was it? May 9th? I had it in front of me previously, but
May 12th.
May 12th, yeah. I was wrong both times.
That's all right.
But so May 12th. So I guess I'm open to suggestions for what we should do. I think we should try and reschedule it just in case we could meet. The other suggestion from the Secretary was that we consider remote or mail-in ballots. And so anyway, Thomas, you had a thought?
I was going to ask, is it illegal or completely impossible for us to do it like this?
Yes, it's illegal and impossible.
Okay.
There's no way to verify.
What the governor signs so that we can do this does not apply to that?
No, this is, people can find this meeting and they can tune in. The only people that are not, it's not available to are people who don't have internet access, and they decided that was okay for now. That some people would not be able to attend the public meeting. But the annual meeting is, you have to sign in, you have to be checked in as a town resident, a voting resident of the town, and that's impossible to do online.
Yeah, I wasn't
to
thinking.
verify the voters. Yeah.
I say we push for however possible, mail-in absentee voting, because it has to be done. We have to do it, but it's not worth people risking their lives for if we can control it. So, just like what would happen in Wisconsin was ridiculous.
Yep.
This would be ridiculous if we can control it. If we could do mail-in ballots, there's no reason not to, in my opinion.
David?
Yes.
So part of this pending legislation that we were discussing earlier, that we wrote the resolution on, that actually removes the requirement for a public vote. So you may want to not address it this meeting, just because that's going to be discussed this Friday, and there may be some more guidance that comes out relatively soon.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know that. That's really important. Is there anyone that, I can't see any advantage, since they're going to be talking about this on Friday and we might have some news about it within a week or so. I can't see any reason to schedule a meeting now and go through that whole process.
Right. We'll have to make sure, if we decide that we're going to have a meeting, we'll have to do the 30 day
Right.
warning. So that we'll need to keep in mind. I think part of the issue with Australian ballot is, can we bring the people in to count ballots safely? And that's one of the considerations that I think we'd want to make sure we're talking with town clerks about before we went down
Right.
that road as well.
The whole new group of problems to solve.
David?
Yes.
So unclear.
Done.
I'm sorry.
Was that Ann?
Well, it was. We put
Oh,
the floor vote in our articles of agreement, and by law, in order to change the articles of agreement, we have to have a vote on the articles of agreement. And I don't know if the legislation currently being considered would allow for that or not.
I can't imagine. Well, I guess I can't speak now knowingly. I can't imagine that the legislature couldn't set that aside, given under these conditions, and or that if they passed new legislation that would, for this 1 year, that would override what we're saying.
Yes, and I think in the guidance, either from Will Senning or from Jim Condos, it talks about 1 year in regards to the Articles of Agreement. I'd have to go back to reread it to be specific, but it seems like they had talked about Articles of Agreement in one of their.
Good point, Ann. Well, definitely got to have to chase that one down. Sean?
Yeah, I approached our town clerk in Guilford, and she didn't warm up to the idea of having an election through the mail at all, because you have to have the BOC there. It's too risky, and so it did not float very far.
Yep.
David, Carrie Amadon has her hand up.
Carrie, thank you, Lyle.
Hey, David, thanks. Sorry, lawyer's daughter coming out in me. At the May 17th meeting, I think we just postponed to a certain date. Is there any legal thing we need to do? Do we actually need to get 7 people in a room on that date to postpone again?
Not if the legislation is passed saying that we don't have to pass a budget.
So, but if the legislation doesn't pass on Friday, is there some bizarre obligation we have to gather people in a room and say, we're going to postpone again? I'm sorry, just my brain went, wait a minute, what did we do at that meeting?
Yeah, we'd have to get clarification on that. It seems
Okay.
like, when you've got the governor saying don't meet, and then the statute saying meet, who do you listen to? So yeah, more unknowns.
Okay, thank you.
Put it on the list of unknowns. Any other?
Well, I just wanted to clarify what was just said. There's not going to be a vote in the legislature this Friday. It's just going to be the subcommittee. So I think if the vote does take place, it'll be at a time uncertain.
Yeah, it won't be. They won't take a long time though, because they know about the July 1st deadline. Yeah, and just since you mentioned that, Sean, one other thing, that meeting will be streamed. If you go to the Vermont Legislature website, you can watch them to discuss that on Friday. Everything is on Zoom now. But what I'm hearing is that we probably don't need to do anything now. The July 1st is the deadline, so if nothing happens, we have to have a warning before 40 days, or probably 45 days before July 1st. So mid-June, no, I'm sorry, mid-May, we're going to have to finally make a decision. We meet again the first Wednesday in May. So I think it's the 5th or the 6th. So we can, between that, there are 3 weeks between now and then, so we can make a determination based on what happens in that period of time. And if we need to meet more immediately, we can do one of these really quickly and set a new date for the annual meeting. So can we move on from annual meeting? Great. Do we have to approve? Do we have minutes to approve? Oh, the April 1st and April 9th minutes. We don't have any warrants on this warning, Lyle, but we did get a couple of warrants in email. So we need to approve those warrants as well.
Generally, we've been doing all of those on the first meeting of the month.
Okay, great.
So
Thank you. I'll get used to that gradually.
Yep.
Thank you. So we do need a motion to approve the minutes of April 1st and April 9th.
So moved.
Thank you, Thomas. Second?
Second, Ann.
Thank you, Ann. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed? Okay, we got that out of the way. Do we have any visitors that would like to be recognized? Actually, you'll have to recognize yourself if you want to, or anyone from the public who wants to address something that is not on our agenda. Please unmute and speak so we can hear you. So no recognitions and no public comments. Do we have any communications, Lyle, that need to be shared? Yes.
Aaron Kachuk has a hand up.
Oh, great. Aaron, Deb Gass does too, or is that left over? Yep. Aaron, can you unmute and address us, please?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
I just want to thank you guys all for all your hard work in this crazy, crazy time. It just feels good listening to this meeting and hearing all these thoughtful, you're just being so thoughtful with all of this, and I just wanted to thank you.
Well, thank you for showing us the way for so many years.
1 year, Dave.
Deb, your hand is up, but it's okay. Well, now it's gone. I can do it. Sean, but Frank, I see your hand.
Yes, are we in communications? I wanted
Yes.
to.
Yeah,
okay.
we're in free
Okay.
fall.
Let's see. We had. I'm not sure how correspondence came to between Mark Spino and Eugene, and then to me. But I just wanted to make sure I squeezed it in a point of information. Apparently we've got some trees that appear to be creating a hazard at the Green Street School playground and the walkway. So we had a consultant forester give us an assessment of that risk and identified some trees. I just wanted you to know that Mark and I will be working with these folks. We'll get some estimates on removing trees on that on the bank. It's just to the west of the building, you know, between the Kroll lot, the Powers House, and the Green Street building. I don't know if you can visualize that.
Yep.
But I actually just did a quick stroll through there. There's some giant old trees that are just hanging right over the playground, and clearly, safety issues. So I wanted you to be aware we'll move ahead with that work, but thought you should know.
Great, thank you. Mark?
Yeah, and I'll do my best to put together some communication for the neighborhood and then the greater Green Street school community. Whenever you take trees down, it's people aren't happy with you. So part of our plan, we're not happy about taking these trees down, is not only taking them down, but then replanting trees. So that's part of the scope of the project, not just removing, but also replacing.
The Wyndham County Natural Resources Conservation District is having their tree sale. The deadline they're very small trees. You might want to get something a little bit bigger, but they have trees that are particularly good for birds and for wildlife. Consideration.
Great. Yeah, thanks for that. We have a couple other contacts as well.
Yeah, great.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I think that we are ready for executive session unless is there anything else I've missed or people want to bring up or need to discuss? Okay, then we have Lyle, the executive, we have two executive session topics?
There's going to be just one.
Just one, okay, yep. And what is it?
It's a report out on a request the board made, previous board, on a union personnel issue.
So it's a contract issue, a personnel issue. Okay, so I move that we enter an executive session to discuss a personnel issue where the board has determined that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the school board or people involved at a substantial disadvantage. Invited into the executive session are the superintendent and...
That's it.
That's it, great. So we invite the superintendent to join us. Could I have a second, please? Thank you, Thomas. So we enter executive session at 9:20, and I ask everyone else that we will be coming out. If there is any action, it will be recorded by BCTV, and we will communicate it to the clerk, and then adjourn. I'm sorry?
I said bye.
Bye.
Carrie's leaving.
Bye, Carrie.
And Wendy, I believe I'll after this I'll email you. You know who when we rose from executive session, all that. Okay.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's what I was raising my hand about. Just if you needed me to stick around, if you were planning on coming back out of executive session, and I needed to be present for that.
No, you don't.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Could I have a motion to adjourn? We can stay on, Rich, and we'll figure this out.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
There being no further business before this board, I move that we adjourn.
Can we have a second, please?
Second.
Liz? Oh, a lot of seconds to get on to adjourn. Before we do, I just really appreciate, Aaron Kachak said it kind of nicely, but probably better than I could, but I really appreciate the people willing to state their their deep values on these questions, and that all of us, regardless of what the view is or how we participate, it's everybody. We're all coming from the place of wanting what's really best to take care of our kids, and I'm just really grateful to be part of a group like this, especially at a challenging time, because it's good work. So thank you.
Thank you, David.
So, all those in favor of going home? Oh, we're already home.
Oh, we're home.
Looks like everybody.
Aye.
Right, thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Recording, I'll quickly just read through who's here again. Crystal Mansfield, Will Bissonette, Steve Frisk, Sherwood Lake, Rob Wright, Irv Stoll, Helen Hunt, and Rich Melanson from BCTV.
And me.
And, oh, sorry, and Carla Lumbra.
Thank you.
So we'll start with, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the March 24th regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes for the March 24th regular meeting signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Crystal, you don't want to approve the minutes? All right, so if we don't have a unanimous vote, we have to do it by roll call. So Carla, can you just read the roll and everyone can vote yay or nay?
This is for the minutes from March 24th. Crystal, these are, okay. I just wanted to clarify that these were the minutes. I did approve them.
Oh, you didn't get a copy? I see.
Oh.
All right, but we still have to.
I did approve them.
Oh, you said yay when I said opposed. There must have been a lag. Okay, let's do this one more time. All those in favor. Those in favor of approving the minutes from March 24th, the regular meeting, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the Special Emergency Management Response Virtual Meeting, April 3rd, 2020. That was the Friday check-in that we're doing with Sherwood every Friday. And we did, in fact, form a board.
So moved.
So
Wait a second.
moved.
Wait a second.
Second.
Okay.
Second
discussion?
by Crystal.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the Special Emergency Management Meeting from April 3rd signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. I will vote in the affirmative. Opposed? Abstentions?
I abstained because I never knew nothing about the meeting.
Yeah, it's a check-in that we do where Crystal represents the hospital and then Sherwood and Steve is representing the highway department. So
yeah, but it makes no difference. If it's a select board to do with the select board, it should have them all be notified.
Well, we don't make any decisions. We're not representing the select board is the thing.
Right.
Still, it's information that nobody else, that we don't get. But you can't just have a few of the select board be at a meeting, because that's a quorum. Which is 3 of them.
And that's why the minutes.
Which is why Carla takes minutes.
That's why you have to notify everybody.
Okay, going forward, I will. So I will let everybody know about that going forward, starting this week. So We did not have a unanimous motion, so we need a roll call vote. Carla, you want to read the roll?
Sure. All those in favor of approving minutes for the special emergency management meeting on April 3rd? Will Bissonette?
Yes.
Crystal Mansfield?
Aye.
Okay. Stephen Frisk?
Yes.
Rob Wright?
Yes.
Irv Stoll?
I abstain.
Okay, motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the special select board meeting from April 8th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the special select board meeting of April 8th signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, I would entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and start with members of the public.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of taking the agenda out of order signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Sherwood.
Yes.
What can you tell us about the LEMP and other stuff?
Okay. The LEMP is the same pretty much as we've done for the last 3 years that I've been doing it. The only thing that was started last year at the suggestion of state emergency management was the delegation of authority, which basically means if there's an emergency wherein several entities have to come together in accordance with incident command system and the NIMS system, that there's an emergency management or that there is a person designated as the incident commander. And in most cases, it's the emergency management director, especially when you're talking about a place as small as we are. The emergency management director can designate somebody else to be the incident commander, but in general, it starts out with the emergency management director. Just a quick example of something that would be designated away, or incident command be designated away. If there was a huge forest fire that involved all kinds of resources, highway, anything that would involve getting state emergency management involved, because it's a fire, you would designate the fire chief as incident commander. He would run that circumstance from this perspective of the town, and then emergency management would fall back into a kind of a subordinate role to fill resources. So last year we signed this delegation of authority. It also allows for $10,000 to be designated per an emergency that you don't have to vote on. If we have a situation where we need to spin up an EOC, we need to feed people, we need to house people, we need to buy resources for that particular emergency. If it exceeds $10,000, then at least 3 of you would have to vote as usual to approve that. But this is not money that's put into a budgetary item. It's not a line item thing. It's only there as a contingency. We have just started using, as an example, that contingency on the COVID-19 issues, which I can get into a little bit later. So in this particular case, There is nothing different from last year, other than some names have been changed.
To protect the innocent.
Changing in positions.
Right.
Okay.
So what is it we need to do, Sherwood?
Well, I've gotten permission from the state, received permission from the state to allow this to be signed by Will via electronic signature. So once you're have voted to accept it, he can sign off on it and I can transmit it to the state. Where this is extraordinarily important, and I probably should have told you this before, is that when FEMA designates funds in what they call the Stafford Act, which pays a certain percentage of disaster relief. Without this, we could end up footing the entire bill for whatever relief was necessary in town. With this, we end up paying roughly about 7.8% of the bill. There's a couple of other instances or a couple of other things that have to be done, not this year, to keep that 7.8% match. So what basically we need with this is a vote from you that you have it, you have all the questions answered that you need, and that you vote to approve sending it forward. And of course, the contingency on would be on page 2 of the packet you have.
Okay, I would entertain, anybody have any questions for Sherwood? Okay, hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the LEMP and have the chair sign it and have Sherwood transmit it to the state.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the updated LEMP and transmitting it to the state via Sherwood, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Sherwood, I will get that signed and scanned and email it to you in the morning.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okay.
Would you like that update?
Sure.
Okay. So what's been going on with COVID-19 is when it first started, or there were first mentions of it and starting to hit in this area, we convened a meeting of all of the local emergency response partners. That involved the school district, the hospital, the town, the fire department, members of the town staff, to discuss plans moving forward, how we were going to respond to it. Since that time, we have held weekly emergency response meetings. These are in the form of briefings that basically I put together the week's worth of meetings that I've been attending, and they're pretty much daily at this point. Meetings, training, any updates that are coming in from the different entities, and they're discussed at these weekly meetings. They occur 6 o'clock Friday evening via this Zoom application. There has not been a situation where there's been a decision made but input collected. Fortunately for us, we have had very little impact so far. We are not at peak, according to the state, although there were some encouraging numbers that came out today that says we're not doubling as fast as far as new infections. The concerning thing, at least for our area, is that we have now graduated to 3rd on the list of total confirmed, at least the county has graduated to 3rd on the list of confirmed cases. The other big thing that I've been working on, and I will have it to present to you at some point here in the near future, is the continuity of operations plan, which basically allows us to identify who will take over jobs as people get sick. Hopefully there won't be that situation, but if they do and it causes vacancies in positions, how we're going to fill that. That will be forthcoming. There's a couple of more pieces that need to be done.
Okay. Anybody have questions? All right. Thank you, Sherwood. I appreciate that.
You are welcome.
Thank you, Sherwood.
You are welcome. Take care.
You too.
Sure. See you Friday.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Let's go back up the agenda and we'll do the warrants. Rob, do you have a copy of the warrants? Did you able to grab it today?
No.
Okay. Okay. So, did nobody get a copy of the warrants?
Pretty much. I was heading to work. I didn't know anything about this or I knew about the meeting, but not anything about signing warrants or taking them home or anything else. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize about that. It was in an email at some point. We might have to, well, let's move down the agenda for a second. I talked to VLCT last week about the warrants. We can adopt a single signatory has to sign them, as long as once they are signed, the summary sheets are dispersed. So, which is what I tried to do today, is make copies of all the summary sheets so that you guys could look them over, like we do, without making copies of all of the invoices. But if there was something that you wanted to bring up, we could deal with it. So I think the plan going forward is we should think about doing that, and then we will discuss the warrants at the meeting, pass them or not, and then I would go in the next day and sign all of them. Or we could have the treasurer do it, or Irv, or whoever you guys want to do that. We could set that up.
I would support that, Will, just because from my perspective, it's really a challenge for I realize I work right around the corner, but I would share with you all that it's really a challenge to try to get to the town hall during working hours for me. And I went today and the building was all locked up, as it should be, but I didn't bring my keys, so I'm sure, we all have other things that we're focusing on, and my sense would be if we could discuss them at a select board meeting until we're all back together and can review the files, then we just delegate someone to sign off on behalf of the select board and be done with it.
Once we sign off on it, there's really no sense in discussing it, isn't it? Isn't there?
Well, that's why I would do it. I would print this. I think what we might have to do in this case is maybe have a special meeting tomorrow so that you guys can all look at them and we can sign them. Because I went down today and looked through them and signed them. But going forward, I would get the copies into our boxes probably Tuesday mid-morning so that everyone can swing by town hall, grab them, or I can email them to everyone who can get them through email. And then I wouldn't sign them until the following day so that we could discuss them first before they got signed and make any amendments that we need.
Yeah, I would think that would be fine. It's fine with me. And email works really well for me because physically trying to get to town hall while things are happening at the hospital is next to impossible.
Yeah. Steve, Irv, what do you guys think?
Well, I got a question on these ones that the copies I've got. How come the highway is right in with the general fund? They always was a separate sheet of paper instead of the general fund, like the town clerk and all that was on one sheet, and the highway was on a separate sheet, so it went onto the highway stuff, and they're all mixed together now.
Yeah,
the
I don't
salaries
know.
and stuff.
I don't know. I picked them up. I went down there this morning. Elaine had them all printed up. And I did notice as I was going through them that the general has the general has everything but payroll on it.
Yeah, but the
But it
payroll
should
is
have been
all
broken up.
the payroll was all on one thing. The town clerk and everything, the highway and the whole 9 yards. So that shouldn't be. That should be separate. So you have
That might
case
just
of-
be the cover. That might just be the cover sheet that Elaine was talking about on, I think, Wednesday.
According to FEMA, I've been through this FEMA business, and you do it that way, and you ain't going to collect crap.
No, I don't think that those are actually the warrants. I think that the warrants are like they normally are, always in the red folder, all separated out. I
No,
think that the cover sheets.
No,
Oh,
this
no, it's
is
something
this
different.
I took off the warrant covers and made. Yeah, and I don't understand why the general is so huge.
Get me a straw.
Okay. Then I don't
So-
know. I'm sorry. I knew Elaine was going to do something a little bit different for the actual for the
She did.
cover
She did,
sheet,
but
not for the
that wasn't really useful. It was
If
just
you-
a list of
if you
all the
don't-
invoices.
Like, especially for flood. If you don't have that documented to the highway and stuff, and you got to go back through all that stuff, you're not going to get nothing, because I went through it in '96.
Mm-hmm.
And it had to show in the highway papers what the wages were, what truck done, and what project he was on, in the whole 9 yards. Well, I'm not worrying about the projects, but the wages should be under the highway.
Yeah. I don't know what to do here.
Well, Irv, I don't have the
Hey,
documents in front of me.
I got a copy. I know it's a little different than what it was, but I got a copy of one of the old pay orders where we had to do it, and I'm just bringing it in, and Elaine can look at it.
Okay. It's just, yeah, it's weird. The payroll. Yeah, I feel like she printed this differently.
Yeah, but the payroll is under the highway. It's not under the general fund, like where all the rest of the wages are.
I'm gonna have to. You know what? Let's table warrants, and I'll go down to town hall tomorrow and talk to Elaine and figure out what is good. Because Irv, I'm not really exactly sure what you're saying about the payroll.
Yeah, cause see,
You have the sheets that I put in your box, right?
yeah, I got all the sheets right here in front of me.
Which warrant are you looking at? The number 6, the general?
Just a second here. Oh, come on. Well, number 7, for example.
Yeah.
You got Anita Bean, you got Stanley Bills, you got Jennifer
No,
Curry Cole.
That's number 1. That's the payroll.
Oh, well,
The payroll-
all right, but also you've got Robert Gurman, Steve Fisk, Lyman Roberts, and Dombrowski, all on that same payroll.
Yeah,
What
because
warrant? Which one is he looking at?
he's looking at number 1.
Well, that's the way it's always been done.
It's always all the payroll is together.
That isn't always the way it's been done. Maybe it's been done lately that way, but that isn't the way it's supposed to be done.
I've
Yeah, but
never. Go ahead.
They're broken out by separate accounts. This is just a cover sheet for payroll, and then my guys are charged to highway, and the rest of them are charged to whoever they belong to. But this $11,011.16 doesn't all get charged to one account.
Well, I tell you, if you get into FEMA, you're going to run into trouble because you've got everything lumped together.
No, they're not lumped together, Irv. They are charged
Yes.
to separate
Well,
accounts.
it is all lumped together because it's all coming out of the same order.
If you go into the highway fund on the general ledger and look under the 200 accounts under wages for the highway department, that's where our wages are applied every 2 weeks.
Yeah, but this piece of paper right here, if a FEMA comes in, they're not going to go looking all over everything to find it. You've got to keep
I'd like
it
to
separate.
say something. Excuse me,
Yep.
Irv. Excuse me,
Yep.
Irv. Can I say something? I'd like to
Yeah.
say something. Thank you. I'd like to say, I think what you're trying to express to the group is that any payroll that is associated with what we're doing right now for COVID or whatever needs to get sorted differently. I think you're saying that the highway department, that things need to get sorted differently than we have typically sorted them.
Right. That should be there should be a separate number for the highway department, and then that would be strictly separated from all the rest of the general fund. In other words, you take the four highway workers, or if they contract anybody, they should all be on a separate sheet. Not saying the checks maybe are the same, but the information should be on a separate sheet in case a FEMA comes in. If we have a flood and stuff, if you can't prove anything and show the payroll sheets and stuff, forget it, because I spent a month going through that stuff and straightening it out.
Well, if that were the case, we would have Elaine pull the payroll records by account.
Yeah, but that FEMA's not going to sit there for 2-3 days waiting for them to pull the stuff out.
No.
Well, we can give them the time cards.
But I say the checks and stuff should be on a separate list for the highway.
What I'm saying is I have not seen payroll done any differently than this in my tenure on the board.
Yeah,
Irv,
no.
This is how we were doing it.
Can I speak for a second? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think that Irv is thinking that the entire payroll comes out of the general fund, but that page is broken out to the appropriate departments. It's just totaled up for payroll reasons. So I think that he's thinking that the highway department payroll is coming out of the general fund because he's seeing it all on one list.
If you look at this sheet, you can't tell any different.
Right, because this is the summary sheet that's always on top, and then
detail
we go
behind the
through
sheet.
we go through the timesheets and the list from the front office and the highway stuff.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you have an emergency and FEMA gets in here, you're going to have one hell of a job.
They're not gonna look at the warrants, or they're gonna ask us to pull up payroll specifically for the highway department, and that is something that Elaine's going to be able to do pretty easily.
Don't tell me they don't look at the warrants, because they do. I say I went through it, so I know. Grafton got washed out, and Spellsbrook got washed out, back road to Wyndham, and all that stuff. I had to come up with the payroll sheets and the whole works. I'll tell you what happened.
I do think
I'll
that
tell you, the way it is now is they had a board in there after I got off the highway that changed everything around just to suit themselves, and it's never been right since.
Okay. So I guess the big thing we want to talk about is so we can get the warrants paid tomorrow.
Yeah.
Can everybody meet tomorrow night briefly and go by town hall tomorrow at some point to look through the folder and sign off on the warrants?
I already did that today.
You did, okay, so Steve?
Yep.
Irv, did you do that too?
No, they weren't there. When
They
I was
were-
in there at noon, about noontime,
They were in the red folder
I didn't see that.
in the office next to our boxes.
All right, I'll do that tomorrow.
Okay. All right, so
Do it
we
in
will,
the forenoon sometime.
okay. Does anyone have it, since Steve, you looked through them, or if you need to look through, okay. So we're gonna have to table warrants and have a special meeting tomorrow night to do the warrants. I'm sorry, everyone. This is just way more difficult than I thought it would be. But for the future, I would entertain a motion to move to a single signatory on the warrants going forward, to be done the Wednesday after our meeting, so that checks can go out and everyone will be given the summary sheets on the Tuesday of our meeting day, so that you can look them over, and if you have questions, we can go through questions.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of moving to single signatory on the warrants going forward until this crisis is over, signify by saying aye.
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 Rob?
Yeah, sure.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we will, once the crisis is over, we will go back to our regular format. We'll just have to vote to go back to everyone having to sign them. And if it takes me on Tuesday afternoons driving around to drop copies off for people, I can do that. Okay.
I'll pick mine. I'll pick it up.
Okay.
I'm going to sign it tomorrow.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Appreciate that. Okay, so we're tabling the warrants. Brings us to in everyone's box was a copy of counter money, which you can all pick up tomorrow if you didn't get in today. So one thing Anita wanted me to bring up was she would like to waive dog fees while this crisis is going on, late fees for dog licenses, since no one can come in and get them. So I put it on the agenda with an end date of 5/15, which matches the extension of Governor Scott's executive order. If this is still going on, again, we can vote to extend that. So I'd entertain a motion to waive late fees for dog licenses until May 15th of 2020, while Town Hall is closed.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Sorry.
Sorry, just want to say that if you do it till the 15th, you got to give people like at least a week after that to actually register their dog.
Yeah, of course.
That was just my.
We will revisit it probably the week before to see if
that's a real date.
Right, exactly.
But that'll be the day that they have to have them registered by.
Well, that's the day that we'll stop charging late. That we'll start charging late fees after that. We can move it. Right. So I mean, if you guys want to move it a little later to account for that week.
When is? When is our next? When's our meeting? Is a meeting before that or after?
Before.
Yeah, it should be
Second
the
and fourth Tuesday. So it would be before
so
that.
our meeting
So what
would
if we
be
said
the
June 1st?
Yeah, our meeting would be the 12th.
All right, then. So if we, what you said, if we make it, then we can discuss it at that meeting. And if we find out we have to go longer, then fine, or else it ends.
Yep. I think that sounds reasonable.
That's what I think it is. That way we know what's happening.
Yep. Any further discussion? Oh, we lost Crystal. Okay, any further discussion on waiving dog licensing fees? Hearing none, all those in favor of waiving dog licenses fees until May 15th, 2020, to be discussed at the meeting just prior to that, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, next item is, do we want to consider having the town purchase a Zoom account to do these meetings on? Right now, I'm using my personal account, which is not that big a deal to me. But I was thinking in the event that I were to fall ill, we would have to have another account. It's $14.95 a month, and it can be canceled. You don't have to like pay for a year ahead. You can go month to month and cancel. So as we get past this, if we decide we didn't need it anymore, we could do that.
Yeah, I absolutely think that's a good idea, Will. And others, I think it's a really good idea not to use your personal account. I think it should be a town account. This is town business. It's only appropriate.
We could also have it then for other town entities, like Sherwood could use it for emergency management meetings.
Absolutely.
The listers could use it if they wanted to. Okay.
Yeah, I agree as well.
All right. So I had a second.
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 All in favor of using town funds to purchase a Zoom account in the amount of $14.95 a month, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. We did that. So we have a liquor license renewal for a first-class hotel license to sell Martin Venice beverages from B Borough Corporation, 311 Lawrence Drive, West Townsend. And that's what they are doing business as. It's the Windham Hill Inn. So I would entertain a motion to approve the renewal of the liquor license for the Windham Hill Inn.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay.
Who
all
wants
those
to name on this one?
all those in favor of renewing the liquor license for the Windham Hill Inn, doing business as B Borough Corporation, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Who seconded?
I think
Sorry.
Irv.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to leave this in the red folder in the warrants. No, I'm going to leave it on the clipboard. When everyone's going in to pick stuff up and sign warrants, we could sign the liquor license, it'll be right on top of the clipboard. Rob, sign on the left.
Didn't their license run out as of today?
No, I think the whole state turns over May 1st.
They probably extended it now, but I say normally it's usually the 15th of April.
Oh no, liquor licenses are May 1st.
Are they May 1st now?
Yeah.
They used to be the 15th of April. I suppose that was income tax time.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Okay.
Well, can I just ask you a question, just procedurally, or maybe the whole select board? If the building is locked, how do we get in? I mean, I have a key.
Yeah, we all have keys, right?
Does
Does anyone
So
not
just
have
let
keys?
yourself in and
Yep.
go back there and let yourself into Elaine's office. That's okay?
Gloves and a mask.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, that takes care of the agenda, except that I will entertain a motion to.
I hate to interrupt, but Highway didn't do
I'm
a
sorry.
report yet.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Steve. Okay, highway report.
You're doing great, Will.
Wyndham Regional has suspended the Grants in Aid project that were approved for last fall, and we awarded that contract to Hunter Excavating for the Plum Road project. So that has been suspended, and Hunter Excavating has been notified of that. The reason for the suspension is because no one at Wyndham Regional is working in the field. There's no face-to-face interaction. So until the governor lifts the current ban, that program is suspended. Both small structure grants have been submitted, and acknowledgement of receiving from Megan Bronk for Bridge 43 and Bridge 34. Those are in, and like I said, have been received. Signs. If you remember, several meetings ago, I mentioned that we had some street signs that came up missing. Some of them were found in Mercedes Pit in Newfane. This weekend, we were hit again with a dead-end sign being removed from Jordan Lane and the Acton Hill Grafton Road sign and post removed. I did call the state police, filed a report, brought them up to speed on all of the signs that have been taken down or stolen, and they did some increased patrols on the Grafton Road and Acton Hill and the Simpson Brook. More than we've seen. I had people calling me last night asking why the state police were driving up and down Acton Hill. So
Anita asked me why they were driving up Simpson Brook.
Yeah, so that's what's going on with that. We're had minimal storm damage from last night. We just had some trees down and some branches to clean up this morning. The grader was back out this morning doing road maintenance, and that's what we'll continue to do. And I would ask that for the next meeting, we put on the agenda how we're going to move forward with the food scraps with Wyndham Solid Waste.
Yeah, we got to do something about that.
Yeah, the clock is ticking, and we need to get something moving on that.
I had a question for you, Steve, about road sweeping. Are we going to do that this year?
No, we are not.
For a reason, or?
We don't have the accumulation of sand on the asphalt intersections. We have very minimal on the shoulders of the Grafton Road, and I don't see where we need to do it.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. Again, I apologize.
No problem.
I'm a little frazzled over here tonight. So I would entertain a motion to enter executive session under 1 VSA 313 AF for discussion of attorney correspondence.
So moved.
Second.
So moved.
All those in favor of entering executive session under 1 VSA 313 AF signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. So I am going to move Helen into the waiting room. And that's just us now. Now I'm going to pause the recording. I'm going to put Rich in the waiting room. We have come out of executive session with no resolution. So I would entertain a next regular meeting is the 28th of April at 6:30 right here on Zoom. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we are adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Rich.
Have a great
Good night,
night.
everybody.
I'll
Thank you,
email this
everybody.
file. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Good night.
Okay, we are officially starting the new Fane Select Board meeting. It is Monday, April 6th, 2020. This is the very first time that we're doing some virtual meetings, including Zoom and somebody on the phone. So Chris Williams is on the telephone, Shelley Hubert is on Zoom, Angela Sanborn is on Zoom, Mike Fitzpatrick, Jay Wilson, Lynetta, and myself, Marion Gallen, are here at Town Hall meeting. And in the future, if the public would like to join in our meetings, and this is probably the way it's going to be for a while, it's going to be virtual meetings. The town hall will be open to the public to come in and sit and participate. Tonight, we don't have any people as of yet. So, I'm calling the meeting to order. The first item is additions or amendments to the agenda. Is there anybody who has an addition or an amendment to the agenda, please? Okay. So we're moving to approval of minutes. And we have the minutes of,
Marion?
we have no minutes.
Two things I wanted to bring up to talk about was the emergency management plans, if it's been updated with the forms. It's kind of important that we all kind of know who is on that and what the document says. And also the town finance discussion that came through the Vermont League of Cities and Towns recommendations on how to handle certain things. I had asked Juanetta to make a copy of the town finance FAQs related to the COVID-19.
Okay, the first item that you mentioned, repeat that.
Excuse me? Oh, the first one, where are we on the emergency management plan update? Do we have the forms filled out?
Jay Wilson was here at our last meeting.
Okay.
And he reported at that time that basically he's following the emergency team is following state of Vermont rules. And we can have Jay talk about that maybe at the end of his road foreman report. The purpose of tonight, really, Shelley and everybody, is that we're going to try to get through this meeting without many extra things on the agenda, because some of us are sitting here without masks and gloves on. This is the first time we're trying virtual. And also, after this meeting, Angela and Mike have to stay here for quite a while doing the pay orders. So, because it's the first time working on all of this, I think Jay can talk about emergency.
Well, I think I can, we can wait on the emergency. I just wanted to know what the update was, because I know there are forms that need to be filled out, and I think each board member should have a copy of it. So in the future, let's put that back on the agenda as something as a follow-up. And the other is the town finance discussions. I think we need to discuss some of that. That needs to attention.
Is that an emergency?
This isn't an emergency meeting. This is a regular board meeting, correct?
Yes, it is, but tonight we're only working on things that have deadlines that we have to deal with. And also a letter from.
Well, I think it's going to come up regarding the,
We'll put it on the future agenda.
People.
Chris?
No, excuse me.
Oh.
Never mind, I made my table and I'm saying what I think.
well, I think it's really inappropriate, Chris.
You think it's inappropriate? When I sit at my table, I can say any goddamn thing I want to. Well, just realize that.
Okay, Chris, can I just remind you that this is going to be on public TV?
I don't care.
Well, I'm asking you to please be respectful to everybody the way we will be with you.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, dear.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, so we don't have minutes to play.
Oh, I guess somebody off already.
So can we just table the minutes for the next one? It's not a big rush. And keep moving right along, please.
Make a motion to table.
I make a motion to table the meeting approval of minutes till the next meeting that we have, date uncertain.
Okay, Mike, second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'll have it and then we'll postpone that for next meeting. Okay, the next item on the agenda is road business, and it's the road foremen and road commissioners report. Start with the motion, please.
We had another burglar alarm at the town garage Friday morning. It's the same motion detector as 2 weeks ago. The home security came, replaced that detector, and replaced all the batteries.
Excuse me, Jay, can you speak just a little bit slower? It just comes muffled. Thank you.
We had another burglar alarm at the town garage Friday, and it was the same motion detector as 2 weeks ago. So home security came and replaced that detector and replaced all the batteries in the rest of the system. The permitting process continues on the sand salt shed and the Depot Road box culvert. Both of those, the people continue working. Still doing stuff. They're falling partially over and taking the bank with it on South Woods Road. I'm working on somewhere to remove the trees. Mark Pickering and Scott Jensen are looking at it to come up with a plan for permanent repair. We're busy getting roads repaired from mud season. And I've been on a daily basis wiping down all the common surface Clorox spray at the garage, either after everyone has left for the day or before they come in. We're doing our best at having people drive only one vehicle or wiping them down if we do have to spray. If this goes on for a couple months, it's going to be a very annoying process.
I'm not sure what he said.
Wiping down everything.
They're wiping down everything with Clorox.
Okay, so my thought here is, again, if it's not a, what is it called, like an emergency, I don't think that the highway crew should be out unless there's a failure in a road or a bridge, et cetera.
Well, that's what he was saying. They were fixing a spot on South Warsboro Road that needed to get done for people that need to drive on it.
But is the staff on duty now, though?
Yeah.
Because the governor has made an emergency declaration, and it's only for essential services. So unless there's an issue, I think we need to discuss about what their role is, and if they're not essential, they should not be out working. There's a $1,000 fines that are going to be imposed.
The highway crew is considered essential employees.
May I say something?
Yes, Chris.
The town crew works on the road. They aren't together. They're working on the roads, grade the roads. One fifth person is doing one thing, one person's doing another. Let the road crew keep working on their road. If you don't, you're going to have a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Well, I think that the roads are very essential.
That's
Because it specifically talks about municipal employees and road workers. So I don't know if we need to call a vote on it. It sounds like you're all, allowing this to happen. So, I mean, I'm just worried about people getting sick.
May I say something about that?
Yes.
These gentlemen work apart. Jay has separated them. Each truck has a driver. The loader has a driver. Everybody has a driver. They're not doing anything that makes everybody sick. Now, let the road crew do their job if you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Thank you very much.
Okay, my suggestion.
Chris, it's really inappropriate the way you're talking. Really inappropriate.
Okay, Shelley, I would like to say that probably, but my guess is that Jay Wilson and Chris, who are the people who oversee the roads and the road crews, would not be working if it was detrimental to anybody. I think right now what Jay and Chris are saying is it would be detrimental not to work on the roads because it's a very difficult time of year with mud season coming, trees falling down on the road. It would be terrible if they didn't work. So in my opinion, and I think in others, it is considered an essential job.
Mary, can I say one more thing?
Yes.
The road crew is working on the road. They're working, just like I said, separated. They're doing what has to be done. And if the town would leave them alone and let them do their job as it needs to be done, everything will get straightened out. Everything will be all right.
Well, I think as a select board members, we have the right to have questions, to make questions about what's going on and to follow the law.
Shelley, it's fine to have questions, and that's not the problem. The problem is that I think that right now the road crew.
I get it, Marion. I understand that the springtime, the roads need work.
Yeah.
I understand that part of it.
No, so I'm saying that Jay as a road foreman and Chris as a road commissioner, I think are going to be the ones who know the best about what is important and essential for us.
Yes, but Marion, we are select board members, so I mean, there are staff. They're hired to do the work of the town. So, I mean, if you guys want to make a ruling that we're going to overrule what the governor's law has stated, that's, I'm just stating that I'm not real keen about it.
But that is only if they're considered not essential. If they're essential employees, they can still go out and work. And unfortunately, with mud season, our dirt roads need to be taken care of. They can't just sit and wait.
Hello?
Well, I'm just saying that if they're not out, if they're out there doing an emergency thing, that's one thing.
They come in every day for 30 hours.
We have a gentleman over in Wilmington that died of this virus. It can happen to any one of us.
Like I told Jay, I said, town of Putney over there, the food is not allowed in the garage.
Can you speak up, Mike?
Town of Putney, when I was talking to Karen, their road crew's still working. They're not allowed to mingle in the garage street right there. They can't have the lunches and stuff like that. They're there, they're assigned a vehicle. They all come in the morning, they get their vehicles to go to work.
How much for Christmas then?
Well, I mean, right now, they're still running out the garage. Still running out the garage, and just like that, well, I think Christopher probably shouldn't even go. You know?
Okay, so is my understanding that when the men show up from work, they go into the garage to get their vehicles, and then one by one, that they each their own vehicle,
So
they
Putney's
leave?
actually parked all the vehicles outside. They don't do them outside, they're not in the garage, not allowed in the garage.
I can't hear what they're saying. Can you, Angela?
No, I can't hear Mike.
Yeah, what Mike is saying that is that in Putney right now, the garage and road crew people are not going into the actual building of the road crew. They are picking up their trucks which are parked outside. And I think right now without the snow anymore, you could probably do the same, right? And then the gentlemen just come in the morning and pick up their vehicle, and then they go off on their own.
I think that's fine. And then I also think that if any member of the road crew feels that they shouldn't be at work, they should take it upon themselves to talk to Jay and explain that. We all have that decision, whether we go in or stay home. Anytime you should make that choice for yourself.
They're aware of that any one of them are welcome to not come in. So, there's days like you get a heavy rain, you can't go out too much on the road. What do you want to do? If they stay home, do we still pay them? How do they do it? I don't know how to.
Oh, that's a good question.
I think the road foreman should work with the road crew, tell them what's going on, tell them how things are, let them do it themselves. I don't think we should micromanage them and tell them what the hell's going on. They know what's going on, they know if there's a problem, they know if it shouldn't be there, they know everything. Those people are not ignorant people. Just leave them alone, let them do their job.
Mike Rondain has some butchering to do, so we'll cut it well, and they gave some whatever.
I can't hear him.
That's fine, but I just didn't know if we have a day where we feel we can go out and do something separately. How do you want to handle it?
Jay, I think that the little club should be delegated.
I don't like this whole thing no matter what either, honestly, like I said, I'm no different than the others. I go to work and buy myself. As of tomorrow, they're gonna find me out looking up. And I said, I don't know why the hell, what's the difference between us and the road crews or anybody else like that? There's a lot of jobs, a lot of guys that are logging. They're working by themselves offices. Yeah, just to come out with this water that they don't start finding everything, people go to work, and maybe they'll have to be in money backing it up.
I can't hear Michael.
Michael was saying, he's talking about the rule that's supposed to be in effect as of tomorrow, that people shouldn't go to work. But at the same time, it's essential work that the road crew has to do, that Mike and other people, loggers have to do.
Oh, I know, I said, we're no different than the road crew or anybody like that.
They're no different than the road.
Yeah, we're not with a bunch of public. You're by yourself all day long.
Right.
And all that stuff like that, but as of tomorrow, they can either find here, they even said they even put 15K out there.
So, Jay, how about calling the state first thing in the morning and saying, did the new thing go through for me? We would like to know.
I mean, I know this is serious shit going on.
No, I know.
It's really good to look at, no matter what, I mean, it's, you can't just take it for granted, I mean, you know, we all know how very home to, I mean, it's not good. But, you know, I mean, on the other hand, too, you know, people have to survive, you know? You can't just shut everybody. Places they tell you can go to work, and places you should be going. That's the stores. You know, like you go in there and there's 100 people in there shopping, touching you for gambling, they got the place, you know? And that's it, everybody's all right, you know, you go to that.
Well, does everybody agree that Jay could call the Vermont State tomorrow, the governor's office, whomever he has to call, and ask permission and see what they say about road crews being essential?
Sure. That sounds great.
I agree with that. Can everybody agree with that? Kelly, do you hear me? You're muted. Kelly, don't mute.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
What I'm saying is I would like to have a vote, so to speak, in terms of having Jay call State of Vermont tomorrow morning when he gets to work and ask, is the road crew considered essential for the people to work on the roads where their trees have fallen, where there's mud? Or do they want those people to stay at home also?
Yeah, I think you need to get clarification. If in case of an emergency, yes, I could see the road crew being out there, but it's supposed to be, everyone's supposed to be staying at home and away from other people.
I want to know what the governor's office says to Jay as road crew foreman. I can't hear you.
I said I read it. I read the material. What's essential?
Get them going. The guys are not working tight together. They're away from everybody. Let the gentlemen do their job.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to take a vote on it. I think Jay should go and contact and get the essential, who's essential and regarding the road crew.
Does everybody agree?
Get clarity on it.
Andrea, is that okay with you?
Yes, that is fine.
Thank you. Chris, is that okay with you?
Repeat that to me, please.
That I suggested that Jay call the state of Vermont first thing tomorrow morning from the road crew garage, and ask if they are considered essential workers.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, great. And Mike, you agree? Okay, we all have voted yes, that Jay will call.
Great.
Yay.
Yay.
Thank you, everybody. We need a motion now to accept Jay's road crew. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, any further?
I'll second.
No. Okay, motion and Jay's report. And Chris. Okay, moving right along to administrative assistance report.
A very brief one. I've been working from home remotely in the evenings. I think emails, looking at the mail, talking with Mary and setting up conferences and planning what's going to be essential to the select immediately, and just trying to keep things moving and efficiently.
Also, whenever you're doing training with BCTV to get this Zoom on and to get the office working, to have this happen. And Peter, who is the assistant to Carroll Town Clerk, has been in here working with Renetta this afternoon and maybe before that. So there's good teamwork going on in this building.
Definitely.
That's wonderful.
There a motion to accept Renetta's report.
I'll make the motion to accept Juaneta's report.
Further discussion? No, thank you, Renetta, very much. Okay. Now, we don't have any unscheduled events to cover. So we are moving on to the important business at hand tonight, the old business, which is now has a time limit to it, and that is to review the lease agreement for the CAT excavator. And the question will be to consider renewing the excavator for at least another year or return it. And we need to know this within a few weeks.
I'll make a motion to renew it for another year. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a second in order to discuss it. So now discussion. Jay, do you want to start?
So the guys have their ideas of what they would like. They feel the track one that's a little smaller would be handier. Logistically, I think that could be a nightmare moving it around all the time. It has to be trailer. This one's nice. You're able to drive where you need to go. So it's very hard to find one machine that will do everything we want to do. I think this one's a little more versatile than a smaller track would be. I just could see if we were able to go through the covered bridge with this one, we were able to sneak through, whereas the one we have to go over the.
Can't hear you, Jay.
We're able to go through the covered bridge with this one, and if we had a tracked one, we'd have to go over the piece work, which if it's slippery at all isn't always good. I don't know, I think we've been able to do quite a bit of stuff with it.
How often is it used?
We put about 340 hours of move on this summer.
40 hours in the summer?
So we've had it for a year. And so what are the projects that have been done up with it?
The lake, two spots. We did ditching on Newfane Hill. We did ditching on Elmsville. 20 plus culverts. We did the work for the Hunterbrook bridges, moving of the old ones and the.
Can't hear you.
What was that?
Can't hear you.
We did the Hunterbrook bridges with it. Pulled a number of stumps and rocks that were, hitting lanes and plows. Quite a bit of stuff that we haven't been able to do with this tobacco before. We had a rock that was thrown inside of a small car. We got out of one of the roads. So,
Have you been able to use the brush cutter?
we did some. We ran into a lot of problems with neighbors. the power company had come through and everybody was still a little raw from all the cutting they did. And so it was a lot of people were coming out and questioning why we had to cut the roads back and so forth.
Why you were cutting it back?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. I think the normal usage for town, last time I saw it was like 3.
I can't hear you.
Looked up what they usually figure the hours. They base our warranty on how many hours the town usually use them.
Yep.
The range was 350 to 500 hours was the average for a town per year. The machine that we rented the previous year.
You have to sit forward, I think, to project.
The machine we rented the previous year, the wheeled excavator, was $5,900 a month, which comes out if you rent it for the summer like $29,000 or something. If you rent a smaller one, I think it comes out to something like that.
Well, the track one, they'll cover $100, $3,500 long.
Right.
And like I said, you wouldn't have to rent for summer, you can rent for fucking winter.
I can't hear what Mike's saying.
No, the thing is, if you're only putting 300 hours a year on it, that figures up to like $100 an hour. Right?
Yeah, it's cost-wise.
Losing it, and then you got the guys running it, you got fuel, you got your insurance. Almost to the point where it's a lot cheaper to hire someone to do the work.
So you're saying the cost of using it versus the cost of renting something or buying something, it kind of is the best situation.
Kelly, wait, let him finish and then you can talk.
I couldn't hear him.
Oh.
Like I said, if you put on roughly 300 hours or so a year, that's $100 an hour.
Right.
Then you got the operator running it, which is costing, what's the guy cost it down, 30-some bucks an hour? So then you got 130-some bucks an hour there. You got your insurance on that. You got fuel going. That's where you're done spending. You're spending probably. You're probably spending goddamn 150, 60 bucks an hour for that machine. Where you could hire somebody for a hell of a lot cheaper.
A lot of our ditch work, though, you can't just do all of it in one shot. You have to do pieces, place the culverts, so the machine sits a lot. Whereas it's not like you get to go out running for 300 hours. It takes you months to get that done because there's so much time has to sit while you do the other part.
You know, like I was saying before, I think this grant money, that should be all throughout the project. You didn't have, that should be good, but you get a better deal. People that they put a contractor doing it, they found it. And furthermore, it takes away from the town doing the maintenance on the road. The way I look at a road crew, if a road crew is the maintenance. Many of them do it on the road. And they never have, and most of them don't. They just doing the project, they put that there. And I think that's the way to go. I mean, especially big right now, they got people out of work. Get it done for a little now. I'm not the, like I said, when we first started about getting one of these, we were looking at renting a nice, get a good used machine for when they're operating the road. Didn't think that out there. Everybody I talked to just think this thing's way too big for our road. I don't really give a shit one way or the other. I've had a lot of people back there who just opted to cut it.
The grant money paid for $16,000 worth of it this year.
So 16,000 is paid. 13,000 and what people who got the county. Is that a grant that we can apply for on a yearly basis?
Yes, we apply for 2 every year. Yeah, we've got 1 so far.
That's the good word. That ain't we're doing, what he's saying is, because by what they get by hours on it, you figure so much an hour, that they get that.
If not, well,
No, you don't, they're not just gonna give you a grant, they got
They give you a grant for the good work. All your equipment, so our backhoe gets reimbursed, our dump trucks get reimbursed, guys, based on how much use you use.
so the grant is also for salary? So let's say we didn't use, what was the alternative? Anybody?
Use 140, you need it for the gym, send it back.
And how much is that?
That's what the one that set up grocery shop is out there.
Can you hear? No.
The one they thought they wanted is $3,500 a month. For the rubber trash, for the buckets and all that stuff.
So that's more than, but it's.
Marion,
Yes.
I make a motion to renew police. The taxpayers have paid it. They have already offered it. Renew the lease for another year. That's what I got to say.
They've already come back. I said, now we're discussing.
Yeah, you made that motion, Chris, and Michael seconded, and we're in the discussion period right now.
Okay.
So we're considering it.
I think what we should do right now is go over it for the next 2 weeks. There's no way to get out of it. So I do say that I think these grants. Broker has always got plenty to do, but maintaining it. Last year when they were up on Sunset Lake Road, they occupied and they put them behind over a month and a half because they were working on that road. They're working on the town road.
We can't hear Michael.
I'm just saying, I think what we ought to do tonight, we'll look this thing over a little bit more, take it the rest of the next, between now and our next meeting, look this contract over, go through it. And if you can't get out of it, so you gotta rent it one more year, we'll rent it one more damn year. But I said, I still think all this grant money that we get for different things can be put out to bid. And the guys, they only use that to work on the road as maintenance. Use it for that. I heard that the head got that too, and that something that comes up. You got Chris Hughes. Now, that's so much, they said that that's a vibration to it now too. That's what they said, they done. Be like a balanced shack, but I don't know, I tried it. Well, it's really good. But I mean, balance, there's vibrators, it's gonna pull the bearings out of it, you see it out of it.
I would like to reword the motion, and I don't know if that's allowed with that. So you correct me, you and Chris is correct. But what your motion is to look over the lease and see if you can get out of it. If you can't get out of it, then the lease is connected. I would prefer to say, to make a motion, second, that we look over the lease in the next 2 weeks, not with the purpose of getting rid of it, but then making a decision based on real facts. Should we keep it? So that it's still, we're not wiping it out. So that we can be respectful to both
I mean,
sides.
it's just like what I said that one last year.
Can't hear you, Mike.
I said, what I said last year, even when we got it, I didn't like the idea of just putting it as a lease payment or rental equipment, And the thing, I'd rather have it go as a damn article. in the town vote if they want to buy them. But like I said, right now, you're hearing a bunch of this in the morning. I think that should have been put into an article in the warning for us to vote to spend $30,000 a year to purchase this estimate, right?
Yes.
Right now, we're
Wait a minute, Chris.
right now, every year, we're putting in rental equipment money that we pay for rent. Doesn't say that we're buying it.
Well, no, I remember talking that whether we would buy it or rent it.
Mary, we can't hear you.
Chris would like to say something. What would you like to say, Chris?
I got one thing to say. That loader we bought at the same type of purchase. And that was perfectly all right. Nobody complained about that. Now, what the heck is the problem with what we're doing now? Thank you very much.
Because it says that it goes to that loader, doesn't it? The payment every year goes to that purchase, that loader. Brett, to buy the bucket. This is just in there with a bunch of money. There's not a separate line item that says that. There's a grand total of X amount of dollars that they voted on to put in the budget. What I'm saying is if it should have been put as an article, that's what Caterpillar is saying. We should have an article in our town report saying that we're going to allocate $30,000 to rent and purchase the rubber tire estimate.
Are you talking about this year's town report?
That's what the Caterpillar thing says.
That's what the lease actually says that we should have brought into the town.
So I think what we should do is take this thing and get a rejudge copy, let's look it over, talk back and forth with the Caterpillar guy. And if there's no other alternative, we're gonna have to pay $30,000 this year. Another year, put it in the goddamn article that we're gonna vote on. Everybody knows it. If they don't like it, they come and vote the thing out. You can even have it go into an article like the Australian ballot, not just a show of hands. Throughout the day, people come in, they put their yes or no if they want to purchase that thing. If they don't, the thing goes bye-bye.
Did you get that, Shelley? Shelley? Okay, Shelley.
It's better if you speak towards the computer, I think.
Okay, what Mike was saying was that, I think what he's saying is that it's possible that we might have to lease it again.
Yes.
But we have to talk to the person, the company who owns the excavator and talk about it. If we don't return it, then Mike is suggesting then we have to rent it, lease it for one more year, and then it must be an article on the time when town meeting comes where even the public would be able to vote on having this equipment being leased the third year or not. Is that correct?
Well, if we voted on it one time, to put this money in every year, to go to a rental purchase of this estimate. Right now, we're just throwing this in as a one thing in the budget. So that, you know, like I said, it's comes up to what, $100,000, $120,000, it's crazy for different things. And you know, half of them don't even know what it's for. Now,
Is there a
they
reason you got a budget?
and according to Caterpillar, it should have been voted on at town meeting in an article, unless it says it's one that you remove.
Well,
so that was overlooked.
Caterpillar didn't say that.
So as I said, we'll have to go over this thing, talk to them a little bit, see what it is. So they can't get out of it, we'll have to lease it one more year. Come down meeting, then we did it as an article. We'll get the vote on it, we'll show them ballot, go today, just like we do the rest of the thing. And at the end of the day, they say yes or no, there you go.
So it seems that it could have been voted on at town meeting this year as an article. And for whatever reason, that didn't happen. So Mike is suggesting that we might lease it again for one more year. That we might have to lease it again for one more year and then put it in an article for town meeting day, where the public will vote on whether to spend the money on this excavator or not.
Well, I read the lease, and the lease did state that it had to go before the board for this last town meeting.
Right, but it was overlooked.
I understand that.
Okay.
So let's just go through the paperwork.
Can I speak, Marion?
Yes, Chris.
Okay. We both do it. Then it's gotta be, put it on a ballot, whether they wanna purchase it or lease it for another year. And that will make things very much simpler.
That's the way it was supposed to have been done.
We're gonna look everything over and then.
I looked it over, but I don't think everyone else has yet. But I think we're obligated for another year.
Yeah, we've looked it over.
Yeah.
We've looked it over.
Excuse me, I realize that we're obligated for another year. Now, we've got to work out what we want to do future. Now, we've had it 2 years. It might be smarter for the town to buy it outright after that. You've got to look at the purchase price, what the town can get, buy it for, and it might be a lot smarter just to buy it.
Well,
That. I don't know how I'm not making any sense. But
no, I understand. I think we understand what you're saying. And I think since this is an issue that we want to have come up on next town meeting day.
Correct.
In 1 year, a little less than a year, we have quite a bit of time to make sure that we will put an article out, we will discuss it, we will go over the leases, we'll make sure that it'll be done correctly.
Does the rest of the board agree with me or not?
Do you agree, Mike?
Well, that's like I said, I want everybody to copy now, the story is complete.
Yeah, we're gonna go, everybody.
Next meeting, you know what happens.
Well, I just like to say that we can get out of the lease, but we would have to pay a penalty, and it would be, if we wanted to push it on the lease, so that we could break the lease. But at this point, if Dave feels that he's going to be using the machine and it's worthwhile, we're into it for another year. And when it comes back up for next year before a town meeting, we need to get it in as an article, and we can discuss it prior to town meeting day.
That's what I just said, that we have almost a full year to discuss this now.
Right.
We reviewed the contract, and we will make sure that before town meeting, that everything is in place to put an article into the town meeting day and be voted on.
Now, the article should be put in, what to redo it, what to purchase it.
Well, that's something that I think we need to decide as a select board at the time.
Oh, all right, that's, I'm just telling you like I feel.
Right. We're gonna go.
By the end of the month, figure out what we do.
Right. We're going to go through the lease next meeting. Everybody has a copy of the lease, is that correct?
Yes, and I think we should also ask the dealer to give us a summary of what the lease requires us to do. And if we, and what it would cost for us to get out of it if we chose to do that.
Okay. It's in the agreement.
That's what I said. So between now and the next meeting, we'll all read over the contract, finance will do it, and then we'll decide by that point.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, there's no such a point down there, it's out here. I haven't looked over there, I think Shelley's looked over it.
I looked
think
it
it has.
We never mind.
So,
Spent a long time.
I mean, it's just like I said, what you told me the other day, that wasn't in the article, the vote on it. If someone pulled it out, you could get out of it.
I can't hear you, Mike.
Well, then talk to them. I don't care if it's keeps fucking them out. I don't care. You've been saying it all night. So.
Okay, we're gonna clean it up.
Now, I just want to say that I want to we go this thing next week. We got till the end of the month.
Yes, we're going to do that. Right. And our next meeting is, the 30th. No, they're on the wrong calendar. Sorry, that's the wrong.
April 20th. April 20th is our next meeting.
April 20th. April 20th is our next meeting, God willing, we're all here in the live window. Okay? Is that good for everybody? Angela? I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
April 20th?
Yes. Angela, you're not on. Angela? Nobody can hear you.
Are you muted? Muted?
You're saying yes?
Yes, you will.
Yes, okay. Okay. So, do we need to vote again?
Okay, so can I make a motion that we contact the dealer?
No, we have the motion already on the floor. Motion on the table was.
So you can vote on that, but then I wanted to make a motion to contact the dealer if we're not going to do that.
So we're going to vote on that motion and put another motion.
Because it only references the meeting on March 3rd, 2020. Hello?
I think it's including, Mike has offered to go and talk to the lease person.
Yeah, but I think we need it in writing. We need a statement in writing from the dealer so that we all have it in black and white.
I will have that done. Who's going to go with you? You and Jay? Jay and Mike are going to go and talk to the dealer and have it in writing, whatever the decision is. And we will discuss, we will vote on it.
Regarding how we can go forward as far as another year.
That's what we're talking about.
The motion on the table was Chris made a motion.
Yeah, I know, Marion. I just wanted to clarify because it's kind of hard to understand what's going on.
Mary, the motion on the table is Chris made the motion to remove the leaves. Mike seconded it in order to discuss. So we need to have a vote on that motion or amend.
Can't hear it, Juanita.
The only one that can amend the motion would be the one that made the motion. Right?
Can you hear me now, people?
Yep.
You can? Yeah. Good. I'm all set. Haha.
I can. But I can't hear Juanita.
Somebody is doing a motion. We need to vote on the motion. So the motion was made by Chris to review the lease. I seconded it in order to discuss. You either need to vote on it that way, or you need to amend the motion. Anybody can.
That's the case, I guess, we'll go through this contract and our next meeting, we'll vote to.
I can't hear it.
Okay, so Mike is making a motion that we're going to go through the lease during the next 2 weeks. We're going to read the lease, and you also should add that you and Jay will go and talk to the dealer.
So that is an amendment to Christopher's motion.
Right.
Okay.
We will meet at our next meeting, April 20th, and vote on it. Okay? Is that good for everybody?
Can I second his amended motion?
Yes, you may.
I'm seconding his amended motion, please.
Any further discussion before we vote on it? Okay, all those in favor of the motion that was made, that Mike and Jay are going to talk to the dealer during the next 2 weeks, and we are going to reread or read for the first time the whole lease, and we will discuss that at our April 20th meeting and make a final vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chris?
Marion,
Yes.
I'm the road commissioner. Whatever I say doesn't mean shit. Thank you very much. I'm all done.
Are you going to vote?
No, I'm not going to vote.
Well, Chris, we had your motion and we added to it that we were going to read over the lease during the next 2 weeks. And Jay, okay, and Jay and Mike will go and speak to the dealer, and then we will come back and discuss everything that was found out and what we read, and then we'll vote on it next time. Are you willing to vote on that, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. So the ayes have it, and the motion passes. Okay? Thank you, everybody. Okay. We don't know, we have to find out.
I thought we could strike this one.
We can't hear you out here in Zoom land, folks. Just saying.
It's really frustrating because you guys need to project your voices.
Would you have everybody on Zoom? No.
Next time we need to get a microphone on that table.
Right.
And then we come up with this, but I mean, we're doing a whole freaking agenda to try and bunch of things. I don't think we're not supposed to be hanging around together. We shouldn't be hanging around. And then we're yelling.
Mike, can you lean forward?
I said, I don't really like this whole TV deal, you know, because we're not supposed to be hanging out, and now we're having to yell at the top of our damn lungs so you can get it so everybody can hear me. I said, our last meeting, the only thing we were really going to be doing was
pay orders.
To do the pay order. This is turning into a full meeting.
Yeah, because we found out about the deadline, which you, the ones who pointed out to us, thanks, which was great.
Which I think probably would get totally been handled, you know, on the side. I don't know, but it's.
How would you handle this?
Marion.
Yes, Chris.
I agree with Mike 100%. And this is a bunch of BS, having a big blowout meeting. And I disagree with it. We voted not to do it. And Mike's 100% right.
We voted not to do what?
Have regular meetings. It was just supposed to be Mike and I getting together to do pay orders. Because we're really not supposed to be hanging out with each other around a table.
Right. No, I understand that, but
people don't like the Zoom meetings, which is frustrating because we can't hear everything. However,
you guys hear each other all right?
there's still.
Oh yeah.
We need a microphone on the table.
I can hear Shelley and Christopher clear.
So if we were all, then it would be easier.
Right.
Yes.
Then we have to, what we have to do is.
Well, we have to have two people come in and do the pay order.
And that's supposed to be myself and Mike, so that's fine too. I could also do a Zoom meeting in another room at the town office with my laptop, so that's fine too. It's all good, but I think we need to start wrapping this up and moving along so that we can get all of our business done. And
Fine with me. Everybody got a letter, I think, by an email from the letter that Bob Fisher wrote a letter regarding the select board to follow the oath of office, particularly about, when changes are due, that we cannot change things. Please read that letter. We can go into, correspondence.
Have we all read that letter? Do we need to make a motion or anything to accept his guidance? And
I haven't read it because I got it late this afternoon.
You didn't get it on Wednesday last week when I sent the agenda?
Yeah, I was here when she sent it out.
Oh, I didn't get it. Sorry. I just saw it this afternoon.
Yeah, I was sitting with Winetta when she mailed those out last week.
I personally do not think that this is an emergency that we need to deal with this evening.
Okay.
Personally.
Okay, I have an executive session. I and Angela are going to be doing pay orders, so we can adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We'll be in touch about how to do this on April 20th.
A big welcome to everyone. This is your House Agriculture and Forestry Committee meeting today, April 1st, April Fool's Day. I don't know. And I want to welcome everybody and thank you all for being part of the meeting. And we did send out an agenda. We are probably not going to stick completely strictly to the agenda, just because some things have come up. So when I put the agenda together, the understanding was that, we were going to be looking at everything, but the speaker then said that we should be really focusing on COVID-19 issues. So I know the Senate is looking at something. Mike O'Grady had worked with Bobby Starr, and they have an idea about ways to employ restaurant workers who may have been laid off and putting them to work delivering meals to folks. Meals on Wheels are frequently delivered by elderly people themselves, and so the hope was to maybe put some of those restaurant workers who have been laid off to work, and potentially with them being paid by with stimulus money. And so the Senate is working on that. I had been thinking, I've had a couple of inquiries about farm stores and farmers markets. This has been something I've heard about by email, and my just completely coincidentally, Will Stevens reached out. Will, as you know, is a former member from Shoreham, and so Terry knows him well. But one of the concerns is whether or not our farm markets, our farm stores, our CSAs are essential. And we do know that agriculture has been deemed an essential service or business. And so I wanted some clarity about that. So we invited Will Stevens, who, as you know, is an organic farmer from Shoreham. He does vegetables as well as plants, but they also sell food, once their crops are in. And I also invited Abby Willard because she is the guru in all things about this. So Will, I want to give you an opportunity to tell us what the situation is there and what could potentially be helpful for you.
Thanks, Carolyn. Good morning, everyone. My name is Will Stevens. My wife, Judy, and I own and operate Golden Russet Farm, which is an organic vegetable farm in Shoreham, and we also sell bedding plants to the public in the springtime. It's actually about a third of our total sales come from the months of May and June out of the greenhouses. As a member of the Vegetable Grower Listserv, there's been a lot of chatter on the listserv about kind of what are people doing and what's up and how is this affecting you and so on and so forth. And over the last less than a week, there have been, and others were interviewed, and Jack expressed the fear that the state was going to not allow the sale of flowers. And so, again, I reached out to Abby, gotten clarification. I think I'm pretty clear on what needs to happen, internally here on the farm in order for us to be able to, in fact, sell flowers and plants and non-food items, kind of as we always have, but not as we always have. So in the good old days, namely last year, people would come to the farm here, wander through the greenhouses, fill up trays of plants, come to the cash register, pay, and leave. And that is not possible now, given the stay home and stay safe proclamation. But again, my understanding from emails with Abby is that so long as we don't allow face-to-face contact, essentially, with consumers, that, in other words, if we can set up some type of a process where we can, ahead of time, take orders, either by mail, by phone, or by email or online, we can pull the orders, we can bring them out to a parking lot, for example, with presumably a slip or a total, load them in people's cars, and either accept credit cards or check or payment. Again, whether we kind of do a handoff on the cart that we're bringing the plants out with, or how that works exactly, we have yet to determine. We still have a couple weeks before we would have officially opened anyway, to work some of these details out. But the whole point and goal is to not have the farm be a vector, for the virus. We don't want, possibilities of cross-contamination, and I think that's the whole goal of this whole thing in the first place. That we want to minimize contact with the public, and we want to both between kind of us, our farm, our staff, and the public, as well as between members of the public. So. What we're working on, what we've drafted internally, is kind of a policy that would kind of allow folks to come and be served kind of one at a time by one of us here at the farm. Again, whether it means pulling their order ahead of time, wheeling it out to the car and loading the car, or leaving it for them to load themselves. We haven't worked that detail out yet, but that's my understanding of how we can do it. I think I've got that right, and I hope I've got that right.
All right, thanks, Will. Abby, would you like to comment here?
Sure. So Abby Willard, Ag Development Director at the Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, and Abby, Mike O'Grady had his hand up. Mike, do you think you want to comment before Abby speaks, or okay, fine. Yep.
Afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. So, this is so complicated. Not only is this a really challenging time, it's also really complicated. And we have been fielding lots of questions from farms and food businesses, greenhouses and nurseries, landscapers, CSAs, farm stands of all kinds to try to understand where they individually fit into the stay home, stay safe executive order as of the 25th. And I will say, you know, to your point, Will, information has been hard to receive because Agency of Commerce and Community Development has wanted to interpret guidance very broadly because that's the safest and responsible thing for them to do. And it's hard to give individual businesses very specific feedback. And so the Agency of Agriculture has tried to kind of thread that needle of sharing as specific information as we can about the interpretation of the guidance that Commerce is providing. So kind of I'll speak like in generality and then we can talk like very specifically. So as we understand, at least as things stand as of today, and that's prior to the press event today at 11, so things could change and likely will at 11, but on the 25th, when the governor ordered all businesses to stop in-person contact with customers unless they provide critical services and functions. Businesses that provide critical services can remain open, as Will was describing, and they still need to practice the social distancing activities and guidelines provided both by the CDC and the health department. If a business has been deemed non-essential, then the ACCD retail guidelines apply to that business. The retail, and so then you have to go back to the executive order. In the executive order, there's specific business types that are called out in subpart 6, F, G, and H, referencing retail businesses that are allowed to stay open. If they were not specifically stated in those subparts, then they're deemed non-essential. And they need to cease person-to-person contact. However, if they can do sales via mail, phone, online transactions, and then hand off some sort of delivery or drop-off location without any person-to-person contact, they can continue to do that. The other piece that was clarified from the executive order is that on those non-essential businesses, that is true. This circumstance of person-to-person contact also extends to their staffing. So that means there are certain types of nurseries and greenhouses that do ornamental only and are not, and I'll get into those nuances, but are not selling to a farmer or producing food that are considered non-essential. And that requirement would be they can have no person-to-person contact at their facility. So they can only have one staff person in a greenhouse at a time, and they can still do sales as long as they're online, but they cannot have person-to-person contact for sales. So the greenhouses and nurseries before I do greenhouses and nurseries, so CSAs and farm stands were both identified as critical services in the executive order. Because they're based on farm and they're based as an activity of a farmer, CSAs and farm stands can continue, are deemed essential, and that would mean that they need to just practice limited person-to-person contact, but they can still do sales. Farmers markets were not deemed essential, mainly due to the fear of large gatherings in public places where viruses could rapidly spread. So farmers markets are not permitted person-to-person contact, but the individual farmers at a farmer's market can offer online, phone, home delivery, or pickup of product as long as there's no person-to-person contact. So then relating to greenhouses and nurseries, specifically, there were 4 different categorizations that Commerce provided in guidance on Sunday. And they said that if you are a farmer that grows and sells food, you are engaged in agriculture and you can continue sales with limited in-person contact. If you are a greenhouse that sells to farmers to support their, if you're selling starts to another farmer so they can grow food, that's considered agriculture, and that too is allowed with limited in-person contact. If you are a greenhouse or a nursery that's selling to a non-farm customer, so someone like me who's not a farmer, that you can care for your plants in the greenhouse, and you need to avoid in-person contact, meaning having no more than one person in your facility at a time. And in that essence, you're not deemed essential, and you need to have no person-to-person contact for sales. If you are, again, are an ornamental or a vegetable retail operation that's selling to a customer or a group of customers, again, you're not deemed essential, and businesses must follow the retail guidelines, which says you cannot have person-to-person contact even for sales. ACCD did acknowledge that they understand that as the weather changes and we get closer and closer to the spring season, that this policy will likely have to be reviewed. So, thoughts on all that?
Okay, thanks.
Questions?
Yeah, I'm going to go to Mike O'Grady because his hand is up and see what he wants to say, and then maybe we'll have some other questions. Mike?
So that was exactly what my question was going to be about, because farming includes the operation of a greenhouse, and a farm is where farming occurs. So when I read the executive order, I said, oh, that's all things that are engaged in farming, which includes the operation of greenhouses. But then the guidance says that a start from a greenhouse is not farming. Well, I don't see where they're getting that legally. I think they're kind of making that up out of thin air. And what about a CSA that sells vegetables and starts? If Will wants to be a CSA and give a potato to anybody that wants to buy tomato plants, is he okay? I mean,
yeah, I think so. I mean, again, it depends on if Will's selling it from his farm, he would be considered a farmer that's selling food. And if in that food, there's also some starts, he should be able to do that with limited person-to-person contact.
But Will's entire operation is a farm by definition under the RAPs. So all Will really needs to do is give people a potato when they buy their starts.
Again, he can sell his starts because he's a farm. So that first kind of clarifying portion of the greenhouse and nursery guidance said, if you are selling and growing food, you can sell with limited direct person-to-person contact with your customer.
But every greenhouse is a farm by definition.
Right, but again, then the additional guidance from Commerce depended upon who your customer was. So if you were just selling to a non-farm consumer, or you only were selling ornamentals, and you were essentially just a retail operation, they were saying those were not deemed essential as of 3/25. My understanding, again, this is way out of my bounds, but my understanding is that they recognize that spring is coming, but it doesn't need to happen today, in their opinion. Same with landscaping. They're saying, wait a few weeks and you'll be able to do landscaping services once spring really hits, but you don't need to be selling ornamental starts or veggie starts with person-to-person contact right now. So a greenhouse close to my house is doing retail veggie starts, and they're doing it all without person-to-person contact. So she's going to make online ordering options available, and then either home delivery or a curbside pickup that doesn't involve someone putting it in my car or handing me the box, but it will be, you know, maybe stacked outside the greenhouse and a sign that says, if someone else is picking up their order, wait until they leave and then you can go in and pick up your box. So it's not, I think that the clarification was that that doesn't mean they can't operate. It just means they can't have person-to-person contact. And those are challenging additions for certain businesses to make to their operation, no question. But many are doing it. So.
Can someone still go to Walmart's nursery and buy whatever they want at Walmart's nursery?
As of today at 9:20 a.m., yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to continue. My guess is we will see that change very soon.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Great.
May I?
And Mike, could you put your hand down? Could you unraise your hand? All right. Who just spoke up?
Yes, Will.
Hi, Will. Go ahead.
I just, yeah, so if I can try my hand at splitting this thing, and I don't know. So, and Abby, you can clarify for me, but my understanding is that according to the executive order, if food is involved, there is limited person-to-person contact, but if there is not food involved, there should be no direct person-to-person contact.
I think that is true in the example that you're trying to give, Will. The place that's not true would be a farmer's market. So even still, if food is involved, we can't have the community gatherings that a farmer's market might facilitate. So in that case, even if you're selling food, you still have to do it with very limited person-to-person contact via your farm, not in a community location like a farmer's market.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. There is one piece of the order as Abby's described it, and again, I got clarification from her on the weekend, but I just want to bring it up, and that's the one person per facility rule that I think, if I understood it correctly, the facility doesn't refer to kind of an individual greenhouse so much as it refers to a farm, and a farm, and that is only in the case of the care and maintenance of plants. Where it gets dicey from a practical boots on the ground kind of situation where we're actually trying to keep people employed, not lay them off, is when we have multiple greenhouses and or other kind of things going on in fields and in kind of nearby areas and so forth, for us to limit kind of our crew to one person because the farm is a facility, if I understood the interpretation correctly, that's a real problem. I can understand one person per greenhouse, and this is when it comes to just staff. I understand that it would refer to non-farm customers or for other farming customers who might stop by looking for plants for food production or something like that. But I guess it seems pretty extreme when it comes to actually operating a greenhouse / farm operation.
Yeah, so Will, I think, again, this is where everyone has a unique circumstance, and every business, or not every, but many, many, many businesses are wanting a very specific interpretation to their operation, which is difficult to provide. But I think my understanding, I certainly could be wrong, but my understanding of how this works is if you are a farm, you are deemed essential. And so if you are a farm selling food, you are deemed essential and you need to have limited person-to-person contact. If you are a greenhouse that is retail, selling ornamental and other veggie starts to an average consumer like myself, you have been deemed non-essential and you cannot have person-to-person contact with the customer at the drop-off or sale point or in the greenhouse around the care and maintenance of the plants. So this is that differentiation that kind of Michael was referring to, is that they have taken a slightly different interpretation as of today, or as of the 25th, as to what a farm is. But they're saying if you are a farmer growing food and you have a greenhouse, you can do limited person-to-person contact.
Yeah, and again, just practically, and this is totally situational on our farm, but we have 2 greenhouses that have both our own field starts, onions, etc., and hanging baskets in them.
Right.
That we're not going to put out in the field, and they aren't edible. And so a strict interpretation would kind of say that, you know, only one person can be there doing that. And I think if I understood your earlier email that I couldn't have one person in one greenhouse and one person in another house because the farm is the facility. So maybe I misunderstood that, but.
Maybe I misunderstood. I think I don't know that I know how to exactly interpret that well. I think because you are I think that the challenge in that scenario that you're describing is because you are a farm, you should be allowed to have person-to-person contact. But what you have in your greenhouse has nothing to do with your food sales, because that's like a retail side of your farm business model, right?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with food sales, but it does have to do with the production of food, because the starts that are going to go out in the field in a month are there.
Right. I mean, and again, this is where I, personally and professionally agree with you and Michael that, even in the SNAP program, a vegetable start is considered food. And that's why SNAP benefits can go towards buying plant starts. And so intuitively, I would agree with you that that's food. I think I guess this is how I might do my best at interpreting it. So what the executive order, stay home, stay safe, does not want are customers coming to your greenhouse, walking around with other people, buying ornamental and non-essential items in the greenhouse. If they were coming to the farm to pick up their CSA share, and in that CSA share box, they had also ordered a 6-pack of peppers and onion starts and tomatoes, that would be no problem for them to have limited person-to-person contact to pick up those starts. But I think the feeling was they don't need a hanging basket today or tomorrow. It's not going to feed them. And they don't actually, they don't even really need to plant their tomato starts this weekend. They can probably plant them next weekend, when hopefully the flattening of the curve has occurred a bit more and we're less susceptible of spreading the virus. So I think it was trying to split the line of saying, we want farms to be able to grow and share food, and for families to be able to pick up their CSA share or go to the farm stand and get the food that they're going to feed their family for this week. But they don't need to do the ornamental and the retail greenhouse operations in full public engagement right now. Does that help? Does that resonate?
Yeah, I would extend it just a little further and say, but if arrangements can be made online, mail, phone, etc., for a pre-order type of situation, they can then sell those non-essential items as long as no person-to-person contact. Right. Okay.
Yes. And so that was really, I hoped that was clear, that it's not saying the business has to close. It's just saying the goal is to say we don't want people wandering around greenhouses picking out hanging baskets. And I can admit that's hard for me right now, because I too want to plant in the garden, and I can't go buy that in the normal way that I might, unless I wanted to go to Home Depot. But the greenhouse next to me is saying, okay, we will sell you starts, and we're going to do it without person-to-person contact, so that there's not a risk to customers or employees of the greenhouse. So yeah, you can still buy it. It's just how the transaction occurs has to be, because it's not food, needs to be no person-to-person. The part of your business that is food can absolutely have limited contact, and you can put the box in the back of their car, and you can take a payment if you wish via credit card or check. and that can still continue for the CSA side of things.
So it sounds to me like this is somewhat doable. It just, you know, and I think an argument can be made also that people gain a certain amount of mental health and sanity from gardening.
I know.
You know, I think flowers and other things are important. I take your point, Abby, about, and I totally agree about people wandering around greenhouses. But it sounds to me like farmers at farm stands will be able to do their sales, but they just have to be careful about how they do it.
Right.
So I have another question along these lines. I just had an email this morning from a state rep who asks about someone who is doing maple syrup, and can they, let me see if I can find it exactly. What's your understanding of the status on sugar shacks? Are they allowed to sell on premise or curbside? I know there are many questions about what qualifies as essential, and that someone asked about farm stands, which would seem comparable to sugar shacks, but I wasn't clear on the answer in the FAQs that have been sent out. So my answer to him was that agriculture, you know, maple sugaring is essential, is agriculture. Agriculture is essential, and that it seemed to me that they would be able to sell given social distancing, as long as they maintain social distancing and that sort of thing. But if that's not accurate, I'd like to correct that to him.
That is accurate, as I would agree with your interpretation, Carolyn. Agriculture includes maple syrup production. And so they can do sales with limited person-to-person contact because that's deemed essential.
Fantastic. Are there other questions? Will, did you have any follow-up? Are there any other questions from committee members about this? Have you all heard about this from various folks?
I'm perfectly satisfied with you know, kind of where things sit as of today. Again, the idea that Home Depot or Walmart can be selling plants and we, you know, with full limited contact, and we can't, you know, but I can get over that in a few minutes. You know, I think we all have to kind of step up, do our best, and respect the fact that at the end of the day, it's not about any one individual so much as it's about the community, and I think this is what the governor's executive order is all about. And I think for me, it really just revolves around you know, kind of what's possible, what can we do, and again, you know, I think somehow word has to get back to Jack Mannix that in fact he can sell flowers so long as there's no person-to-person contact.
Okay, so I've been asked by someone on the call, how do you raise your hand? And so you click up above, and there's a toolbar at the top, and you click on more. And I can't do it because I'm a co-host here, but there's a choice there to raise hand. So so you can try that. Rodney has his hand up, and then John Bartholomew. So Rodney, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, on the maple syrup sales, we've contacted where we bulk out syrup, and they have it set up so that you can deliver your syrup back up to the loading dock. There's a buzzer you have to push, get back in your truck, and then they'll come out and unload your truck and weigh it and grade it and bring you out of slip. So that's how they're doing it there.
Okay, thanks, Rodney. Sharon, John Bartholomew is next. Sharon's having a hard time raising her hand. Rodney, could you unraise your hand? John first, and then Sharon.
I just wanted to comment on the on farmers markets. And it seems like as we come into that season, if we're still under this lockdown, we've got to find a way to get those functioning. And it doesn't make sense that if you think about it, a farmer's market, you're probably able to do more social distancing there than you could in a supermarket. There ought to be a mechanism in place where these can move forward in some way, because this is direct sales from farmers to customers. I just can't believe there's no way to do it in a safe way, and in fact, a safer way than in supermarkets. And I also have to say, I'm feeling right now pretty outraged that that Walmart or Home Depot could sell ornamental stuff, and we've got small businesses in this state that are going to be hampered and basically shut down. They've got huge investments in their plants ready to go for spring, and they're not going to have a reasonable way to sell them. So I have to express some outrage there.
So Representative Bartholomew, we did just put together some economic impact data for the governor's press conference today. And we looked at and made some gross estimations about farmers market sales in the month of March and April, were they to be operational. So there's normally about 14 winter farmers markets that would occur in March and April. And the total food sales that could occur over the months of March and April would be over 1.1, almost $1.2 million in local food sales. We also looked at estimating what the summer farmers market average assumptions of sales, and that's at the 67 farmers markets, and it would be 2.8 million monthly. So starting in May through September, let's say, or June through September. I mean, each market starts at a slightly different time. So at a time when all 67 markets would be open, it would be about $2.8 million a month, an aggregate of all 67 markets in local food sales. So we agree with you that there is significant challenge with this determination of farmers markets not being deemed essential. And we hear daily from markets that are frustrated by that determination. And as of right now, our strategy is to say the market is comprised of farmers, of vendors, many of which are farmers, and farmers, if they can, kind of divert their sales and their relationships to online and on farm, and they can continue those activities. But it's not the same, I recognize.
But certainly you can't do a direct comparison between sales at a farmer's market and sales at a supermarket, because the percentage of those sales going directly to farmers is going to be much higher. And as you say, you know, we don't know what's coming, but when we get into May and June, it's going to be much more important, in my opinion, to get these farmers markets moving in some way that. And they ought to be able to be safe. As I said, social distancing becomes the norm. You're outside. It seems safer to me than a supermarket, and I'll shut up now. Thank you.
All right, thanks, John. I think those are good points. I mean, it seems to me that being outdoors at a farmer's market is probably, I understand the whole indoor farmer's market issue, but being outdoors where the virus doesn't last long in UV light, and you can sort of step around each other. Although I've been to the Brattleboro Farmers Market when it's been very, very crowded. People would have to be very careful. So I want to ask, Sharon, did you have a question? Did you figure out how to raise your hand? Okay. Carrie, did you have a question? Okay, good enough. All right, are there any other questions for Abby? Will, do you feel like you've gotten the answers you need?
Yes, thanks. Thanks very much, and thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. It's always good to hear your voice, and I hope that we're able to straighten some of this out so that our farmers are, are not as badly affected as some of our other folks are going to be. So Any other questions on this topic? All right, I'm not hearing any. So I think
Representative Partridge,
yes.
would the
Abby?
committee be interested in the economic impact data that we kind of pulled together as of yesterday?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I would
I'm
love
happy
to,
to.
if you could, yeah, if you could send that to Linda, that would be fabulous.
Great. I would say
Okay.
it's incomplete, but it's a good snapshot of where we're seeing the disruption and the challenges. And it's great for cheesemakers to farmers market vendors. And then there's some really, I guess the last piece I'll just share, if you're open, is that there are also some really great outcomes that we're seeing. So grocery store sales are up 50%. So consumers, when we restrict their markets, they're just spending more money at grocery stores. And so one of our initiatives is to try to get all the product that was being sold at restaurants and institutions, colleges in particular, to have those vendors and those suppliers make their product available to grocery stores. We're also hearing some farm stands are having the highest grossing sales days in the last consecutive 2 weeks that they've ever had. So people are really reaching out to try to find local access to food, and it is having a really kind of positive, if not at least short-term impact on many businesses.
Yeah, I know. We've been trying to help out some of the restaurants, but even those, the takeout service is not enough to keep them going, and some of them are just shutting down. I have 3 hands up. John O'Brien, and then Carrie, and then John Bartholomew. John O'Brien.
Carolyn, I just had a tech question. What happened to O'Grady and Vicky? Do we only get a 3x3 grid on this? Or is everybody else seeing them?
So if you swipe over to the right, do you see the others? Have you gone to gallery view?
Yep. Okay.
I see Vicky and Mike. So can you go to gallery view?
Yep. But you can't make it smaller. So it's like a 4x4. You always have to swipe.
Well, if you go to, you can either switch to the active speaker, or you can do gallery view.
Right.
So if you do gallery view, you'll get I get 9 faces at once. And since there are more than 9 of us, if I swipe to the right, I see the rest of our group.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, that's a limitation of the iPad. For users on the laptops or your desktop computers, you should be able to see everyone.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Ron. And Ron, I'll probably give you a call later to try and get this up and going on my laptop. That would be great. All right. So Carrie is next.
Yeah, thank you. It's really great to see everybody. All I wanted to say is before Abby joined the second time, Terry had asked some questions. And I think those questions are really highlighted in the document and summary analysis that Abby put together about the economic impacts.
In terms of farmers? Yeah, okay. All right, John Bartholomew, you're next.
This is probably a question for Abby, but anyone who knows, I'm just wondering what others are seeing and what's being reported from cheesemakers. One of our local cheesemakers has reported that they are all backed up in the cheese cave because their orders have really slowed to a trickle or stopped. Some of that is probably related to sales to restaurants not happening, but it seems like people are still eating, they still need to eat. So are all of our cheesemakers, local cheesemakers and artisan cheesemakers experiencing this drop in sales, or do we just have an outlier here in Heartland?
So I did just send Linda the economic impact data, so you all will have access to that, I hope, momentarily. There is a update from the cheesemakers in that document that was assembled by Laura Ginsburg from conversations with the Vermont Cheese Council, and probably about 20 or so different cheesemakers in Vermont. And so the results are mixed, depending upon their markets, how their cheese is packaged. And so we're seeing that, you know, for those cheesemakers that sold to restaurants and specialty shops, their sales are likely down 80% or so. For those that are selling to farmers markets, online, farm stands, the loss is a little bit less than 80%. Grocery stores are also seeing a decline in certain type of cheese purchases. They're really looking for, because they're trying to limit person-to-person contact in the grocery, some more effectively than others. They're really looking for pre-cut and pre-wrapped cheeses, not bulk cheeses that you then, you know, would cut in the store or whatever. So as for like economic impact, some cheesemakers are saying it's tens of thousands of dollars of loss. Others are saying it's upwards of $100,000 of anticipated loss over the past few weeks. There's some pretty bold projections. If the markets continue the way that they are, of upwards of $500,000 for some, and others that are really worried that total markets will collapse and businesses will not be able to remain operational without additional income coming in. It did sound like there's probably another few weeks before we'll have a real sense of what stores have for additional needs. So they're still working through their back stock, and whether they will reorder product or not. So yeah, a pretty grim, unfortunately, for many of Vermont's cheesemakers right now.
For cheese, yeah. So maybe we should move the cheese to the toilet paper aisles.
So I have to say, when I visited the Brattleboro Hannaford about 2 weeks ago, there was nothing on the toilet paper or paper towel aisles, and there was nothing in the cabbage cheese area. Every single stick of 8 ounce up to 2 pounds were gone. Luckily, I buy it by the 3 pound package, and there were some of those, but it was pretty incredible. So I did include in my article a couple of weeks ago a shout out to folks who might want to order directly from farmers, and I think there are some cheese companies that do. Like I think Jasper Hill you can order directly, and I don't know about the others. But then I wondered, Abby, we had talked at some point, maybe it was on a conversation that I had with you and Anson and Bobby Starr. There was a thought to maybe try and put up some kind of a website to help create a direct market for some cheese producers, farmers, with the public.
Yeah, my understanding, and I am going to look it up now because I haven't looked at it myself, but my understanding is that the Vermont Cheese Council has done just that. And so they have created an online portal for folks to be able to order online.
Okay.
Through their website.
Okay.
And so it's a good example of kind of a resource that I should kind of probably know a little bit more about.
Okay.
But that was my understanding, is that they worked really quickly to kind of create an online. Yeah, so if you go right to vermontcheese.com, one of the top links is where to buy our cheese. And then they have it all set up as an online sales directory for Vermont cheeses and tell you exactly how it works, that you select what cheese you want, order online. Depending on where you live, it could be picked up from the cheese producer, from a farm stand, curbside pickup, or even have it delivered to your door. So it looks like they have a pretty decent system right now.
Okay, great. Thanks, Abby.
Yeah.
I have a few hands up here. John Bartholomew, did you lower your hand or is it up again? Okay, you're lowering. Okay, Terry Norris and then Rodney.
Since we're talking about the cheese, I noticed yesterday on the Jasper Hill Facebook page that they dispersed their Asher herd because of the potential downturn in the cheese economy. So I mean I know that Mateo is pretty much into, you know, financially being profitable, and he just felt that that was not gonna, didn't see a future there. So it's kind of sad that they, you know, I mean that was their prime, you know, calling card, sort of like, was that Asher herd. So it's, I just see a future for Vermont farms is we're going to lose, I bet we'll lose half of our farms this year, because I mean the price of milk is just like plummeted down to like $10. I mean there's no profit there for farmers, and they can ask for credit, you know, from their suppliers, but trust me, I just know that grain dealers will not hold farmers for very long, because it's, you know, there's no profit in it for them either, and they have to watch out for their bottom line. And I just see a real problem for Vermont farmers.
Yeah, agreed, Terry. And Mike O'Grady, I'm wondering if you have any information regarding the stimulus money that's coming to Vermont, and if that might be helpful to some of our dairy farmers or farmers in general.
As I said earlier, it's really yet to be determined. Yeah. There's 9.5 billion that's going to USDA for agricultural programs, and then there's some smaller, more targeted programs. There's nothing specific to dairy. So it's really going to depend on what USDA does over the next week or so on how to move that 9.5 billion.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I have Rodney's hand up. Rodney?
Yes. So I was just wondering, we've been talking about how it's hard to get the cheese because of limited contact with people, but with people being laid off and losing their health benefits and stuff like that, some of it's probably because they just have to make choices of not buying specialty cheeses.
Yeah, I don't know. Abby, would you have a comment on that, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think all that I can comment on that is that during the 4 calls that we held a couple of weeks ago, hearing from producers and producer associations, as well as supply chain partners and service providers, it was very clear that the average consumer in this response to a time of crisis is returning to some of the basics. And so people are buying, you know, big blocks of cabbage cheese, potatoes and root vegetables, more meat, milk, butter, you know, some of those like very comfort related food items. And they're not having people over for dinner, and they're not, you know, doing some of their same activities. People are kind of hunkering down and kind of relying upon some of the customary basic food groups. And so in some ways that's been great. And we saw like a real quick short-term surge in dairy product purchasing. But then, as you know, Representative Norris mentioned, with the loss of the decline in milk price, you know, where Diane shared some figures again in the economic impact data that you now have, that just the dairy industry itself will see 180,000 per month loss in income due to milk price decline. So, and it will, and Diane said it's going to get worse, you know, throughout the summer. So, yeah, I think people's buying habits are changing, their socialization patterns are shifting, and milk prices are going down.
Yeah, it's really concerning. I'm wondering if there are any other questions, thoughts about this topic that we've been discussing. Rodney, is your hand up again? Okay, his hand is down. Thank you. Any other questions about this? Will, I want to thank you for being available today and to have this conversation. I think it's been very helpful. And Abby, I thank you too. I'm not trying to kick you off the call or anything, but I'm looking forward to Abby seeing your the impact study. I'll probably include it in parts of it in my weekly article this week, which will be in the Reformer on Monday.
Great.
So anything you wanted to add, Abby?
I don't, we are, if there are suggestions that you as the Ag and Forestry Committee have for ways you'd like to see us as the agency of ag respond based on what you're hearing from your constituents, let us know. Our response efforts right now are focused on pulling together resources that are available for ag producers, posting that on our website. The economic impact data that you have or will soon see came from sort of relationships we have with different groups, but also from a survey that we received from ag producers that completed, answered a few questions, including their economic losses. We're still looking to do more calls like we did a couple weeks ago, if nothing else, to just give an update from the agency and for people to ask questions. We're trying to give the interpretations to guidance as often as we can to folks that reach out and ask. Again, we're trying to make supply connections to grocery stores for product that was originally deemed for restaurants and institutions. So we're trying to connect with producer association groups to sort of figure out what their needs might be. So if there's other things that you're specifically hearing that we could be helpful in supporting, please let us know. You can reach out to us by email, or we can have another call, or come back in to testify, whatever you need.
Great. Thanks so much, Abby. Thanks for and please thank everybody at the agency, both you and Carrie. Thank everybody at the agency for everything they're doing to take this on. Will, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, just again, my thanks to Abby in particular for sticking with me as I try to get clarification on this and all the work that they're doing there. And thanks very much for the opportunity. I see a customer's just pulled in, so I better go wait on them. Happy April 1st, everyone.
Could I say one last thing to you, Will?
Of course.
Plant
Yes.
nasturtiums. Plant nasturtiums in all of your hanging baskets because they're edible.
Okay.
Hey, listen, good luck.
I made a note.
Okay. All right. We'll see you. Take care.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good morning, committee. My apologies to you and to everyone out out listening to us on YouTube. I guess I read the schedule wrong. I thought we were on at 9:30. Apparently we were on at 9. So congratulations to all the committee that read their paper correctly. And shame on me. Before we get started, I just want to take a moment of silence to remember former Representative Bernie Jeskowitz, who lost his life yesterday to coronavirus. Bernie was a good man. So just a little bit for the committee going forward. After today, there really doesn't seem to be any reason for us to be meeting. We really don't have anything to do with COVID right now. And want to make sure that we're not putting any more pressure than they're already under to the administration. The two people that we asked if they would be able to come on with us today, this morning, are deeply involved in grant writing and other things, and so they won't be joining us. So we want to just make sure that we're working on COVID-19 for this month. I have asked Catherine to reserve a space every Thursday on these 2 time slots in case something does pop up that we need to deal with. Then we have time allotted to us on Zoom. So after today, we won't be meeting. Just keep checking your emails regularly, as you have been doing. And if something does happen, we'll contact you and let you know what's happening. So with that, we have Allie Richards and Trey Martin with us today from Let's Grow Kids. And I think what we'd like to discuss with you is the new dollars that are coming in from the federal government. I know there was some money they were talking about childcare, and how we can work together to maybe change this system going forward. So Allie?
Thank you very much, Representative. Good morning. Nice to see you all. For the record, Allie Richards, CEO of Let's Grow Kids, and Trey Martin and I are going to be tag teaming this. So let me just maybe do a quick introduction for you, and I'll hand it over to Trey and we'll go back and forth a bit. But I just want to say absolutely honored to have this opportunity to reconnect with you on this topic. We really hope that our conversations that we started earlier this winter will continue. And I think that what we're seeing right now, Chair, is that the conversation that you all began about the essential nature of childcare is pretty much becoming in stark.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I was standing in front of Mike yesterday.
Amy is the host.
Tomorrow. I said, hey, Mikey.
There he is. Say hi.
Mission accomplished.
We're thank you, Kevin.
We're live.
We're live we're on YouTube, by the way, live.
I got my webcam.
Amy, are you able to give me co-host?
Yes, Mike, let me get that for you. Hang on.
Committee, can you please remember to mute yourself while the witnesses are speaking so that we don't get any feedback and any other interruptions that might be in the background? Thank you. Okay, sorry, Allie.
Not a problem. And I'm actually quite glad that Representative Dickinson got that webcam. That is going to be great
Mike,
for this.
I'll get that going for you, Mike. Hang on one sec.
Thanks, Amy. Okay.
So pretty much as an overview and intro, Chair, what you all have said about, wow, if we're going to think about economic development in a deep way for Vermont, the world is seeing that in stark relief right now. Childcare is obviously not a nice to have accessory. It's the backbone of our economy. I mean, we are really reliant on it. And that's one fascinating part about this pandemic crisis right now, is that we are seeing that. So I want to tell you a little bit about what Vermont is doing as far as what you said about the federal dollars and even state dollars, which is crucial right now. We're actually a leader in the nation, which is going to get to your point. It's going to be what will allow us to open this back up when the dust settles, to actually have a childcare industry. And we're learning deep lessons right now that can support this. But I want to hand it over to Trey first to specifically sort of address your first question, of how should things maybe be redesigned going forward. Then he'll hand it back to me to go into some more specifics.
Great.
Well, thank you, Ali, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Trey Martin, I'm the General Counsel and Chief of Strategy at Let's Grow Kids, and really delighted to get the invitation to talk with you today. Ali handed this off to sort of address what we're thinking right now about the kind of rebuilding or recovery or redesign out 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 24 months from now. And I guess that, the first place to, the first response that we have is that we are right now thinking about our work in 2 phases. So we're really in a response mode right now. Ali, when I turn this back over to her, she is going to tell you everything that we've been doing in terms of that response. There's a current crisis and it requires emergency action. We've been doing our part in that along with a lot of other people, and we're delighted to have the opportunity to tell you about it. I think Ali also has some written testimony that she's done for the Human Services Committee that she's delivering later on. I will forward that to you all because it lays all that out in a written format so that you have it for your record as well. In the meantime, so we're going to shift to recovery at some point, or maybe we should call it rebuilding or resilience or sustainability. And we were already thinking with you about where we're going to be 1 year from now, or 3 years from now, or 5 years from now. But sitting here today on April 9th, I think we're still waiting, just like you are, to understand the state's fiscal picture for the rest of this year, what the picture is going to look like for fiscal year 22, 21, 22, and what that means. And I think we know a little bit about what the CARES Act has done for the childcare industry, but there's a whole lot of work that's happening in terms of the national response and advocacy to include more stimulus for the childcare industry at the national level in future packages. The amount that CARES Act provided was, I think, a couple decimal points different from what some of the national industry leaders suggested. And we think that what might come out of that, if they're successful in getting part or all of what they think is needed, is still going to be largely about recovery. Vermont has been way ahead in terms of taking care of this industry and pivoting to address current needs, but not throw away the future of the industry. Other places are not so lucky, and so I think a lot of the federal spending is going to be going to shore up losses, to shore up people's employee needs, or bank loans that people weren't able to pay back, or leases that they needed to be able to defer. We don't know yet whether there's going to be a national effort to really subsidize the cost of childcare for workers across the country. We hope that there will be, but we're going to need to monitor that closely. We will be back in touch with you, and we'll be talking to your colleagues in the other committee rooms who have an interest in that as well as that develops. Hopefully this is, I know you won't be meeting as routinely maybe in the next few weeks, but over the next few months, you will be meeting. And as we get to, each of the kind of decision points and sort of timeline points of the response and the shift to recovery, we'd be happy to come back 2, 3, 4 times, over the coming weeks and give you updates on what we're seeing and hearing. We also started a conversation with you last month that's still very relevant. The PowerPoint that my colleague Sarah Kenny and I presented to the committee, and back it seems like about 4 years ago, doesn't it? But it was really only about 6 weeks ago. That's still really relevant. It reflects the best thinking that's happened in Vermont over the last 5 to 7 years. The Blue Ribbon Commission report, the think tank report that followed that, the work that the Business Roundtable did to think about the economic impact of childcare in Vermont. So that is everything that we presented there, I think, is still relevant. we do in a future system need to think about governance. We want to think about service delivery. We want to think about how we support the actual cost of care, not the market cost of care, but what it actually costs if we were to pay workers a living wage, or a, better than a living wage, a wage that would attract people in. We still need to think about training and loan repayments for those folks. And ultimately, we want to be able to shift this to a conversation where this is part of the way we address our demographic challenges and our growth challenges in Vermont. And again, we will continue to do that. But right now, I think it is clearer than ever that this is the connection between employment, between family welfare, between the welfare of children and the future lives and productivity they're going to have, is that this is critical infrastructure, right? I mean, the fact that colleagues in this building, or in the building you would be in, as well as the administration, are doing so much to support the childcare industry right now is because we won't be able to get people back to work without it. At some point, those closure orders are going to be rescinded, and people who are able to return to their jobs are going to want to do that. And we need to be able to just flip the switch and get people back, get kiddos back into childcare. That's what we're really working on right now. If we do that well, we'll also be in a position over the coming months to think, okay, we've bought ourselves some time. What's the stepwise process we need to go through to address the governance, to address the service delivery, to address the actual cost of care? And we're very hopeful, I think, like you are, that the feds are going to help us to at least make a down payment on that. Block grants. I mean, to the extent you all are passing messages up to our counterparts in the intergovernmental structure, giving states some flexibility around that would sure be helpful. Tying it to big federal programs like Medicaid or other sort of HUD-related programs that do block grants to states who are ready to move in a certain direction and need some flexibility. That would be what Vermont would be looking for. Not something that's formula-driven and can only reimburse certain costs. Of course, we're trying to help our providers understand those federal programs right now. Do they go on unemployment insurance, or should they use the state's stabilization program, or do they want to use the Families First Act sick leave, family leave provisions, or is that somehow, does that not work with the stabilization program that Child Development Division has stood up? So I think Allie can talk a little bit more about what she's seeing in all those programs, but one example of something that we're doing is a webinar later today at 1 o'clock where providers can call in, and we've gathered our consultants and our lawyers, and they've been happy to join us on these webinars and answer questions from childcare businesses. What do I do about making payroll? What do I do about bank loans? What do I do if I need to defer costs? So that is kind of the reality that we're facing right now. And it's even more complex than that. And so why don't I, before going further down that, and maybe people have questions, but if not, I'd like to let Allie really flesh out the rest of that work, because she has spearheaded that for Let's Grow Kids over the last, 4 weeks, I guess, of pretty intense effort.
Great. Thanks, Trey. So I think we do want to open this up for conversation soon. So let me just lay out that context for you. First, thank you really greatly for your second question of how can we help? And so I think to address that, I'm going to quickly, as Trey said, just give you a little bit of color of what this response phase has been. Then I'm going to go to sort of the pivot of, if we're reading our tea leaves right now, what does the sort of future start looking like a tiny bit? So first, we found ourselves in a very unique position of being on the ground as sort of a private, nimble partner, and have been totally working hand in glove with the state of Vermont on this response mode, sort of filling gaps, being a conduit from the field, and employers and parents up to the state and feds actually, and back. So we were sort of thrust into this and happy to do it from the beginning. So what is this? What do I mean by the response for childcare? I think you probably all are seeing from your constituents and from following this 2 key components. One is basically supporting childcare to do emergency childcare for essential workers. It's been an incredibly important part of our response. And then 2, making sure that the childcare industry survives this crisis. So Trey touched upon this, just to give you a sense of that. And this is what you all were getting, into with us this winter. As you now know, this industry is so fragile that usually they've got maybe 1-2 weeks on their margins that they could operate through something like this before going bankrupt. You know, and I'm not trying to be alarmist. The National Association for Education of Young Children did a survey, and the childcare industry would lose about 50% of their businesses within 2 weeks of this crisis if there are no measures to step in and support the industry. I have happier news for Vermont that I'll get to at the end of this, but that's the situation. So those are the two key components. A, can we actually dust off and reboot our economy when this is over with childcare there in existence? And two, how do we support these folks who are actually doing childcare right now for these essential employees? So we've been in a position to support both efforts. So we've been sort of overall a translator of very complex guidance that's coming both from the state and from the feds, digesting that guidance and pretty much refreshing sort of accessible language for all the different groups, parents, providers, you know, businesses, and that's all on our website for Let's Go Kids /coronavirus if anyone's curious to take a peek at what that looks like. But we've been really focused on, you know, the essential workers. Just so you know, one of the first things we did was we created an intake form for all essential workers and 211 extension 6. So it's the Help Me Grow call center. So the form and the center to basically have a public intake. Are you an essential employee? Do you have childcare needs? Let us know. And then we send that right to the state. We use our infrastructure that's already in place, which is a great sort of scenario, and through a referral system, and they match up families with childcare. So you all know, to get a flavor of that, 1,037 workers to date have used the tool, with 1,661 children needing care for both school age, so it's up to grade 8, and 0 to 5-year-olds. And that's heavily happening including school age in the 0 to 5 private childcare system, which also includes after school programs as well. So the after school, you know, groups are also very involved with this. So that's a huge piece of this response. So in the meantime, we're making sure that those that are asked to go on the front line as childcare providers and businesses that are doing this work, and they're doing it well, they're doing it with all the supports and health guidance they can have. So we've been working completely with the Department of Health on what's the latest guidance to do this childcare safely right now. We've been doing webinars. We've been supporting them actually getting supplies. And this is a small tweak, you know, that just so you all know, right now we're actually sourcing thermometers, masks, gloves, toilet paper, sanitizing supplies for these childcare centers that are doing childcare right now. They can't get these supplies. They're out of these supplies and they're doing this work. So we're trying to get the State Emergency Operations Center to add them to their roster to be able to access these supplies, especially masks and gloves, which they're not able to get right now. So we're sourcing them and literally delivering them all directly. So that's just to give you a sense of what the emergency childcare looks like. But honestly, the state is doing a fantastic job. You know, everyone's really doing their absolute best, and they're standing up programs that would have taken years, months at least, you know, in normal scenarios to do. And we're happy to support that. The other thing that we're doing, just so you all know, is we're actually partnering with the state to do an informal system of care. Some people aren't comfortable in the normal childcare congregate setting right now. Some people can't swing it for a variety of reasons. So we're actually starting to work with UVM medical students who are already fingerprinted and background checked, and helping support get them into homes of essential workers through this childcare. So that's just to give you a flavor of what's happening right now in this field. That's a huge part of it. But let me pivot to sort of the punchline, which is, what about those that are closed? And even those that are doing essential childcare, they're only doing very, very small amounts of kids. You know, what of this industry and this profession? Is it going to exist? And I have to tell you, Vermont is the first and only state to date that has said, we will not let the childcare industry die in Vermont, and created a stabilization program, which is one tool in the toolbox. And it is the absolute best in the country right now, to basically say, we're going to step up and continue your pre-K payments, continue your CCFAP subsidy payments, no matter whether you're open or closed. And we're going to pay 50% of your tuition for families, and families can pick up the other 50. Now, we know this is still a hardship on many families. The good news, such as it is there are many options. First of all, if families say, I've lost my job, I don't have income, I can't pay that, the state will pay 100%. So in other words, these programs are held financially harmless through this crisis. And they also have, as Trey mentioned, the ability to just, mothball their program for now and go on unemployment. We're supporting them through a weekly webinar with HR consultants, doing a lot of this work pro bono to help early childhood businesses navigate these, unemployment benefits, paid family leave, and et cetera, and what is the better choice for them and their bottom lines they can pop up open. We also have an emergency fund that we've created. We know there are going to be financial gaps through this, so lots of Vermonters have said, how can we help? And they've been asking to give money, so we stood up an emergency fund, and we're also working with the Vermont Community Foundation, VCF, just so you all know, who is doing a wonderful, more generic response to make sure that we aren't losing basically major pieces of our industry and our society here in Vermont during this crisis. So the final thing I'll say is this quote from, let's see if I can find it here, of a child care program who has said, I feel incredibly valued and so appreciate living in a state that is helping providers by covering their lost income due to mandated closure from COVID-19. We will have a stable childcare system when we return from this mess, which will help folks get back to that work that much faster. And that's to your point, Chair. We can't do recovery without childcare. And so, I want to just mention there's a state and national sort of plan that you all can be part of. First of all, you can make sure that we can get this funding, that the state has promised, both from probably federal and state sources, to ensure that we can stand, behind this recovery plan, so that we can just literally flip the switch and go back to functioning when this is all over. The second thing is there's national momentum, and we're emerging as a state leader of that, to see what we're not going to just, Band-Aid the system anymore. Like, we have to fix the system. And I think there's going to be a big national federal policy and funding push for that. And I could see Vermont being a really key leader in that. We're already starting to emerge as such with some other states that are doing really good work on the ground. But then there's also a state response, and you already alluded to it, Chair, which is there's going to be stimulus money. How can we put ourselves in this great position to really fix the system in a way that we need to? And one example is, you already started seeing our agenda for this year, the IT system, for example. We have a dinosaur antiquated IT system for childcare. If we would have had the new system that we were looking for one-time funding for this year, it would have made the response so much easier. And it would be the sort of, it seems so simple, but it's the foundation of building a modernized childcare system. And so that's a one-time funding thing that we could start looking at together creatively in the coming months, and the time is right to see if that makes sense for us to signal we're serious about recovering with childcare as a cornerstone of this rebuild. And another example is the wages. You all started working on that with us. Basically, it's this idea of people are gonna be reshuffling themselves and their employment when this is all over. And if we can say we're committed to childcare as this key piece of our world and our economy, and you started seeing wage supplements to recruit people into this field as we're doing this rebuild, this reshuffle, it would be huge, absolutely huge. So those are just some ideas to tease us. But as Trey said, it's too soon to really dig that deep into that conversation. Thank you so much for the time. I know that was a lot of information. I really appreciate the ability to debrief with you all. A lot has happened, as you can tell, over the last couple weeks.
Well, and three punctuation marks to put at the end of that is what, first is that I have sent in the testimony that where Ali really lays out the response activities. So I sent that to Amy and the chair and the vice chair for you all. Happy to have you look at that. Second, if you'd like us to be in touch, as we continue to work and identify some of those opportunities, we'd be happy to develop something more specific to this committee's question and sort of say, okay, here are some of the opportunities that we see coming down the pike. In the meantime, as Ali noted, I just want to emphasize and ask that you all understand what is happening, and so that you can support your colleagues and help them think creatively about, how do we make choices within the CARES Act, that $1.25 billion, or how do we look for opportunities where, it has to be new spending and sort of new programming. It has to be related to COVID-19, and it has to be spent this year. We'd be happy to help think about some of those opportunities, and Ali just mentioned a few of them that we've already talked to you about. So I think with that, we have plenty of time left to have a conversation and hear questions and try to respond.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you, Trey. So committee questions, remember, raise your hands, and don't forget to put your hands down after you've asked your question. Charlie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Ally and Trey, I just have a question because we're looking at unemployment rates that are going to be maybe 10 to 20%, and parents have been put in the position of being their home educators of their kids now for anywhere from kindergarten up to older ages. So, and it's unlikely that we'll have a rapid recovery in all sectors. So our unemployment rate is probably going to remain fairly high for a while. So the demand on child care centers is not going to be as great as it was even 2 months ago in terms of the number of people or the looking for employees. I'm just wondering if you are thinking that way and systemically or strategically as to what that looks like over the next 12 months, over the next 24 months, as to a change in the demand at that level.
It's such a good point, Representative. The main thing I would say is, first of all, we're really not seeing that. A lot of the reason why parents are in some cases happy to continue to pay this 50% is because they know they need that childcare spot when this is all over to go back to work. So we haven't started to see that yet, but I do agree with you. It's smart to project out that things will probably change over the next few months. The other piece of the puzzle is we've only been meeting the need 50% of the demand for childcare across the state. So these folks have wait lists, 7,500 kids deep. So I actually don't believe it's going to show up. That lack of demand will show up in the day-to-day operation of childcare businesses like it would in other industries, just because we're so under, the supply currently. And, so I don't believe it will shake out in a way that we're going to need to plan for as far as the business model, if that makes sense. But it's a very, very good point, and something that we've not fully turned our attention to, as Trey said, as to the recovery phase yet. We're still deeply in the response, but it's a very smart point for us to start thinking about.
Mute myself here. Other questions, committee? I think one of the pieces that came from the federal government was in community block grants, and it was a pretty small amount of money that they sent to us. But I did see that childcare was specifically named in there. Is that something that you all have been looking at and trying to figure out how to apply it to our centers?
Yes, and Trey, you can jump in here. I believe that, as Trey mentioned, the childcare industry, sort of writ large in the country, asked for, a denomination that was 100 times larger than what ended up happening for childcare in the stimulus in the CARES Act, and so we ended up getting, I think, $4 million, Trey. I mean, it was a pretty small amount of money given how much we're going to need to support just the stabilization program to keep the industry alive in Vermont. So I believe, Chair, that money will go directly to, this would be a question for the Child Development Division and AHS, finance office. But my understanding is they're certainly going to braid that federal dollars right into any other emergency money that they're using right now to just basically first and foremost do the stabilization grant. I will say the beauty of the stabilization program is that it's a very clean, comprehensive injection of funds into the field in a way that holds them financially harmless, as opposed to this tapestry of inefficient, supports that many other states are doing. So it's really the best in class as far as I know. It's still complicated, but people are already starting to, get the guidance and start to sort out what they're going to do as a business for childcare business. And this is really the most comprehensive plan. So it's a funnel of any state and federal dollars directly to these programs. It's just not enough, so we'll be finding other sources.
But to underscore Ally's initial point is the money that came to the industry in the CARES Act is it could either cover the cost of emergency care and supplies and the health needs of those centers. There maybe would be a little bit left over to support the stabilization program, but it's not a comprehensive funding source to get us all the way to the end of even this response period. So again, that's why, future federal action as well as, other creative thinking at the state level are just going to have to happen. $4.3 million is a few weeks of stabilization or less if you have to divert that into emergency childcare costs.
This leads to a very, very good point, though, Chair, which is the expansion of childcare financial assistance that's happening right now is best practice. It's what the sort of national best practice, has prescribed, and we're one of the few states that are doing it. It's also what the Blue Ribbon Commission and all of our ground, work over the last many years on fixing sort of this industry problem has said. And so we're getting an interesting flavor of what it could look like, truly stabilize and, and have this industry fly into the future right now. It's an interesting sort of dimension of this month.
So, but I understand this money came through so that it's in the community development block grants, and there's generally municipal applications that have to be put in for that. Is there some type of waiver or some different directives from the Fed on how they get this money out?
I don't think we know all the guidance yet from Office of Management and Budget. They were hoping to get that out by the 13th, which is the beginning of next week. So it has been. I mean, when you read carefully between the lines, or even what's on the lines, when the Joint Fiscal Office and others, Commissioner Gresham are talking to the appropriations committees, that they're saying that we're operating in a real dearth of guidance right now, or with a real dearth of guidance, and so they're counting on that. It could be a place, though. I mean, we have been looking at that, or I've been looking at that too, and wondering, is there a way to for Vermont to kind of more creatively direct that money towards projects that people agree are the kind of high priority projects, as opposed to waiting for which applications come through the pipeline, which sometimes that's a great way to let the market drive need. But then the people who are best at putting applications together are the ones that are on the receiving end.
Well, and I think it's going to certainly slow the way the money can get out quickly, because if we have to wait for municipalities to put in applications, and then we have to have the board hold hearings on those applications and make decisions on them, I think it's really holding things up instead of speedily getting the money out. So.
Absolutely. And again, that's why I'll point to the stabilization program. Part of the sort of genius of the state's response to childcare is they're saying, you know what, we're not going to have these thousands and thousands of small business have to wade through that process exactly like you just laid out, Chair, of applying for a grant, trying to figure out if UI is right for them, trying to figure out if it's a mix of the grant and UI and paid family leave. This is actually this one sort of shot deal where between parent tuition and the state support, it's a really clean and easy way to basically ensure A, that these businesses stay open, but B, to not have all these folks become unemployed. To your earlier point, Representative Kimball, the one part that we're not going to add to unemployment right now is through early educators, because you have to keep your folks on payroll. And to your earlier point too, Representative, about parents homeschooling, these folks now, the early educators who are still on payroll because of the stabilization program, are actually working with families. They're doing story times, story circles. They're supporting families and sort of coaching them through behavioral issues, helping them get routines for their kids at home. So they're actually doing quite a bit of service for these families while they're still on payroll and, frankly, open as K through 12.
Okay, we have Jean and then Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On another topic, prior to the pandemic, there was talk about the business community rallying with some ideas on funding. And that conversation, I think we need to continue to have that conversation even while we're getting through this pandemic. Are you talking to the business community at this point? Where are we with those thoughts?
Great question. Fantastic question. It was one of those projects that we felt would be absolutely, able to move forward. But I have to say, Representative Sullivan, we have paused that for the moment, specifically as to the funding sources, because I think we all are very much, waiting on the uncertainty of what our fiscal picture as a state is going to look like. I mean, hearing, about the loss of revenue, I think we are going to need to let the dust settle a little bit. However, to your point of calling this meeting today, frankly, for all of you, we have to also at the same time be smart and not be flat-footed when things kick back open. Positioning things like childcare, things that we've now seen are absolutely necessary through this crisis. Having a plan of action ready. So we can really move swiftly with state and federal dollars. So I think it's going to be a bit of a dance, Representative O'Sullivan. I think it's going to be a very careful threading of response and pivot to recovery when we start to understand that. But all that is to say, our business partners are still with us, and they're starting to, lean in different ways. How, like, ideas of how might we use stimulus funding to set ourselves up to have that conversation, quickly when the time is right, as opposed to thinking through, specific funding sources right now. But I'd be really open to your feedback. You all are seeing this closer to the ground than we are, on when is it appropriate to start that conversation back up again.
Well, that they're consistently part, that the business community is consistently part of your conversation now is very important.
Yes.
And yes, and you'll get the committee support on this because this is a vital part of economic development.
I greatly appreciate that. And just so you know, I have to call some of them out right now. Fully Distributing, here's an example. They've been involved through the Business Roundtable. They're involved on the ground, and all of a sudden, they are the only folks with product, janitorial product, toilet paper, because they held on to it to be part of the emergency response because they knew this was going to happen. And they've chosen to prioritize emergency childcare as one of their clients right now. So they are physically, personally, breaking open pallets and repackaging them and delivering them to childcare programs right now. To quote them yesterday, I want everyone to know you have a friend in childcare down here in Foley, right? That's one example. Twincraft, Michelle Ash actually just joined Let's Grow Kids board. She feels so passionately about this manufacturing up in Essex and Winooski, and they just started changing their manufacturing to do products to give emergency childcare. So just an example, businesses are seeing this, even now more than ever. We've actually had a close business partner called us the other day and said, I've always understood what you are doing, but it was a little bit abstract. And now I really get it. Not do I just get that we need a better system that's not so fragile and sort of like poorly thought through, but we also, need public funding support to actually have it work, which was really an eye opener, I would say, for us.
Well, that's right, Ali. And I think the only other thing to emphasize is that we've paused that conversation, but only for a couple of weeks or a month in order to kind of get our feet under us and understand what are the new opportunities and pathways that we should be moving down with you all and with those partners, and thinking about the goals that we had, which, as you said earlier, they haven't changed. But we may have to take a slightly different route to get there.
Yeah. Jim.
Hey there. This dovetails right into Jean's question, I think, and that is, I was wondering if you and Allie and Trey were thinking on a grand scale with respect to the architecture of how the child care dilemma that we have would be designed, and whether or not it would make sense for it to be a part of the Department of Education. Now, that may be a really big question right now, but it's something that I've been thinking about.
We're right there with you. and we don't have an answer, and it's not for Let's Grow Kids to make that decision either. That's a administration plus legislature plus industry conversation about how to get that right. But there are states where 0 through 5 is part of a sort of K through 12 system, and it's all it's not necessarily socialized or free from 0 to 5 or even at the pre-kindergarten age, but I think like New York City is working on something like that. And then there are other places where this is purely in the human services agencies. I think I said, Representative Carroll, when I was in the chair a month ago, that one thing we do know is that it's complicated to have joint oversight. In Vermont, people have learned to make objective between AHS and the Agency of Education. But one of the models that comes out of the think tank report and out of the Blue Ribbon Commission report is to unify that governance, and move it forward. And we may need to rethink some of that structure in the future in this state. How do agencies oversee some of these core functions? Just as part of a new reality we're all going to be living in. Nobody really knows yet how recovery has to look in order to address what happens over the next 6, 8, 12, 18 weeks.
I just want to add, I so appreciate the insight, Representative Carroll, because that's exactly right. It's on all of us together, and certainly not Let's Grow Kids, alone, or even, to lead that piece, to look at the lessons we've just learned and see if we're going to have a reshaping, frankly, a total reshaping of some of this stuff. And, the fault lines that this is showing are real. And the first fault line, the first sleepless week of work where we were just all trying to sort this out together was, whoa, what happens to the childcare industry? Do you close it like you close the schools? And they were feeling incredibly disrespected in the first announcement of schools where childcare was just ignored. And it was ignored because it's a private industry, in most of, it's a hybrid public-private industry. And it was really inappropriate to let, that go unsaid and give no guidance there because, each program was going to have to make their own decision on the best interest of the public health that they were juggling, their families' needs, their kids' needs, their bottom line. It was a mess in the first day, right? And so what was the big difference? Childcare is this sort of complex public-private market, 0 K through 12. What is not, is a public good with public funding. There was never a question, certainly lots of hardships there on the remote learning, continuity of learning, but never did anyone waste one moment of time worrying or thinking about the financial money flow, and sorting that piece out, right? So huge lesson right off the bat there about one was a public good and one was not, and set them up in totally different positions at the start of a crisis like this. And then I would say globally, because we all are seeing this in such stark relief, those who are being called upon as essential workers right now, including childcare, early educators, don't have health insurance, poverty wages, can't socially distance. It's really a broader point that childcare, fits right in the middle of that I think we're all going to have to make sense of together when this is over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jean, do you have another question or?
I apologize. I forgot to put my hand down. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Lynn?
Yeah, I think that was an interesting issue that Jim Carroll raised. My understanding, after we passed a bill years ago for pre-K, that was one of the major stumbling blocks is the, whose jurisdiction is it? Is it Department of Education or Agency of Education, or is it the Agency of Human Services? And they apparently sort of share it, and it's been just a stumbling block in doing anything that's resolved this whole issue of pre-K. And I'm wondering if you guys have had any input into any of that, and does childcare fit into that? And because that is a real sticky situation, and no one's ever been able to figure out who is going to take jurisdiction of this.
Great point. Yeah, we've been very, very involved in those conversations in, House Ed and House Human Services over the many years, and in discussions with superintendents, special education association, and others, building bright futures. It's been a big conversation. And I will say the good news is Vermont was the first in the country to have a universal pre-K bill for 3 and 4-year-olds that actually was tied to a real funding source. And guess what it did? It raised the quality of pre-K to an incredible degree. The vast majority of people that are offering pre-K both in the schools and in the private settings are 4 and 5 stars, have licensed teachers, and are getting great outcomes. And 75% of 3 and 4-year-olds are accessing publicly funded pre-K in Vermont. So the good news is access and quality. So it actually did exactly what we hoped. Your point, Lynn, I don't want to sugarcoat it. The sticking points have been on the administrative minutia, which sounds like minor, but it's major, in some cases, and can, really get in the way of a very good program and get in the way of what's most important, which is getting kids what they need here. And so it's a continued discussion. I will say it was a major policy shift. So it's been a couple of years and things are quieting a little bit and the real issues are coming, to the fore. There were thousands of issues before. Now I'd say there's like a list of maybe, 10 very important issues that still need to be sorted out. And some are as minor as contracting procedures. And some, are also fingerprinting procedures, right? So there's some administrative pieces like that that are really difficult. And I think we all need to work them out, but agreed. I mean, it could get swept into a larger conversation about perhaps we just going to look at this whole spectrum of education in a different way now and think about it more like a public good and then restructure the governance and regulation of that. I mean, that could be a major societal transformation that comes from this pandemic. I always look at my lawyer to make sure I didn't get over my skis here.
Well, and you didn't. I mean, that is what we talked about that a little bit a month ago, and it's the right answer is that it's a very complicated question. We're right in the middle of it, Representative Dickinson, and that's where we want to be, because it's, when I talk about the future of this industry, governance is the first thing that I think about. And I have some experience on the inside of state government, and the places where there was shared oversight of key programs, especially regulated programs, were the places where the biggest pinch points happened, where the regulated community can be really negatively affected by disagreements or different stances or different viewpoints on an issue. And we don't have to go down the road of where those could be, but we want to solve that. We really want to make this much clearer for the providers. We want to make it much cleaner in terms of the way that it's funded, so that families have a simple copay. And then there's all those other things that Allie and I keep saying. We need to make sure that every family can afford it. We need to make sure that the workers have the support they need to get professional development and really grow as teachers and lifelong learners themselves. And they need to be supported with benefits and pay that's at least sort of equivalent to what they'd make teaching in a different level. I also jumped out, and so I think, Allie, you did a great job answering that question. I wanted to thank everybody. I know Allie can stay on, but I am going to have to drop off here, and have just a previously scheduled meeting that I couldn't move around. But we are really happy to be with you, and we hope that we can check back in 3 or 4 weeks, and then 3 or 4 weeks after that, as things get a little clearer. We will also keep you posted with developments, Representative O'Sullivan, sort of what happens with our work with the business community champions. And if there's any of that we can help put in writing, if Amy lets me know, or if any of you send us a request, we can get back to you with sort of more delineated responses.
Thanks, Trey. We appreciate your time with us. Is there any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. Allie, thank you too. Oh, Christy does have a question.
There we go. Allie, thanks. When we talk about perhaps migrating the childcare into a public entity, similar to what the school programs are, how do you envision the administration or bureaucracy of such a program? And as we've seen with our school districts, we're trying to consolidate. We're trying to merge administration. I'm looking for, what do you think the administration of such a program for childcare would look like?
Oh boy, such a good question. And, I'm just going to say this is purely conjecture on my part to answer your question, as if you all are starting to sort of, dream about this now. It's coming from basically being involved with years of collaborative processes. We did a 1,000-person summit to think through this 2 years ago with Building Bright Futures. And then that led to a smaller think tank of partners, both public, private partners thinking about this. And it all came from the Blue Room Commission originally. So a lot of what I will just muse on for you on that is based on some of that stuff. But, a big example, one thing is, this is a public-private partnership, and there is some strength in that. If it's truly supported in a way that values this profession And as Trey said, make sure that parents actually can pay what they can afford and not more than that, and actually give salaries to folks to value them and their professionalism. It can be a public-private partnership, which is much less expensive, right? Instead of being a completely compulsory, extension 0 to 5 of school, that's completely paid for, instead of say 10% on the sliding fee scale of parents paying some tuition, it becomes a exponentially more expensive program, just to put that out there. So the public-private partnership piece is not terrible, and it's best practice in the United States, and there's probably a way to get there that would avoid all the crises we just went through in this pandemic. This keeps supporting the industry. Now that could be overseen in a variety of different ways. The reason why I think people go to education is because it really is education. I think we have to get through the stigma of the fact that this is babysitting. No one who does this knows it's sees it as babysitting. It's true early education. And so I think there's a real symbolic and important messaging piece that comes to the education, which I think people are drawn to for that, and it's for good reason. A lot of folks have discussed a new entity, but have been worried that they don't want to spend all their time and political capital and money building a new entity, say like an early childhood department. So those of us who want to move this very quickly are a little wary of that, but there have been ideas of how you might do that in a really efficient way. In other words, you might you might start an early childhood fund that's a one-stop shop for all these different things, and that cleans up all this. Is it ed fund? Is it not ed fund? Et cetera. So, and that's been on the docket for years for these early childhood sort of discussions, an early education fund. And then from there, the oversight could be dual, or it could be a new entity. It could be a quasi-judicial, almost like the VHCB of early childhood, because it's a public-private market. You could sort of quickly stand up, say, a kind of VHCB type of entity that supported sort of the regulatory, side of that. So there's lots of different options, Representative Morris. I just wanted to sort of tease it for you a little bit on what the conversation has been like over the years, because, you could just go into one agency, you could sort of force collaboration in a more concrete way. You could go to a public-private entity to oversee it. And, I think you could do a lot of those things quite efficiently. We have models in other states that we could look to. But anyway, it's just sort of some ideas for you on there are options to do this in a more streamlined way.
Right. And one of my reasons for my question is, as we're seeing down here in Springfield currently, the cost of the public education is so extreme that the citizens in town, in their infinite wisdom, decided to vote down the budget. So they just look at the numbers and they get exasperated by the amounts. And so I just was trying to get a feel for if this would be a standalone program, and if that's what you're looking at or envisioning, and or if it would go into the public sector and would be subject to the voter discretion.
Great question.
Any other questions for Allie? I think what I'd like to do later, sometime this summer probably, as we're understanding where we're at and where we might need to be going in the future, is maybe have a joint hearings with education and with health, human services. So the three committees, that'd be really interesting to have 33 members up on the screen and along with you and others to see how that would work. But I think that if we are going to make changes in this system going forward, that we all three need to be working together with you and with the administration. So I think, I'll talk to the two chairs later. It's not a pressing issue right now that we need to jump into. We have much more pressing needs going on now, but to keep this in the back of our minds, and please touch base with me, Allie, in the next few weeks if you have new information. I don't mind bringing the committee together to hear from you and others about what's going on out in the world that we're probably missing because of our ability to, or lack of ability to get out. So thank you thank you for all that Let's Grow Kids is doing, and what you've done to keep essential workers able to have their children taken care of while they're taking care of us.
It's our pleasure. I really appreciate it. And thank you for that. We will absolutely, I think it's a wonderful idea to have a joint hearing. You all are pros at the Zoom already. I think it would go beautifully and it would be a really important conversation. And we'll keep you apprised certainly of any updates.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Really nice to see you.
Good to see you too. Stay healthy. Morning, Jordan.
Hey everyone, can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for having me.
No, thank you for taking the time to talk with us this morning. I think, we're trying to just understand what's happening out in the business world right now, and we appreciate you taking the time to fill us in on what VBSR is seeing.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. So, are you guys ready for me to dive in, or need a few minutes? Okay.
No, we're all set.
All righty. Well, for the record, it's Jordan Giaconio with Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility. So what I want to do, I definitely want to begin by, really on behalf of VBSR and our 730 member businesses, I want to begin by thanking the committee for the tireless work you all have done so far to combat this pandemic, from rolling out the federal policies to expanding our unemployment healthcare systems. I can safely say that these measures have really been helping a lot of struggling businesses weather this storm. That said, they also raise a lot of questions, which I'll get to further on. So just to contextualize this and give sort of a brief snapshot of what our membership looks like, about 35% of VBSR's members employ about 10 full-time employees or less, 65% employ 50 full-time employees or less, and only about 60% employ 300 or more. So by and large, VBSR members are really just small businesses. What this has meant for a lot of them is that they're not only more vulnerable to some of the economic impacts of the coronavirus, but also fairly limited in their capacity to access a lot of the new resources available to them. So as we've navigate these changes as an organization and as businesses, VBSR has really strived to try and act as an advocate, an educator, convener for our members. So what that's looking like right now is continuously updating our COVID-19 resource page. We're putting on a series of webinars that will connect people anywhere from the biggest shifts on public policy, but also on best business practices to maintain health and safety, as well as the economic and fiscal longevity of small businesses. And then, of course, participating in hearings like this and just trying to provide some constructive feedback. So it's not, I would say that it's not an exaggeration to say that COVID-19 has really devastated a lot of our small businesses. A good portion of our members have reported full or partial layoffs or reductions in hours and or pay cuts really across the board, anywhere from senior membership all the way down to some of the lower level employees. And I'll try to move chronologically in terms of some of the challenges that we faced as this is developed. So at the outset with the, I think most of this began with the stay home, stay safe order. I think a lot were left questioning whether they were essential or not, what extent they could continue their operations. Our retailers, for example, were very confused as to whether or not they could continue to fulfill online orders. And then also got a lot of questions from our solar and efficiency industries as to whether, solar panel installations would constitute person-to-person interactions. I will say, to the credit of the administration and ACCD and others, their follow-up guidance has been pretty helpful in providing clarity. But I certainly believe that there's continuous updates to folks as to what level of business they can carry out during this time while still ensuring compliance and health and safety would be most helpful. And then on the federal level, from the passage in particular of the CARES Act, that has brought in a lot of interest from our businesses who are really thrilled to be thrown another financial lifeline, namely SBA's Paycheck Protection Program loans. But the initial guidelines didn't provide the most clarity and have drawn a great deal of confusion from our members, particularly about available lenders, eligibility requirements, qualifying uses, and then also how hiring changes will impact loan forgiveness, which I'll get to in a moment. All of which have made the application process a lot more challenging. That said, in terms of reports, I've heard through the grapevine not so many direct testimony from our members about trouble with accessibility to the loans with respect to whether larger lenders are turning away folks who are non-members or more hesitant to participate in the program because of lower interest rates. That said, I am happy to report one of our key lenders, VSECU, is experiencing almost 100% approval rating. And then in terms of the availability of the funds, I know there's been a lot being thrown around as far as how much of that funding, the $350 billion that's been allocated. They have reported that about $73 billion of the $350 billion has been used as of yesterday. So this really, what I would say there is just anything that we can do to prop up resources and continue to channel resources into emergency loan programs. VSCCU is offering emergency loans. I know VITA is doing a wonderful job. Channeling resources in that direction is really key there in terms of providing fiscal assistance. And then far and away, the most consistent question that we've been getting at this point isn't necessarily about the PPP itself, but rather whether businesses should opt for a PPP loan or whether they lay off their employees and have them collect what can often be a larger sum. And for clarity, VBSRs, we're by no means opposed to robust unemployment insurance that's now available to Vermonters who are finding themselves out of work, and we don't by any means believe that Vermonters are eager to leave the workforce. I think that the added $600 on top of the existing UI maximum means financial security for a lot of Vermont's most vulnerable. It also stands to reduce the spread, keep workers at home, keep everyone safe and healthy during this difficult time. That said, I have gotten particularly a lot coming from the manufacturing sector. So some of our essential workers as well as retailers have employees asking to be fired so that they can collect additional money. And that for us raises a lot of significant questions, particularly about equitable pay, but also employee retention. So VBSR has long supported development we call a livable job, what we call livable jobs. And that's not looking solely at wages, but looking holistically at benefits, wages, and everything in between. And what it really is a vision for economic growth centered around the creation of jobs with good wages and benefits. So as we've seen in some instances, economic or income inequality has chipped away to some extent at the earnings of lower income Vermonters over the years, and many of them are the essential employees who are working at the front lines of this pandemic to provide food, medical care, and other key services. So I think my big ask from the legislature, from this committee, is that as the state and federal government search for solutions to try to keep essential workers in the workplace, we're really strongly encouraging the legislature to support offering some kind of additional pay to Vermont's essential employees to achieve the greatest degree of parity possible with the unemployment benefits they might otherwise receive. I recognize that, just fiscally speaking, it'll be immensely difficult to actually reach parity, given the $600 benefit alone is pretty much like $15 an hour. But what I will say is that VBSR members who are paying higher wages, generally speaking, consistently above minimum wage, have consistently reported stronger staff retention and a stronger sense of investment there. So what we're asking is, as essential employers continue to take whatever measures they can, all of the measures to ensure the health and safety of employees. I also think that increased pay for our essential workers, coupled with the benefits that they already receive, will ensure not only that they're justly compensated for the work, but also reduce some turnover. And it's my understanding the Senate has already convened some kind of working group to explore this concept. So I would urge the committee to support them in this endeavor wherever possible. And then, on the other end, I do want to point out some of the lighter notes, or I wouldn't say lighter, but, some positive pieces and some positive feedback that we've been getting from our membership, and things that we would hope that we can sort of elevate during this difficult time. And that's really comes from the core of who we are as an organization and as a collection of businesses, which is, it's a socially responsible business community. It's just that, a community. We all work together. So all sharing really a dedicated commitment to making positive impacts on their homes, their communities, their environments. And the epidemic has certainly changed how we've been able to do this, but hasn't shaken the commitment to that sort of triple bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity. So VBSR member businesses, what I will say, have worked in sort of this people first, community serving approach to business, have really laid a foundation for how to really best respond to crises. So a couple of examples, and this is just a brief snapshot. Businesses like Burton, Vermont Glove, The Generator have pivoted to producing and innovating new personal protection equipment for frontline workers. National Life, Skinny Pancake, and Union Mutual are all donating food to local food banks and those most in need. And then, as I mentioned, group lenders like VSECU and Vermont Community Foundation are providing emergency financial relief to local businesses. These have largely positively impacted communities in public health and longevity. And I will say on a positive sort of added benefit to that is that local jobs are often being retained as members kind of pivot their operations to respond over to the pandemic. So again, I want to express our sincere gratitude for the work of the committee and the legislature writ large. We're continuing to gather feedback, and I think we're going to be streamlining our communications a little bit more to direct folks to some more, some sort of consistent resources. That's another piece of feedback we've been getting, is that a lot of members feel like it's kind of information overload as far as the resources that they can access. So that's another piece there. And then I would say on the paid family leave side of things, there has been some confusion from members about, whether they could go into partial hours and supplement that with paid family leave hours. And then in the unemployment realm, I have had mixed reports from some of our board members. It has not been at the top of the feedback we've been getting. As I mentioned, it's mostly been geared toward the PPP loans and sort of the dichotomy between payroll versus unemployment. But in terms of unemployment eligibility, I've gotten mixed reports as to how fast claims are being processed. But was heartened to hear from DOL yesterday in their testimony that it sounds like they're building a more robust system there. So if the committee and the legislature can support them in that endeavor, would certainly encourage that as well. So I know that was kind of a long-winded basic snapshot of where we are, but I again want to express our gratitude and know that we're continuing to collect some more specific feedback from folks and offer more webinars on these issues. And so I will be in touch if we get anything outside of that realm, and are happy to be a resource moving forward.
Great. So we have some people lined up for questions. Jean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Julian, Jordan, the payroll protection plan, my understanding was because they're paying 2.5% of or two and a half times the payroll itself, that as a tactic, your employers who have essential workers could jump the payroll, that additional 600 during the 8 weeks, and then get that forgiven. Is that something you are working out? Is that going to work for you?
That is one avenue that a lot of folks are taking, and we had I put on a webinar earlier on this week with SBA with Darcy, and she actually provided some clarity on that front to say that they do have that flexibility to fill out that gap with the PPP program. So it is available. Yeah.
So is that webinar on your website?
Yep, we have a recorded session, and then next week too, I'm also working with Susan, the deputy director for the district office, and we're going to be giving kind of a soup to nuts presentation about the SBA loans that are available and to continue to field more questions. Oh. That is one that we are consistently getting. Yep. I think for us, it's largely just about disseminating the information as much as possible, and then we'll kind of troubleshoot as things come across. But to answer your question, yeah, there is that flexibility to try and make up that difference and benefit. Yeah. It is a pretty substantial one.
Yeah, do keep us informed about the webinars. That'll be very helpful for our constituents. Can we refer them back to that webinar? Thank you.
And on that front too, we're more than happy to help with some kind of a teletown hall or something like that. Anything that will connect you guys most directly with our membership. I've found that in terms of gathering feedback, you have like 5 or 6 different orgs, I think, asking people for the same feedback. So whatever we can do to get feedback straight to you guys, we're more than happy to accommodate.
Thank you.
Stephanie.
Jordan, I have a question about the PPP loan also. So I've been hearing from some of our local restaurants that this is a really tough one for them. And I was wondering if you had heard that too. And so the specifics are that they're closed. They're not allowed to open until the governor gives the okay that this type of establishments can reopen. But if they get the PPP loan, which is a fast track, they need to start repaying that loan within 8 weeks of when they receive the loan, instead of 8 weeks when they're allowed to open. And I'm wondering if you had heard much about this from your business owners, especially like Skinny Pancake or some of the other larger restaurant groups.
Thus far, I haven't heard anything too much from Benji, and then a lot of them have pushed toward curbside pickup, which has somewhat softened that blow. But I'm happy to reach out and report back. So far, haven't heard too much negative feedback there. But
yeah, I've seen it from at least 3 different local restaurants that they're very worried about getting these, even applying for the PPP loan, because it might end up being a bigger hit for them than a benefit.
Yeah, exactly. And then I know that there's some extent of deferment available for the beginning for sort of the initial part of the loan once it's dispersed. But even then, it does present a pretty significant challenge. What we're advising businesses to do right now is really look at just that logistical challenges as far as loan repayment, and not to sort of rely on this notion that the loans are going to be forgiven, and know that you have to maintain your business operations through this entire process. So we're mostly just trying to kind of caution people to that end, but I'm happy to ping our restaurant folks in particular to see what kind of feedback they have for you guys, and see if we can find any viable solution there.
Yeah, that'd be terrific. Thank you.
Great. Zach?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for speaking to us today, Jordan. I also just wanted to quickly respond to Stephanie's piece there. I heard from my sister's partner that there's the Vermont the Restaurant Association is offering the National Restaurant Association is offering some grants to restaurants to help fill the gap there too. But Jordan, I had 2 questions for you. I was thinking about I've been thinking a lot about this idea of subsidizing essential workers' pay to create a parity with the unemployment insurance options, so I heard somebody related to kind of like hazard pay. I was wondering how, instead of as opposed to the option of having the state give money to businesses to do this, what other policy solutions could we offer to incent businesses to do this on their own, such as tax relief, or what other things are holding back businesses from just doing this on their own, besides obviously financial restraints? And then I had one other question after that. You're on mute, Jordan.
Thank you. Got to get used to the new normal, so to speak. A lot of our businesses are trying to explore just that. A good example is taking advantage of student loan repayment and trying to pursue sort of alternative fiscal avenues that will incentivize people to stay on and sort of expand benefits. I do think that what I will say is I think in this conversation that's been sort of lost on a lot of folks is the fiscal value of your benefits that you currently receive while employed in the workplace. So the more that our members can prop up those benefits, they're looking into those. A lot of our members already currently contribute to student loan repayment, but the added benefit that was included in the CARES Act, which is actually very, very much so akin to the legislation offered by Representative Stevens, we're happy to see that. I think that's an avenue that they're exploring. And then we have some businesses who are kind of overcoming the fiscal hurdle and just providing slight plus ups on hourly wages. And then I haven't heard too much in terms of barriers just outside of the fiscal aspect of it. And then, of course, there's also just the general concerns about health and safety. I think that's a real complicating factor there, because from our end, as people who are running largely employee-first workplaces, if an employee tells us that they don't feel safe in the workplace, there's not that much, and they can make that compelling case. There's not much that we can do there to try and calm folks down. And also, once you've provided the greatest extent of safety measures possible, the last thing we want to do is tell people, okay, well, if you feel safer at home, you can't stay home. So there's that. I'd say that's a big complicating factor as well too, is that we want to make sure that we try to keep essential workers in the workplace, but also make sure that they feel that they are safe and staying healthy and not putting anyone at risk either. So that's a big barrier.
That's helpful, Jordan, and it is nice to hear that some businesses are giving that additional funding, and I do wonder if we can provide some tax relief for certain circumstances like that as a systemic policy solution to incent more businesses to do that. The other piece that you had mentioned about the overload of data, which is an interesting new problem, because then you didn't have a lot of data to begin with, but I'm also experiencing this. I'm getting emails from all sorts of businesses and individuals that I've never heard of before. And it's hard to distinguish whether, one, they're credible and if their information is valuable. I mean, there certainly is a sense that some people are just taking advantage of this to get their names out there to a certain extent, or just wanting to do something. I do wonder, what role VVSR and the chambers can play in sort of being, I mean, I don't know how these guys are getting everybody's information, but their contact information. How can you be the funnel for that information? I mean, so that trusted organizations like the Chambers and VBSR are the ones that are getting the information out there that we need, so we're not lost in just the plethora of information we're getting.
So I would say this is going to be kind of it's a new change for us and a change in the paradigm so far. Up until this point, what we've largely been doing is just gathering information directly from the agencies and then kind of providing kind of a translation of sorts to give people the most simple and up-to-date information as possible. And then, but what I will say is now, so VBSR is part of a broader working group with ACCD and a number of others. And the big ask that we're looking at right now is really just to try to streamline those communications and focus less so on the translation and more so, toward just disseminating that info and referring people directly to the resources, agency resources. So, in some, we're pivoting our outgoing communications to directing people to the official sources. So ACCD, SBA, Vermont SBDC, and then focusing our energy on responding to questions and then making those referrals and sort of carrying on our social responsibility message as well. So we'll be posting and sharing just official resources at this point. And then in terms of summarizing the legislation, we'll keep that really top line and again, refer people over. So mostly at this point, trying to serve as a convener a lot of the times. And I think that, we're fortunate we have technology like this where we can do that to the greatest extent possible. And I believe I would assume that a lot of the chambers are going to follow suit on this point, because there is a lot of, I don't think that there's a lot of misinformation circulating, but when you hear 3 or 4 different iterations of the same thing, you might find some discrepancies between the two and then kind of start to question things. For us, it's really about streamlining those communications, directing people toward the official resources and just trying to make those connections to the greatest extent possible.
Great. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jordan, you talked a few minutes ago about the webinars. Could you send us all links to those? Because I've got quite a few businesses that have quite a few questions that I have not necessarily been able to clarify with them, and I would like to pass them on to those businesses.
Yeah, gladly. I will note on that front, with the exception of webinars with state and federal agencies and legislators, if it's with like a private firm or a private business, we'll charge non-members. It's a pretty nominal fee. It's about $20. But if it's anything with respect to accessing financial resources and anything with state and federal agencies, we keep those free and open to all members.
Yes, exactly.
But happy to pass that forward, but want to make sure I give you guys that caveat. And then the recorded versions are also readily available online too. So I'll send that all to the committee.
Very good. Thank you.
No problem.
Charlie?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jordan, just an interesting question, because we're talking about essential employees and you're talking about an increase in pay for them. But as the list of businesses expands that are allowed to operate with different interpretations and guidance from the Agency of Commerce Community Development, then we create almost a third filter for here's a business, here's an essential business, here's one that deserves a bump in their pay. Because even a lawn care services, which offer grub and tick spreading or treatment for their lawns, is considered to be essential and they can operate. I don't think that we really want to necessarily subsidize them with an extra hazard pay. So I just I don't know if it's take issue with it, but I don't want to suggest that we should, for all businesses that are now deemed to be essential, then to figure out which of them are eligible for an increase in pay. So it's as difficult enough to decide who can continue to operate. So have you had thoughts on that? And can you share that?
That is one aspect that I present. So for clarity, so when we put together our policy positions, I defer back to a public policy committee that we have made up of our membership. That was a concern that I've expressed, and I completely understand on your front too, in terms of making sure that we're maintaining sort of the fiscal longevity of the state in our programs. It's something that we're still kind of exploring. I'd say that it's largely in the conceptual phase for us, but I'm happy to circle up with folks and report back. What I will say is that I think it's just to achieve as much parity as you can with the unemployment benefit. So yeah, I mean, it's something that we're kind of consistently continuing to try and review and chew on. So at this point, I don't have a real definitive answer there. We're kind of being as reactionary as possible as we can, but completely understand concerns there with respect to making sure that we're putting dollars in the right place and spending them as efficiently as possible.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jordan? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands popping up yet. So this afternoon at 12:30, we're back on. Chris Delia from the Vermont Bankers Association will be giving us an update on the PPP and the SBA loans that are flowing through the banks and the credit unions. And you're welcome to listen in if you'd like. Also, are you, and I'm assuming this, but I'm going to ask the question anyway, working with our federal delegation, Senator Leahy and Sanders and Representative Welch, on what especially the issues that have been cropping up with PPP and the way some banks are applying the directives over others, and maybe some suggestions on how they could the next round that they're already talking about could be a little better implemented.
Yes, sir. I'm in good, steady communication with the federal delegation as well. I'm going to be touching base with them later on this week, if not early next week, just to get a status report as where we are in the phase 4 legislation. I know that they're already talking about trying to channel more funding into the PPP program, but also if we can expand accessibility there, that's certainly a big priority for us. And then also from that parity in between the unemployment benefit, I know that that's been a part of the conversation too, as to whether they can just channel some federal dollars into that, as opposed to having us try to find a solution in state, or whether, I know there's been conversation as to whether we could pull funding from the CARES Act that we've received already, or whether we could see if we can ask for more. So yeah, in steady communication with those guys.
Great. So I'm sure we'll be in contact with you again. The small business task force will be meeting probably sometime next week, and of course we're wanting to touch base with you in a few weeks to see what you're seeing, what your members are seeing, and find out if some of the issues that are being identified have been taken care of, and if we've identified other issues or any good news that might be out there. We're always looking for good news. That seems to be few and far between these days, but we appreciate all that you're doing for your members and for Vermonters, and please give your businesses our best, and we'll try to do whatever we can to assist when the time is right.
Will do, and thank you all, and want to send well wishes to you and yours.
Thank you. So Amy, I think we are back on schedule. We'll be finished at 11. And so committee, I would say that we can take a break now. We'll have an hour and a half, try to be back on by 12:15-ish or so, prior to our next round this afternoon, and have a good lunch. I think I'm going to go warm up my snow shovel. Apparently we're supposed to get a little bit of snow tonight. We've just been looking forward to that. And now that my pond is wide open, which is great, I just hope it doesn't refreeze again. So we'll see you all. We'll see you all at 12:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
See you, Mike.
Bye-bye.
Everybody.
I'm Representative Tim Briglin. I'm the chairman of the House Energy and Technology Committee, and we're meeting today via Zoom with a discussion of our committee on connectivity issues. Of course, with the COVID-19 crisis that's going on in our state right now, it has evidenced a number of other issues that I think we can call a crisis as well. And one of those is basically an equity issue around Vermonters, primarily in rural areas, but maybe other areas as well, that lack adequate connectivity to either access healthcare services through telehealth, to access education through the remote learning with our schools closed through the end of the school year now. And obviously many Vermonters are working at home right now. So lacking adequate connectivity is a huge impediment and an issue of equity for Vermonters. And that's something we're going to be discussing today. Some of the work that this committee has done in the first part of this biennium through the passage of Act 79 was to provide more support for communications union districts, CUDs. And one of the things that, just as an introduction to our discussion today, we've invited 4 of the newest CUDs, and Ann Manwaring, I understand you guys passed you are the newest CUD in the state from some of the work you've done earlier this week. So really excited to hear that. But one of the things we want to cover today, inviting 4 CUDs in, was to hear about some of the things that you're working on now, how quickly that work is moving forward, what some of the biggest challenges are that you're facing right now, and I think most importantly for our committee and for representatives from the Department of Public Service who are with us today as well, what are things that the state can do and the legislature can do to support your work, to accelerate that process? Again, this is one of the mechanisms we have reached for to try and accelerate the process of getting connectivity, particularly into the more rural parts of our state. So with our agenda today, we have 4 representatives of our communication union districts, Evan Carlson, Jeremy Hansen, Ann Manwaring, and Tim Scoggins. And that's the order in which you're listed on our agenda. So I thought that we would simply move forward with you folks in that order. And I've asked each of you to, give us 5 to 10 minutes, again, kind of on the background of where your CUD is kind of in the evolutionary process right now. What are some of the roadblocks or impediments you're finding in terms of accelerating, the process of fulfilling your mission of getting connectivity to the end of the road in your districts? And then also, what are some of the things that you can identify that we as policymakers and the Department of Public Service can do to further help your work? So with that, I'm going to introduce Evan Carlson from the Northeast Kingdom Broadband CUD, and thanks for joining us, Evan.
Thank you, Tim, for including me, and thanks for the committee. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. In March, during town meeting day, 27 towns voted to join the communication union district known as NEK Community Broadband. At this point, 15 of those 27 towns have appointed board members, and we're hoping to have our first organizational meeting late April or early May. We're waiting for a minimum of 2/3 of the towns to complete their appointments before we have our organizational meeting. The current holdup, which probably isn't coming as a surprise, is select boards trying to figure out how to handle remote meetings. So we've had quite a few select boards that were planning to do appointments in early April or late March that have now pushed out the meetings to late April and in some cases May. So we are expecting that some of these appointments won't happen until mid-May. So that will certainly hold up getting the entire board on hand, but we do not want to hold up the work that we're doing So we're hoping that 2/3 will get us to a place where we can feel comfortable moving ahead with some of the work that needs to be done. That said, the working group that helped get the CUD going is still actively doing work on behalf of the CUD to try to keep things going. NVDA, based in St. Johnsbury, has been doing quite a bit of work on behalf of us, or at least acting as an intermediary, and is contracted with the law firm PPE&C, Paul Giuliani's group, who has actually constructed quite a few of the legal documents that other CUDs are working or using in the state. But we've contracted with them to develop our bylaws, some of the operating information, and also looking at some letters of intent for some assets potentially. So in addition to that, NVDA is also contracted with Tilson on our behalf to conduct a second feasibility study. That feasibility study should have been passed off to the group and forwarded that to FACE this morning. So if you have time, I would definitely encourage browsing that. What that study did was really explore the concept of a public-private partnership with a vendor that would be able to help us become eligible to compete for RDOF funding. As a new CUD, we have no track record of operating a network or building a network, so we need to have a partner on hand ready to go to be able to actually be competitive. We would also need a CUD or a vendor that actually can establish a letter of credit, which many of the smaller telecoms in the area that might be able to be partners would not qualify for. So that's a pretty big hurdle for us, and something that we want to try to tee up for the CUD to vote on and try to find a partner on ASAP. So just a quick overview on what the latest feasibility study actually found. That public-private partnership was kind of structured as what Tilson called a developer model. So the idea being that Tilson would, or a vendor, would be the designer, developer, and operator of a network, which would then, after revenue is generated, be purchased out by the CUD. With the subsidies that were available, looking at RDOF, potentially some opportunity zone funding, and other smaller grants, even with those subsidies, the model doesn't become profitable to the point where most vendors would be interested in pursuing that partnership. So the feasibility study did do a high-level exploration of some other models that look more promising, specifically a retail model, something similar to what EC Fiber did. The challenge with that, obviously, is that we don't necessarily have someone teed up right away to be able to qualify for RDOF funding or compete for those. So it's not off the table, but we need to do some more work to kind of explore that. And we're hoping that with additional grant funding through USDA or DBG or the big grant, we'll be able to do some of that further exploration. But as we understand it, the initial RDOF kind of round, we need to be queued up for that in early summer. And so we have a lot of work in a very short amount of time to do. So a couple things that the feasibility study also pulled out, which was interesting, looking at things like the first year's, or not first year, but kind of the annual operating expenses. When we saw that there was about a quarter of the expenses going towards things like construction, plant maintenance, and pole licensing, it seemed like that right there kind of points to potential opportunities for collaboration with electric utilities, trying to figure out ways that they can assist, potentially offset cost, or where can infrastructure be shared to help bring down some of the cost of operating the CUDs. So, when Representative Brigman asked where can help be provided from the legislature, that to me seems like an opportunity to help open up opportunity for collaboration. So the other thing that I think, is kind of becoming more and more apparent, especially when we look at things like RDOF, where there is a really large pool of funding available, if you do get RDOF funding, then you potentially are being excluded from other pools of funding and vice versa with things like Reconnect. And so we really need to figure out ways to be able to stack these subsidies in order to be able to continue to qualify for funding in the future. You know, we obviously want to make this network work as fast as possible, grow it, and get connected. But if we 5 years, 10 years down the line need to apply for additional funds, we want to make sure that we're not going to be excluded because we took advantage of funding that was available now. So I'd love to see the legislature working to try to make sure that these CUDs are set up to be able to actually take advantage of multiple funding sources that become available. And I guess, you know, in the short term, you know, I think we're really trying to figure out how our group of volunteers can really accelerate this work. We know that there's a ton of it that has to be done in a very short amount of time, and we're hoping that with our executive committee and with the finance committee that we'll be able to have all the kind of volunteer weight behind this organization to actually make some progress, but that is yet to be seen. And so to me, that seemed like a pretty big vulnerability in the CUD, but you know, we'll find out what happens in the next month or two. So I guess one of the other points I wanted to bring up, I know that there is COVID funding that is coming down both from the telehealth side as well as education. And in some conversations I had with NVRH, our critical access hospital here in the Northeast Kingdom, they seem to have a lot of the infrastructure that they need directly on site, but they said one of their biggest challenges is obviously for people to take advantage of any of the telehealth offerings, they need to have an internet connection or some reliable connection. And so how is this funding, or how can this funding be kind of expanded or kind of rethought to be able to help build some aspect of infrastructure that can be utilized by the CUDs, or potentially a private network built out by the NVRH or some of these hospitals that then can maybe be managed by a CUD in the future. Not sure what the total, how possible that is, but just thinking really creatively around how those funds can be used. And then, you know, in addition, just thinking more generally, I have seen a lot of conversations happening around really quick short-term fixes with wireless to be able to get connections to students that have no service. And I think that that is absolutely needed and absolutely important. But I would really love to see a plan that looks to continue service after the pandemic is done, not just using these funds for short-term solutions. You know, really we need to be driving towards this kind of end goal of getting connectivity across the state to the most rural areas. And when we have this amount of funds coming down that can help supplement this kind of more long-term build, I would really encourage us to think about how we can do some type of coordination across all the departments and the CUDs to be able to build infrastructure. That's kind of all I got.
Evan, I just wanted to ask you quickly, have you, has your group had interaction with the department in terms of one of the things under Act 79 we wanted to make sure we funded was additional resources at the Department of Public Service in the form of a person to be working with CUDs around the state, a professional, understanding these are volunteer boards. Has your group been able to tap into that resource at all, or I'm just curious?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that the new resource has been a really valuable asset, especially leading up to the formation of the CUD. Being able to have someone that can help us get mapping done, or any type of kind of high-level questions around what kind of assets exist in our area. Mr. Fish has been very key in helping deliver that in a timely manner. And even now, as the COVID crisis is happening, he's been very key in helping disseminate information about alternative uses or alternatives for families, things like the hotspots that Microsoft is offering. It's been very key in communicating updates about that. So I would say it is he's been an excellent resource, and I look forward to continuing working with him.
Great, thank you. We're going to hop over to Jeremy right now. Jeremy, if you can hear me and join us, I'm going to mute mine. But if you could lay out some of the work of CV Fiber to the committee. Thank you for joining us.
Sure. I'm Jeremy Hansen from Berlin. I'm the chair of CV Fiber. We started in 2018 after 12 towns did successful town meeting votes to create the CUD. We then later added 6 more towns. So we are currently at 18 towns in Washington, Lamoille, and Orange counties. Where we are right now, I actually got news from one of our board members who's working closely with our consultant that we hired, using the Broadband Innovation Grant funds that you all spearheaded and authorized last year. And I heard from him, he says they've mapped out 5 service areas and costed out 1 in detail. It will be about $25,000 per mile in non-electric space. It means we're not going to be running it along the electric wires. They said that they'll provide the team, that's us, with the draft feasibility study next week. So we will have that soon. And that will be some kind of concrete locations where we might start. And then the next thing would be writing the actual business plan, getting ready for applying for the VITA funds that also were enabled last year. And the other thing we're doing at the same time, I think similar to what Evan said, is we're kind of putting that logistical timeline together and making sure that we have enough people, we have enough volunteers to actually get the work done that needs to get done before we even get to the point where we can start contracting with people doing construction. There's a lot of logistical work behind the scenes, and making sure that people step up and deliver is going to continue to be a challenge, especially when people have a lot more things on their mind right now. But so far, so good. So more broadly, we're looking at NBRC grants, and we're looking at we're likely going to work with Central Vermont Economic Development Corporation. We're also looking at RDOF funds. We're looking at probably partnering with Washington Electric Co-op with that in kind of a variety of different permutations of how that partnership might work. Like I said, we're also looking at the VITA loan. And we're also talking about stimulus funds. So we've already been in contact with Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission. They're collecting a list of, what are sort of the shovel-ready and near shovel-ready projects that could be eligible for stimulus funding should that come out of the federal government. So we've essentially given them our idea of essentially our next 5 projects, our pilot, and then the kind of 4 subsequent ones that we would see going at about a year per afterwards, again, sort of following that EC fiber model. And, if the stimulus funds were, if it was a big enough bucket, we could conceivably wrap 1 or 2 or all 5 of these into one much larger project and have some efficiencies of scale come out of doing all the engineering and doing a much, much bigger bite. Will make us much more financially stable in a shorter amount of time. There was also an email that you probably saw that was sent by one of our board members from Cabot. I wanted to, while I don't agree with absolutely everything he has to say, I want to just make sure that this gets out there, because I think he illustrates some real frustrations and issues with the CUD structure. He says it's all volunteers, and despite having some very professional and dedicated people, volunteers are not adequate to solve the issue in a timely and effective manner. So this is something that I certainly agree with. We're slow. We're really slow, and we rely on those volunteers. And when somebody drops the ball, when I drop the ball, and that's certainly happened before, our effort suffers. We're set back, and there could be future CUDs that are just not able to deliver on what they were hoping to do simply because of bad timing, or simply because something conflicts with a volunteer's schedule who was supposed to be, applying for a grant and wasn't able to put it together in time. So going back to Andy's comments, we lack funding. sort of scrabbling together this bit of funds and that bit of funds is fine, but he's saying, since the CUD is not really an ISP yet, it's difficult to even qualify for some of these funding sources, especially early on. He says there are no executive or operational resources to conduct day-to-day activities. We can't even retain or remunerate a clerk easily. We went through our second clerk, and we're actually seeking a third right now. The board is technically a public oversight body, but in reality, because of no money and a lack of an operating partner, many members have to tackle issues directly. And he goes on to talk about the number of ways that this can be a challenge, but yeah, I can certainly support that he's right there. He says, finally, having a number of independent CUDs is an uncoordinated and inefficient approach and likely to lead to non-optimal resource usage, overbuild, funding competition, and so on. I have to say, I am a fan of Murray Bookchin, horizontal democracy, select boards, town meeting, kind of individual towns and districts rolling their own way. I think, so we will get this done. Please don't get me wrong. We're all, there's enough of us motivated volunteers that we will get it done. Whether we will get it done in a timeline that's going to make everybody happy is, I think it's more questionable. But I think I do agree with Andy here. It's like, for example, grant management. USDA grant management is something that I do. That's not something I knew how to do before this. I mean, I've written grants as an academic, but it's this is a bit more financials and things that I don't normally handle. If I were to get sick, if I weren't able to take that over, we could miss a reporting deadline. Things like that. The other thing that I want to highlight about Andy's comments is kind of the old divided we fall. So because we're fairly small, we're really susceptible to larger incumbent entities chasing us out of the area with number of different techniques. So I think there's a value in being small because we can be local, we can be responsive. But I think there's also a vulnerability there too that we haven't seen quite yet, but just want to put that on your radars. So I think some practical asks. I'm not going to do the ask for funding. I'm just going to bet that that's implicit in everything that all the CUDs that are going to talk about today should be suggesting. But I think anything that we can have help with qualifying for RDOF, that funding coming out of the federal government, and to ensure that we win over other applicants that aren't going to cover 100% of residents and businesses. Our mission that we adopted is to make sure we get 100% coverage. Every person, every business, every municipal public institution needs to have high quality, high speed coverage. And there are applicants for these funds that will not provide that will not provide future-proof connectivity. And I think that if the legislature, if the executive branch of the state can take a stand and make a policy statement saying this is what we want and be really abundantly clear. I know some of that is in the plan that's put out by the Department of Public Service. But I think there's a value in the legislature saying, hey, fiber goes to everybody. And that sort of posture can let everybody know that that you're serious about going and pushing for a future-proof technology that's going to also support future development of other things like additional cell towers in places that don't have adequate coverage. That's something that you could easily contract with us, with public entities, to support those things, with public safety infrastructure, with any number of the things, telemedicine, education, like you well know, like you'll probably hear in the presentation a bit later about all of the reasons that we need to think about internet service, in particular fiber internet service, as a public good, as a necessity, on the same sense as housing, as electricity, as phone service. So that first ask, help us qualify for RDOF so we can get there. Also possibly some administrative or grant writing support. Rob Fish has been excellent, a very, very valuable resource. Everything that he has done, every communication that I've had with him has been of the highest quality. So kind of geeking out here, it's like highest signal to noise ratio. He's not throwing us garbage. He's really giving us high quality information, and he is a valuable addition to the state. I really have to say that. However, he's not going to be giving us administrative support. He's not going to be writing our grants. And so that leaves it to what Andy identified. We have to write our own, which is fine, but we have to sort of carve out times in our increasingly, time constrained schedule to do that. So some help, RDOF, admin support, grant writing support, funding. How about that?
Great. That's great, Jeremy. Thank you. We've got a number of hands up here. So Anne, before we move on to you, I just want to make sure we get a few questions in here. First off, Representative Sibilia, then Representative Chestnut Changerman, then Representative Yantachka. If we can go in that order, that'd be great.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions for Evan as well as Jeremy. How do you want to handle that? Do you want me to hold until the very end? Do you want me to go back and forth?
Why don't you go ahead right now, and if you can be brief, that'd be great too.
Yeah, okay. So for Evan, Evan is still with us. Just one question was around the feasibility study, and is that something that you would be willing to share with us? I'd be interested in seeing.
Yes.
Okay, great.
So they should have shared that with the group, and if not,
awesome.
Please let me know, and I will get the PDF to you.
It is on our website now.
Thank you. Great. And then my other question for you is on Vermont Electric. All right. So I saw that in addition to VEC also, I believe, applied for one of the BIG grants. Are you working with them at all?
So we had spoke with Rebecca Town before they had decided to apply for the grant, and okay. I absolutely that we'll be going back to continue conversations with them. I think that the electric utilities are going to be absolutely integral to being able to get this network deployed. So conversations to come.
Okay, great. And then I'm sensing a theme that I will not press on, Mr. Chair, until the end. I'll come back to it around additional capacity needed. But for Jeremy, can you tell me what type of entities? I actually don't understand, and maybe this isn't a question for you. Maybe this is something from Maria or Commissioner with RDOF. I guess I don't understand. You can apply for those funds and you don't have to cover 100%. Is that correct? And so those, I guess, would be the traditional providers that we see in the state that haven't covered everybody.
Right. And I don't know the sort of nuances of, exactly how they have to cover things, but there is a real risk that, especially with geography and especially with, the one outlying person in a particular census block, that might not be obligatory for folks to provide. And so in groups like, Elon Musk's Starlink, could work, and it's appearing that they may be eligible to apply for RDOF, which is strange, but I mean, I won't go. I can send you a link to a discussion about kind of how they might qualify for that. But please realize that there is a finite amount of bandwidth available there, and the moment you get more than the capacity, the argued gigabit speeds, which I'm skeptical of, those gigabit speeds are probably not ever going to materialize in reality. But they will. Starlink will likely apply for the RDOF funds across the country, saying that they can provide gigabit speeds to every census block. That's my fear.
Okay, and my final comment, not a question, Mr. Chair. In keeping track of technical assistance that I'm hearing, additional technical assistance we might need. I'm hearing grant management, finance, packaging financing, and just logistical admin help. So those three types of assistance I'm hearing so far. Thank you.
Go ahead, Robin.
Thank you. So my first question was prompted by Evan talking about getting these studies done, and I'm just curious if they were towns just joined this year, and you're still waiting for representatives from towns to be appointed. Who authorized the studies? The Carlson, I'm sorry, the Tilson study. Yeah.
Tilson did the study on behalf of NVDA, the Area Economic Development Group.
Okay. Thank you. Just wondering what the structure is there. And also, just Northeast Kingdom, are you focusing on last mile only, or do you have to provide middle mile and backhaul as well?
Yeah, I would say everything. The current backhaul through a large percentage of backhaul and middle mile through the large percentage of our region is non-existent, especially when you kind of look at the core towns through Lindenville and up to Glover. There's not a ton of accessible backhaul or middle mile.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, so that leads me to, and some of what Jeremy was talking about leads me to build onto Representative Sebelia's question, but broaden it about necessary support. And I'm wondering, where Jeremy talked about that letter critical of some of the weaknesses of CUDs, and recognizing that it's not the ideal structure, it's what we have to work with. So in light of that, what do we as a state need to be doing in terms of either making CUDs work or unifying structure, unmothball the VTA, statewide neutral host carrier, so CUDs just do last mile, some kind of integrated planning that combines all the CUDs as members. And I know that's a bigger question that takes a lot more than today. So I just want to plant that seed, I guess, and I would love to follow up later with that. And that would, of course, go to Ann and Tim as well.
I think that's an absolutely great question, and certainly something that all of the CUDs and I would hope the PSD and electric utilities are all thinking about. What is the best structure to be able to keep this process going and accelerate it wherever it can be accelerated. We know that there's funding that comes in to a lot of different departments and a lot of different places. So how can we best utilize it to ensure that really last mile connectivity is happening across the state in an efficient way? So I appreciate the question.
And I also just want to say that, June, we can include you in that conversation too.
Tim, I see your hand up. That's kind of the old-fashioned hand up, but if you wanted to hop in here.
Yeah, I don't see the button on
that's fine.
Up on mine, but yeah, I just relative to that question. For example, Rob and Clay were kicking around the idea earlier this month of applying for a Northern Borders grant on behalf of multiple CUDs. That kind of thing would be very helpful in clustering our effort and saving each of us a lot of effort in doing that individually, and probably increasing our chances, I would think.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I could pop up here real quick too. I think the other thing is some bookkeeping. If that could be another valuable resource, and in addition to just the note taking, the logistics, having some help doing that. We're lucky that we have someone on our board who's an accountant who lives in the district who's willing to do that. But if we didn't, it would be harder. And I think Representative Chestnut Tangerman's questions are good, and I'm not sure that there's it's like a choose your own adventure from that. I think you pick from the palette. I think there's both and rather than either or. I think that there's a bunch of good creative possibilities that could work. I mean, ultimately, it's the legislature is the body to decide how that's how that's supposed to work, I would say any of those ideas could be valuable, a valuable step forward from where we are right now.
So Representative Yantashka, Representative Pat, you guys both have your hands up. I guess the question I have for you is, are your questions specifically for Evan and Jeremy? Can we let Ann and Tim get their testimony in here and then you have your question, or totally up to you guys?
Yeah, my question is for Jeremy. I just needed a clarification on something that I thought I heard him say.
Sure.
So Jeremy, I thought I heard you say something about you're not relying on electric distribution utilities to support the broadband infrastructure. Did I get that correctly, or?
So yeah, so the note I got from one of my board members who's kind of running the project with the consultant is that the feasibility study that they're doing is looking at running the fiber not with the actual electric wires, not up in the electrical safety space, but rather running it down in the more conventional place where you would hang cable, other fiber, phone lines, and that sort of thing.
All right, so, okay, so the conventional way, but you are going to use same utility poles.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Avram?
Hi, this is just a clarification question for Jeremy. When you were saying, I think in terms of, you were discussing the federal funding, that you were recommending that a condition of getting the funds be that it served everybody. Just to clarify, as you know, in our communities, there are areas that have decent connectivity now, and then there are large areas that are unserved or underserved. So when you say everybody, are you talking about everybody, or everybody that has little or no connectivity at this point?
Initially, just as a business decision, we're looking at going to those places that don't have adequate connectivity. In the long run, we are hoping to cover everybody.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Ann Manwaring, welcome back to the legislature, even if only digitally. It's good to see you. You're still on mute, Ann. So if you can unmute your line, Ann, and join us. And also, congratulations. My understanding is that the Deerfield Valley CUD is, I think at your meeting the other night, you crossed the threshold of signing yourself on as an official CUD. So Ann, if you can unmute yourself, you're still muted.
Oh yes.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome. It's good to see you, Ann.
Thank you very much. And I see a whole lot of my former fellow legislators on this panel. It's nice to see you all. Hi, Mike. Yes, we are, I believe, the new kid on the block. We were just formed officially last night. We began with 5 towns whose citizens voted at town meeting this year to be the founding towns, and we have since been joined by 2 other towns whose select boards have requested. So we are 7 towns, and we are very small. We're way in the southern part of Vermont. We are actually mountain towns for the most part, so there's a whole lot of parts of our area that have the limitations of not being able to get wireless signals across granite rocks and trees and all of that other good stuff. We also have another thing that I believe is unique among all the CUDs that now exist, and that is that our Wyndham Regional Planning Commission has gotten a broadband innovative grant to actually do a feasibility study and develop a business plan for all of the Wyndham regional districts, which is Wyndham County plus to a few other towns that are adjoining us. And so they're actually doing some of the real work that some of your other CUDs, larger and more ones who formed more a longer time ago, have been able to contract out and do for yourselves. The question we had is that we're just a small subset of the towns in Wyndham Regional, and we were never really quite sure how we were going to fit into all of that. And thanks very much to Representative Sibilia, who set up a conference call between several of us and the Wyndham Regional folks. And I think we have figured out a way that we will be able to work with them with the idea that we are probably the forming kernel of CUDs that will end up probably in the final analysis being a much larger CUD that likely encompasses a great deal of Wyndham County, and that we'll work with them to move down that path. Just a couple of other things. I cannot stress strongly enough the concerns that I have from my very unique or early arrival on this scene that I've heard from the previous speakers of the lack of substantive skill sets amongst the volunteers, all of whom are very committed to getting this done. But where are the skill sets? We are not a university town. There's no universities anywhere near us, so we don't have a lot of the individuals who have those kinds of skills available to our volunteer effort. And we have no money to go out and hire anyone, let alone to support the administrative work that always needs to be done. Now it's all being done on a volunteer effort. So I had read the email that Mr. Gilbert had sent out before I got on this meeting. And it just, my eyes lit up when he said all that, because it is exactly how we've been thinking. Not exactly sure why we seem to be all having to reinvent this wheel. Everyone who gets on this path seems to need to reinvent this wheel. And I suspect that there's probably some practical solutions to that somewhere, and perhaps your committee would be able to find some of those kinds of solutions somewhere. We've also, in addition to the really very fine help we've had from Rob Fish, who really has been terrific. I can't say enough about him. I know, Commissioner, you tell him we said so. We've also had enormous help from Carol Monroe from ValleyNet. ValleyNet, or Carol Monroe, and another group whose name I might remember in a minute. I might not too. Have the contract with Wyndham Regional to do the feasibility study and the business plan. And so Carol has been very, very helpful to all of us in providing some of that. But yet there's this notion of divided loyalties, if you will. She's not working for us. We're not paying her. She's just been extremely helpful. But we really need to have the skill sets that I saw available when both Jeremy and Evan were talking, which right now are in kind of short supply in our volunteer group. So whatever you folks can do on your level, perhaps along the lines of perhaps something that Robin was suggesting, would be extremely helpful, because we're probably not the last group to emerge out of all of this. I suspect there's other groups that may emerge around the state as well. So.
And there's a hand up. So I'm going to call on Representative Yantachka, who's got a question. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, good to see you, Ann.
You too, Mike.
The question about getting no need to reinvent the wheel. Are you getting any help from Department of Public Service or?
Well, yes, through Rob Fish, enormous help through him, but he actually can't do the work. He points us into some very good directions. He throws ideas on the table. He throws opportunities on the table. But to actually do the work, that's not his job.
So we've had several communication union districts in the state that have already been in business for a while. And are you able to consult with them in order to, move things along a little faster, maybe adapt what they've already done for their communication union districts to yours?
Well, we actually did do that in terms of getting ourselves organized. We used documents from EC Fiber and just adapted them to our location. We took all of the work that Paul Giuliani had done in terms of drafting bylaws and conflicts of interest policies and things like that. So yes, we have done it, but that's just on the beginning operational level. Part of our problem is the skill set of our volunteers does not necessarily know the right questions that we need to be asking when we go, look, I've had conversations with a couple of other folks from other areas, and that's been very helpful. And everybody I've asked to talk has been very, very willing to spend some time doing that. But yes, Mike, we have. But now we're ready to get into the more substance of the real work that this has to do. And it's a bit daunting.
Okay, well, thanks.
Representative Higley, I see that you've got your hand up. If you want to jump in, Mark.
Yes, if I could, both Ann and Jeremy have talked about these folks that are volunteers on the CUDs having some technical ability. I guess my question is to Evan, the 12 towns that don't have anybody up in the Northeast Kingdom district yet, could you either email me those towns? And I know that I think a lot of towns aren't aware that that would be a big help to have folks that have this technical ability that could really help them out. So if you could send me an email with those 12 towns, I could maybe reach out and make sure they're looking for folks that do have some ability.
Tim, I wanted to introduce you as well. And before you take the mic, what I should have pointed this out to members, both of the committee and the public as well. On our website today, under Clay Purvis's name, there is a link to a map of Vermont that shows the geography covered by all the CUDs, including the folks who are testifying today, which I actually, it's a helpful graphic. It's a helpful map to take a look at to get a sense as to the, just literally the land mass that is covered by various CUDs, including EC Fiber. But the other four are also mapped out here as well. So if members want to click on that link, that might be helpful. So Tim, welcome. Thanks for joining us today. And if you could take it away.
Yes, thank you. I won't repeat a lot of what you've heard here because a lot of what I would say to you has already been said. Just by way of introducing our group, the Southern Vermont Communications Union District. We also formed this March. We have been on a sprint our entire existence. We just started coming together as an idea in November at a meeting that Representative Kathleen James called. And from that, we were able to get 12 towns on the ballot for March, and they all approved forming the CUD. All 12 towns are in Bennington County. We have had an organizational meeting, elected officers, and got quickly about the business of trying to find some money, getting grants. The BIG grant is, of course, looming largest in our sites, but there was a rural business development grant, which had a sooner deadline, which had some planning money available that we're working toward trying to wrap that up in the next week. As far as help, I would say we have been helped tremendously by our Regional Planning Commission, BCRC, Bennington County Regional Commission. We wouldn't be moving nearly as quickly on this grant writing process if it were not for them. They agreed to help us out gratis. which was great. I was able to convince my select board in Shasberry to come up with $3,500 to give to BCRC to help them, at least cover their expenses while they're helping us out. And that's, like I say, they were willing to help us for free. We felt we needed to do what we could, but it just points to the difficulty of spinning this kind of thing up from nothing. So if the legislature could see its way to provide new CUDs with, pocket change, a few $1,000s to get some help from their regional commissions, $1,000 for just office supplies. I mean, I'm trying to get a website up on my personal ISP so we can post our meetings. We're borrowing the town's go-to meeting software to do our teleconferencing, just all those kind of things that are just really difficult when you're really starting from nothing with volunteers. But everything everybody has said about trying to spin this kind of thing up is true. And I also agree with Andy and Jeremy about all the things that they said, that really we all wish the state saw communications infrastructure with the importance that we feel it has, that it's as important as roads and bridges and electricity and sewer and water. And no one would contemplate volunteer organizations independently building roads and bridges. So it's just I know it's what we have to work with, but it's certainly not the ideal way to go about delivering this sort of thing. And I think that's all I have. Like I say, most of it has been said and well said.
Well, and I think your last point was incredibly articulate. And we're seeing that right now, frankly, with the COVID-19 crisis, that we're not using our roads and bridges a lot, but we're using our internet access a lot. And if you don't have access to it, it's just the same as the bridge being out. A question I have for the group, and this is something I'm sheepishly asking, I feel like I should know the answer to this, but I don't. Are CUDs precluded from raising private funds in some way? Kind of passing the hat to private investors, whether they be philanthropic or folks who might invest in a initial bond that you do. And I know that EC Fiber had raised money privately. My recollection was that was more as infrastructure and fiber was being rolled out. But I'm just curious if that's something that any of you have contemplated or are doing.
Yeah, so we've already raised some money because we're arguably a nonprofit as a public entity, provided that we use the money for public purposes. We have raised several $1,000s to that effect of donations, tax deductible donations, which is even easier to sell. But we're also in the process of drafting legal promissory notes, so high risk investments that if somebody wanted to write us a check for $10,000 or $100,000, that we would then be on the hook to pay them back at some point, but they would be investing in us at the beginning. Usually I think we're structuring it so that there's a deferment of payments and a deferment of interest possibly. The idea is that we would then pay back those initial private loans with money from the municipal bond market once we get rolling.
Got it. Great.
I would also say that in the latest feasibility study, there was exploration of different investment vehicles, one being opportunity zones, and there are 3 opportunity zones in Northeast Kingdom, one in St. Johnsbury, half of Lindenville, and the other in Newport. And so we certainly see those as potential ways to get some investment dollars. But I believe 90% of the dollars invested in an opportunity zone need to stay in that zone. So only 10% of the infrastructure can be built outside of that with those investment dollars. That said, there was exploration into other investments, but the IIR, which is explained in the feasibility study, is pretty low over a long period of time. So unless it's a social investment, or someone not looking to get a huge return, there's not a ton of value in just doing a hard investment into the CUD. We might find ways to be able to do some type of combination of investments, grants, and other dollars, but I think that it's not on the table yet. It's just if you're looking for big returns on it, there's not a lot of return there.
Great. Thank you. We are going to move on now, and I've asked Maria Royal from Legislative Council to join us today. Maria had given a presentation to the Senate Finance Committee earlier this week, which I thought was terrific, in kind of giving an overview of state and federal programs that are potential funding mechanisms for, well, potentially for CUDs, but other broadband rollout. And also Maria's presentation touches on some of the potential avenues for funding through some of the stimulus work that's being done in Washington right now. So Maria, please take it away, and also I'll leave it to Faith to see, to the extent that we can have that presentation brought up on the screen. So terrific. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Maria. This is Scott. Tim, I just dropped you a note, but maybe you haven't seen it on the chat box. I'm going to have to leave, and I guess I'll just catch the rest of this on the YouTube video.
Okay, thank you. Maria Royal with Legislative Council. I'm sharing the screen now. I just want to see if I can pull it up so it's full screen. Are you able to see that now?
I can see it, Maria.
Okay, great.
I think at the bottom right-hand corner, if you click, is that, oh, I guess that's as big as it gets. I can see it.
Okay, great. Let me just try one thing that might, there we go. Okay, so thanks again, Maria Royal with Legislative Council. So what's in this presentation is first a review of some of the legislative and regulatory responses to COVID-19, specifically the congressional action that has taken place to date, as well as some regulatory action by the FCC. And then I'll also mention some of the efforts that have already been taken by the Vermont PUC and the Department of Public Service. Then kind of the second half of the presentation, as the chair mentioned, reviews some of the existing streams of funding for broadband at the federal level, but then more specifically, what mechanisms exist in Vermont that could possibly receive and distribute any monies that might be coming to the state. So just a kind of a quick review of those so you have them fresh in your mind as you think about what your priorities are and how you can get the money out. So with that, I'm not going to spend a ton of time, but just for purposes of context, as most of you know, Congress has been rolling out its legislative responses to COVID-19 in the form of laws in what they refer to as 3 phases. Right now, there have been 3 phases. Beginning on March 6th all the way up to March 27th. The first 2 I'll just mention, the Coronavirus Preparedness and Response Supplemental Appropriations Act. Primarily that was money for public health, including vaccine research. The Families First Coronavirus Response Act, that addressed primarily unemployment insurance, paid and sick leave, nutrition assistance. And that brings us to the most recent one, which was signed into law on March 27th, referred to often as abbreviated as the CARES Act. And that is where a significant amount of money related to connectivity has been included. So, and again, that's the $2.2 trillion economic stimulus package. So in terms of the CARES Act, by subject, not surprisingly, these areas address concerns that have arisen specifically because of the social distancing measures that are currently in place. So again, not surprisingly, telehealth, distance learning, telecommuting, and digital inclusion These are the primary categories, and I'll go through some of the specific appropriations on the next slide, but I just wanted you to kind of big picture of the areas of connectivity that we'd be looking at. And just for purposes of clarification, digital inclusion, that's really talking about affordability or technical ability, digital literacy, the ability to use a network and avail yourself of it. So I just wanted to make sure that term was familiar to you. So then looking more specifically at the connectivity provisions that are in the CARES Act, the first three and part of the fourth, these are all related to telehealth programs. In fact, that first one, $200 million to the FCC for what is a brand new program, the COVID-19 telehealth program. I believe that was adopted about 2 days after the CARES Act was passed. Obviously, they knew it was coming, but they acted very quickly. This has been a priority of Commissioner Pai's, and it is now it is in the process of being rolled out. This particular program, in brief, provides financial assistance for healthcare providers for the purchase of telecommunications, broadband connectivity, and devices necessary for telehealth. I think what you'll see in this program and other programs, a lot of the connectivity money, especially in telehealth, also in the education, goes for devices, maybe subsidizing broadband connections. What I have not yet been able to determine, and I think is what is going to be important for you, is to what extent does it actually fund the infrastructure? So there may be connections, or there may be money to upgrade connections at the anchor institutions, the schools, the libraries, the hospitals. But the real issue here is people are at home. And no matter what the hospitals have, I think one of the earlier witnesses brought this up, whatever the anchor institutions have, if they can't be accessed from the home with a reliable broadband connection, then it kind of is going to impede the provision of these services. So I won't go through all of these, but this will just give you an idea of one, the telehealth services, and then I'm looking at the fourth appropriation here, 25 million to an existing program through the RUS, the Rural Utilities Service, which is part of the United States Department of Agriculture. This is their distance learning, telemedicine, and broadband program, an existing program. Again, a lot of it is to support access, audio, video equipment that will help teachers, medical professionals, but I don't believe that there is specific infrastructure dollars in terms of new deployment. 13.5 in an education stabilization fund to support remote learning. And then I did want to highlight there's $100 million that goes to an existing program. This is the Reconnect program. And I'm going to talk about that again in just a moment. This program has been around since 2018, and there is money available through that program for the build out of broadband in rural unserved areas. And that's going to be a key issue. So I just wanted to highlight it, but we'll talk about it more a little bit later in the presentation. And then just for your awareness, the 50 million to the Institute of Museum and Library Services, this is, the digital inclusion provision, or one of them, which really talks about providing technical support for people who might not know how to avail themselves of all of the online activities that are taking place now. So I just wanted to mention that. The other kind of significant provision in the CARES Act is what's called the Coronavirus Relief Fund. This is not specific, so there's no mistake, to broadband or connectivity. This is general assistance that's available to state and local governments. Included it here because it could potentially be used to fund connectivity programs. And just so you know, Vermont is slated to receive $1.25 billion, likely by the end of this month. In terms of in the CARES Act, the specific conditions related to expenditures from this fund. There are 3 of them right now, and I will read them to you. The funds, the fund may be used to cover costs that are necessary expenditures incurred due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, were not accounted for in the state budget most recently approved as of the date of enactment, and were incurred between March 1st and December 30th of this year. That is pretty much what we know so far. A lot of significant details are needed and are forthcoming. My understanding is that the Department of Treasury, through the Office of the Inspector General, is going to be coming down with guidance to the states, with more specific guidance about how these funds can be allocated, and that should be arriving within the next week, probably maybe a couple of days within the next week. Things such as, when they say that a cost must be incurred this year, I think the big question is, can the money be set aside for a program related to costs that are incurred this year, but rolled out over a period of years? So things like that are significant. And again, we're just, everyone's waiting for additional guidance. There isn't a recoupment provision. Department of Treasury has oversight. Any of the funds that are allocated will likely be audited. And if they don't comply with the conditions of the fund, then there is a recoupment provision. So a lot of money looks like it needs to be spent, or at least decisions need to be made in a relatively short amount of time, but with careful attention to what the legislative criteria are and ensuring that they comply. So I'm sure there'll be more on that coming. So then moving on to regulatory actions that have been taken at the federal level through the FCC. Again, telehealth is a big issue. So there's an existing program, the Connected Care Pilot Program, which uses Universal Service Fund dollars, which has been rolled out to defray costs of providing connected care services. It's a 3-year program, and it's a pilot program. The commission is hoping to get a little more of an understanding about how the Universal Service Fund, the federal Universal Service Fund, might be able to use to support telehealth on an ongoing basis going forward. Similarly, an existing rural healthcare program, the FCC has fully funded that program to support telehealth. Then moving on to some of its other programs, the E-rate program, which provides funds to schools and libraries, as well as the healthcare program. What they've done here is waived the gift rules temporarily. And what this does is it allows providers to provide free service or discounted service to those facilities, at least for the duration of the pandemic. In terms of the Lifeline program, this is a program, it's a subsidy program for low-income individuals. And some of those rules have been waived temporarily to make it easier for existing recipients of those funds to stay enrolled in the program. And then also I'll just mention that the FCC has made available, again on a temporary basis, additional spectrum to existing providers to ensure that they have adequate bandwidth to address the increased usage of broadband. This is
Maria, I'm sorry. I just want to catch you before you move to the next slide, because there's a couple of hands up, and I'm guessing they're on material that you've covered here on a previous slide. I'm going to call on Laura first, and then Mike.
So Maria, with regard to the spectrum, the additional spectrum temporarily granted to wireless providers to support increased broadband usage. How are we going to see that or likely to see that manifested in Vermont? Do you know?
That's a great question for some of the providers to say how they're doing it and where they're doing. I know that part of that was to increase access to like Wi-Fi hotspots to make sure that there was Wi-Fi available in more locations. In terms of just in general, what this increase in spectrum, what it allows for, I don't know the answer to that question.
So I guess I could fine tune my question, and I'm not sure that will help answer it, but if it's cellular or like AT&T or Verizon, or if it's fixed wireless like VTEL, or if it's the kind of hotspot. So that'll just be something, it would be, maybe the commissioner knows more about that also. I don't know.
The commissioner might. I have to look more specifically at the bands of spectrum that are granted, but I believe it would, well, I will look, and if the commissioner wants to answer that question, she can do that as well.
Thanks, Maria.
Are there other questions?
Go ahead, Mike. Representative Yantachka, did you have a question? Okay, go ahead, Maria.
Okay. So again, that was not by any means an exhaustive list of some of the actions taken by the FCC, but yep.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So the amounts that you were stating in a previous slide, those were amounts for the entire country, or were they specific to Vermont?
On this slide that's up now?
Yes.
This is for the country. So these are national programs, the telehealth program, the public health and social services emergency fund. These are all federal programs for the most part, and some of that money will be in various ways will be coming to the states. For example, the education stabilization funding, I believe there's a formula for dispersing that money to the states. I don't know exactly. I think about 13 million maybe is coming to Vermont specifically for those education connectivity issues.
Okay, so for the $180 million, it's for services and capacity for rural hospitals, including telehealth.
Yeah.
But how much of that will be coming to Vermont, if you know?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know those specifics, off the top of my head, how that would trickle down into Vermont. I can tell you that's something I'm probably going to be knowing more about anyway. Senate Health and Welfare is interested in understanding a little bit more about the telehealth initiatives and what kind of money is coming to the states related to connectivity. So I am going to be looking at this issue and trying to understand better what it means for Vermont and Vermont healthcare institutions. So I can keep you apprised of what I learn.
Okay, and I was thinking specifically of the little hospital down in Lower Sibelius district there that had trouble with broadband and cell service, and whether that could be used to alleviate some of those inefficiencies.
Was that Grace Cottage?
It was.
Yeah, Grace Cottage, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So yes, I think it was Grace Cottage, and I think that was in part as a result of Coverage Co. sites going offline. I believe the state partnered with AT&T, and they put up one of the mobile satellite units. I don't know the status right now, and that's, it's a great question about, looking specifically at Vermont. providers and finding out what kind of, how this might impact them in that type of a situation.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. So then in terms of actions that have been encouraged by the FCC, I think you've probably all heard about the Keep Americans Connected initiative. This is a voluntary program, but the FCC has basically asked companies to consider pledging, making a pledge for 60 days to not terminate service based on an inability to pay that's caused by COVID-19. Similarly, waive any late fees incurred because of any economic circumstances caused by COVID-19, and then also to open up any Wi-Fi hotspots they have to the general public. I just checked today. I have 650 companies and trade associations. I think it's up to, well, it's over 700 as of this morning. So many companies have voluntarily signed on and taken that pledge. In addition, Commissioner Pai has encouraged providers to offer low-income broadband programs, at least temporarily, if they don't offer them already, and if they do offer them, to expand or improve those programs to provide assistance to persons affected and having to work and learn from home. And then the FCC or Commissioner Pai is also encouraging companies to remove their data caps, again, related to the increased usage requirements at this time. So those are some of the initiatives that are being encouraged. And then bringing it back to the state level.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question?
Sure.
There, Mr. Chair, I don't see my little blue hand to raise, so just the low-income broadband programs. Can you clarify for me what a program is? That doesn't sound like it's build out at all. Is it improving accessibility, or what does that mean?
So what I think this means, some companies are offering, basically, they're offering either free service to any new subscribers who don't have service, who might not have been able to afford service, so that for this period of time, they would have access to the internet, potentially at no charge or for a very minimal charge. So it's the companies allowing for tiers of service based on affordability.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And just, you know, making a segue to my next slide, if you look on the right in terms of the Department of Public Service resources, that second bullet there, if you were to go on the department's website, they have basically itemized all of the services, these low-income services or other services that are being offered by Vermont providers specifically. So these would be new programs that they're making available at this time. So just sticking with DPS resources, they also have made available a map of Wi-Fi hotspots in the state at libraries, schools, state buildings, et cetera, for individuals who might not have connectivity in their home and want to drive to a place where there's publicly available Wi-Fi connections. And then back to the PUC moratorium. The PUC adopted in order, I guess it was a few weeks ago now, which basically prevents telecommunications providers from involuntary disconnections until April 30th. It expands also to natural gas, electric, and now water companies. But just, I was focusing mostly on, for purposes of today, on the telecommunications. So no involuntary disconnections, a temporary moratorium until April 30th. So then that's kind of federal and state action that has taken place since the pandemic. What I'm going to cover now is some of the existing programs, first starting with the federal programs that are available to fund broadband build out in unserved or underserved rural areas. You've already heard reference to the first one I'm going to mention, which is the Reconnect program. This program has been around since, I believe, 2018. Initially, I think it was funded with about $600 million. I think some additional money went in. And then in the CARES Act, that was that $100 million additional dollars that has gone into the program. And so this is for infrastructure. The most recent $100 million is specifically for grants. The pre-existing funding could be grants, loans, or a combination of grants and loans. And the areas that they look at are areas that don't have access to speeds of 10.1, 10 megabits per second download, 1 megabit per second upload. And the services that must be built out with this Reconnect funding have to meet a minimum of 25.3. Then, let's see. Make sure. Then I wanted to talk about the other program, which you've already heard some of your other presenters today talk about, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. This is a $20.4 billion program specifically for build out of broadband in rural areas. The money is going to be dispersed in phases. The first phase will specifically target areas that are currently, or census blocks that are currently wholly unserved by 25.3 service. In order to make that determination about which areas are served and which ones are not, the FCC is relying on what's called Form 477 data. Just as a, kind of a heads up, because this is an issue that's getting a lot of attention. There's been a lot of concern that, and I know this committee has heard, that the accuracy of that information has been called into question. In addition, it's not at the granular level that might be helpful for some of the more rural states. And so I'm mentioning that because this is one area where there has been some pushback and requests that the FCC consider two things, maybe perhaps delaying the auction until there's additional more accurate data available. But on the other hand, having said that, there is also, because of the critical need for funding at this time, there has also been a push to maybe move up the funding prior to October 22nd, when the auction is meant to begin. So this funding would go out based on eligible areas, would be dispersed to recipients of the awards over a period of 10 years. And I think the question came up earlier about whether providers, recipients were obligated to serve every location in the service territory. And I believe the answer to that is yes, they have to serve every location, even if not every location is known at the time the award is made. Phase 2 would then be available to fund any remaining coverage gaps. So this would include the maybe partially unserved areas. Significantly, areas that are excluded from funding under RDOF are areas that have been funded by Reconnect subsidies or state broadband programs to deliver 25.3 service. So what the information that is available now, the FCC has issued a map of areas that it deems eligible to receive funding under RDOF. There is a challenge process, which would likely result in there being fewer areas of eligibility, because the challenge process was set up to basically, if the FCC is wrong and an area is not wholly unfunded, and it turns out there's one location that actually does have service, then that entire block would become ineligible. So and I'm going to, at some point, maybe I think I'll finish going through here, but this is obviously an area that's going to get a lot more attention, and there's going to be further discussion about how this money could be available to Vermont providers. But also with respect to the Reconnect program, Clay Purvis does also have a map of areas that have been served under the Reconnect program. And so trying to focus in on what areas actually are eligible, either under Reconnect or under RDOF, is something that's being worked on now and getting a lot of attention. And I'm going to let Clay to actually bring up and kind of describe those maps and those areas of eligibility. I think I looked just quickly a little bit earlier in terms of the number of locations. If nothing is changed, the number of locations in Vermont that would be eligible for RDOF funding is about almost 25,000. So those are just specific locations in Vermont. If all of it could be funded under RDOF, I think that's what you'd be looking at in terms of the build out. But Clay's going to speak a little bit more about what those geographical areas are. And so then I also just wanted to mention, you know, the other kind of FCC push that has been going on is the 5G deployment. You know, I'm certainly not a network engineer, and the promise of wireless service and what it would mean for Vermont, what the coverage would be and when, I cannot comment on, but there has definitely been a lot of money and initiative taken by the FCC to fund 5G service in rural America. In addition to that, making spectrum available for 5G, there's also been the licensing of what were referred to earlier, the low Earth orbit satellites. Again, new technology, potentially new coverage, how much that will impact Vermont and when it will be available. I think there are others who can probably comment a little bit more on that, but this will all inform your decisions going forward about where the need is. But I wanted to just highlight those initiatives at the federal level for your consideration. So then,
Representative Yantashka, did you have a question?
Yes, yes. My question is, if we can go, okay, the phase 2 under the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, digital opportunity data collection, who is conducting that, and is that to refine the census blocks that are served and unserved? Partially served?
It is. It's being conducted by the FCC. It's separate from the RDOF program, but the data that is collected will inform the areas that are deemed eligible in phase 2. And this gets back to the whole discussion. There was not a unanimity among the FCC members about whether the money should go out without the benefit of that more specific data being available. So I don't know the exact timeline of when that information will be available. But yes, it is something that's being conducted by the FCC, and it involves everything from crowdsourcing to relying on state commissions to provide information, not just relying on the carriers themselves.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And I know we're going to get back to the RDOF and the Reconnect program in much greater detail, and seeing what might be some initiatives that would be available to help entities be eligible to receive some of that funding. Okay. So none of these will be new to this committee, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but just wanted to highlight some of the initiatives that and programs that exist in Vermont now that could potentially be the recipient of any funds that come to the state. And these are just the broad categories listed on this page, but we'll just review them quickly on the next few slides. With respect to grants that have been made available, you're all familiar with the Connectivity Initiative that grants broadband build out at speeds of 25.3, which again is the FCC's definition of broadband. There's the High Cost Program, which also subsidizes voice and broadband build out in high cost areas. And then you heard referenced earlier, the Broadband Innovation Grant Program. This was the program that you established last year in Act 79 to fund feasibility studies related to broadband deployment. And I believe you appropriated about $700,000 to this program. It can fund grants up to $60,000. Up to 2 electric DUs, distribution utilities, are eligible to receive a grant under this program. And I'm sure the commissioner will talk about this. I believe they've just announced that Vermont Electric Company and Washington Electric Co-op have recently, the last couple of days, just been awarded grants under this program. Also, you know, I don't know that if this committee this year, just wanted to bring to your attention that you had asked the department to do a study on the feasibility generally of electric companies offering broadband services, which the department did with an outside vendor, the Magellan firm. That report has been posted on your webpage, I think under Clay's name, which looks at some kind of the bigger picture issues related to the partnering of electric distribution utilities and ISPs, or a DU offering the service itself, which has certainly been done in other jurisdictions. So I just wanted to reference that report on this subject generally. Let's see. Then in terms of facilitation of, I categorized as facilitation of broadband build out, or particularly at the community level, although I'm going to qualify that momentarily. For financing, you established the Broadband Expansion Loan Program. These are the loans that are through VITA, up to $4 million to assist ISPs with startup costs or potentially expansion. You're all familiar with the communications union districts. The law was passed in 2015, and you've certainly heard a lot about them already just today. The READY districts, which allow municipalities or portions of municipalities to try to get together to solve some of their infrastructure needs, not just communications, but any infrastructure needs, but certainly communications is one of them. You also last year, as part of Act 79, enacted authorizing legislation for municipalities to partner with ISPs to provide communication service in their areas. And then 248A, I just put down here, don't necessarily know that this is the right place, but in terms of what some might consider facilitation of broadband build out through a statewide permitting process, I just wanted to include it in here. And at the time, that seemed like a good spot for it. Then I'm just going to mention a few of the other kind of subject areas, initiatives in Vermont in terms of digital inclusion. Again, that can incorporate affordability issues. Vermont has a Lifeline program. I believe this committee has looked at in the past. It's just state supplement to the federal program, helps with affordability of voice services in particular. There's a relay service that helps with digitally with hearing impaired. And then of course, you're familiar with the issues around public safety communications through 911, FirstNet. You're very familiar with the planning and data collection that goes on through the Department of Public Service, through the telecom plan, and through the mapping that they do. And then I just noted, two kind of consumer protection issues. The net neutrality requirement that's specific to government contracts, which has not gone into effect. It's on hold pending the outcome of the litigation in the Mozilla case. But then also, wanted to flag that the Attorney General's role from a consumer perspective and making publicizing the network management practices of ISPs in Vermont, whether they're complying with net neutrality. They're not required to, but this just helps Vermonters know which providers do comply with those net neutrality rules. So that's a broad overview of various programs and initiatives in the state. I then wanted to, big picture, just provide some relevant data for your consideration. Vermont has a population of about of 623,000 approximately. When the state looks at building out broadband, it does it by 911 address, residential and business locations. Those are the locations that get the service. There are approximately 308,000 locations in Vermont. So that is the number that the state is shooting for in terms of meeting its statutory goals. As you know, the FCC defines broadband at 25.3. And then this is information that I got from the Department of Public Service, information on their website and on their reports, with some of the reports that they've made available in the past year. So my understanding is that 23% of Vermont addresses, that's about 70,000 locations, currently lack access to the FCC definition of broadband 25.3. There is and I'm waiting to get a little more feedback from the department about whether that actually is the correct number, but roughly, this is to give you a ballpark. That Magellan report that I referenced earlier, they estimated the cost of providing, were you to provide 100 symmetrical service to all of those locations, it would cost about $350 million. And then just going down to the next segment there, referencing the state's goal, broadband goal of achieving 100 service to every address by the year 2024. Currently, 82% of Vermont addresses do not have 100 service. And if you were to provide that 82% with basically, we're talking about fiber, it's in the neighborhood very roughly of $1 billion. So this is just big picture context for you to consider. And then finally, I'll just leave you with kind of the areas that you might be thinking about. I know I'm looking at and others are looking at, how much money is coming to the state specifically for connectivity. As you could see, there were many funding streams through education, through healthcare, through the Coronavirus Relief Fund, trying to keep track of that and what it will accomplish and how that can all be coordinated or at least followed closely. Then is there any additional funding available for connectivity, whether it's through that relief fund or a phase 4 of federal legislation? I think phase 4 is expected what will be in that, I certainly don't know. Initially, there was talk about, a lot of infrastructure dollars that would include connectivity, but I've also heard that that may not happen. So that's just something to, be on the lookout for. And then generally, based on all of this, kind of thinking about what the state's connectivity priorities are. So that's a very broad overview of kind of what's happening right now with respect to connectivity.
Thank you, Maria. That was really helpful, just to kind of frame where some of the programs are for funding and some of the things we should be looking to both in-state and out-of-state. There are two representatives that have their hands up with questions. First, I'm going to call on Robin, and then Mike, you can go next.
Thank you. Maria, on the previous slide, you threw out these two figures, 350 million and 1 billion, and I'm wondering if you can tell me where those came from.
The 350 million came from the Magellan report. This was the feasibility study that was done related to electric companies offering broadband. So that was one of the things that they looked at, what areas are not currently served by fiber, identified the number of areas, and then estimated the cost of, on average, the cost of providing service to all of those areas.
And Robin, that's on our website today.
Great.
And then the 1 billion, that came from, I think the department has used that number before, but then I went and used basically the figure, the average cost for providing service. I don't remember what the dollar figure was, and multiplied that to the number of locations that are currently without fiber. And that got me to about 1 billion. So I did, run these by the department, and with the exception of, I think, the number of locations that don't have 25.3, I think these are within the ballpark of what the department, but certainly the department can speak to that.
Okay, I just think, I thought that I remembered over the past few years for full build out through the state, hearing figures ranging from 500 to 800 million. And I can't tell you where those came from.
Yeah, so I definitely relied on what I found on the department's website. I have no other information, and so they can probably give you a much clearer idea, and I will go with whatever they say, and I will certainly revise this PowerPoint accordingly.
Okay, thanks.
Were there other questions?
Mike?
No, I forgot to lower my hand in the previous time.
Okay, great. Thank you, Maria. That was very helpful. Again, really appreciate your time and kind of reshaping this for our committee. So I want to turn now to Commissioner Tierney and Director Purvis, who are extremely generous in joining us today. I know how much you guys have on your plate right now, and really appreciate you taking some time to not only listen to the testimony, but also join us for some additional conversation. And Commissioner Tierney, you may have seen this. We posted to the website today the petition that you submitted, I think, a week ago to the FCC. And perhaps you can speak to that as well. But I wanted you to know that that was up there. So thank you for joining us.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here, Chair Briglin and members of the committee, and also the folks who are attending, who are stakeholders, the CUD representatives, for instance, and the like. Frankly, I don't feel we're being generous with our time. This is such an important and expansive conversation, and I really thank you for the convening authority that you're exercising in having a hearing of this nature, because it really is a very efficient way for there to be exchanges among stakeholders who otherwise don't necessarily see each other in the venues that we're typically in. It was very, very instructive to hear collectively from the variety of community leaders who are heading up CUD initiatives. And I'm very pleased, of course, to hear that the department's support has been effective for many of you. I also think it's important to acknowledge the work of this committee in particular in having supported and advanced the necessary steps last year for the department to get that resource. That was good work that the committee did. We were very fortunate to hire Rob Fish into the position. And in turn, I just can't say enough about Clay Purvis's leadership in bringing those resources to you and making sure that they're effective for you. They are doing what they're doing. What I've learned from today is that there's so much more. If I didn't already know that before, and as you can appreciate, I'm sure, a lot of this comes down to funding. So I hear Ms. Manwaring loud and clear. And I think it's entirely justifiable to feel frustration and concern at the idea that volunteer citizens would be doing work that there are entire industries that do otherwise and do on a well-funded basis. And to some extent, that is the story of how Vermont has been approaching trying to bring its telecommunications into the 21st century. That is not a slight. That is not a casual remark. It is a fact. And I was particularly struck by a comment that Mr. Scoggins, I think, made, where he was questioning correctly, how is it that telecommunications are not viewed the way we see roads and bridges and the like? And I think parenthetically saying, we really need to change that. And Chair Briglin, I think you were saying as much. All I can say is that's very much where the department's head is and has been for the last several years. In a nutshell, what you have to recognize is in our country, telecommunications have principally always been a private industry. They have not been part of public infrastructure the way roads and bridges have been. They are a legacy monopoly. They have had government regulation, but they have not been owned per se by a state government or by federal government. And with the breakup of the monopoly in 1984, the idea was to correct for shortcomings in the telecommunications system that had been plaguing us at the time, high prices, for instance, and the like. It has taken time, arguably too much time, to recognize that the course correction that occurred in 1984 in turning to a broken up system and turning to the markets to deploy the infrastructure and manage the system that we need, we may have fixed those ills, but we created others. And this emergency is making very clear in a way that has not been made clear to date, and certainly not widely, the degree to which our relationship with connectivity has changed. So from my perspective, yes, the arguments have to be made, the advocacy has to be made, the policies have to be enacted, the statutes have to be enacted in order to facilitate our handling of telecommunications infrastructure just the way that we treat bridges and roads and the like. I have said to more than one person over the course of the last year, the internet is a highway system. It is also, if you picture the human body, it is our circulatory system. Nothing works if the internet doesn't work. These are arguments I've made at the FCC. These are arguments I have made in the administration. These are comments I've made at a variety of times, I think, in the legislature as well. I'm not pleased that we are experiencing the many difficulties we're experiencing right now, but they do highlight that there is impetus and need to change. So with that said, the brief that Chair Briglin just referred to is an example of the way in which the department has been trying to engage the federal government, specifically the FCC, in changing how they think about the resources and dispersing them so that we can fix our connectivity issues and it, I think in the phrase of Mr. Hansen, future-proof it. Footnote from Mr. Hansen, I think it was, I heard loud and clear your preference for fiber as a means of future-proofing. Mr. Hansen, if you'll just nod your head, did I get you right or is that somebody else? That's you. And I hear you on that. I would caution against settling on any one technology. I think there's a place for a certain degree of neutrality or agnosticism on the choice of technology, but you're quite right. Fiber is one very welcome type of infrastructure for us in the state. In any case, What I've been trying to get across to the FCC is that their 25-year preference for dispersing funding through reverse auctions to the industry has shortcomings. And what happens is it leads to cherry picking. It leads to build outs to a certain point, but always from the point of view of what is profitable, or what is best going to serve industry needs. Now, I want to be clear. I don't mean to demonize or in any way suggest that profit is bad or that private industry doesn't deliver a good product. I simply mean to own the truth that after several decades now of being strictly market focused in how we fund and deploy telecommunications infrastructure in our country, it has become quite clear that there are gaps that are left, and those gaps have to be filled. And I think that that is properly a role for governments, specifically state governments, and we need to do that in partnership with the FCC. That is the thrust of the argument that we've made in this brief. By way of example, the FCC not too long ago conducted or tried to conduct a second phase auction in the Mobility Fund 2 program. And in order to do that, the major carriers filed maps that showed their coverage areas. And the FCC allowed a period of challenge for other parties or entities to basically say, hey, we don't think those maps are accurate. And when the state of Vermont looked at those maps, as many of you know, the department said, whoa, wait a minute, these maps do not comport with reality. And so we went out and did an extensive drive test to show what actually is the state of connectivity in Vermont. That challenge process, I thought at least, was going to lead to a refinement of the MF2 program at the FCC, but it didn't. Instead, Chairman Pai announced that he would simply close the program and move that funding over to yet another program, this time to pay for 5G deployment. And when I saw that, I said, no, something has to be said to these people directly, that they cannot continue to make policy this way. And so I took myself off to Washington, D.C. and met with all of the commissioners. I've not yet met personally with Chair Pai, but he and I do have a conference meeting on April 20 in order to explain to them that throwing all your resources at 5G or continuing to do just reverse auctions simply invites more of the same and continues to leave the states and people on the ground bereft of the resources to address the gaps of coverage and connectivity that they know from their own experiences they are facing. You must do something different. I cannot sit here today before you and tell you that, oh, I changed hearts, I changed minds. I can tell you that this state at least has not spoken in that fashion or as directly to the FCC in my memory, and I've been doing that for 20 years. Certainly not a commissioner of the Department of Public Service, but I think that kind of engagement is what's necessary. So then, while I was down in DC, I think, if not while I was there, then shortly before I was there, the draft RDOF order came out establishing this new program for the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. And I saw almost immediately that once again, we had a program that had restrictions in it that would risk penalizing states for self-help measures. What that means is the legislature had the presence of mind several years ago to establish the Connectivity Fund. And as I think Chair Briglin and Representative Sibilia certainly are aware, this commissioner has vigorously advocated for funding in our connectivity fund for last mile build out. It's something that simply Vermont has never been able to muster from its own dollars and that we've not successfully drawn down federal dollars for. So that is a focus that we have had, but from my reading of the RDOF order and what I'm told, those kinds of self-help measures lead the FCC's program to foreclose the state from drawing down RDOF dollars. And Clay will correct me on this if I'm wrong. And the thinking goes something like this. These are federal dollars. They need to be stretched to their maximum extent. If the state has expended a dollar in a census block or the like in order to affect connectivity, then we don't want to overbuild that or engage in redundant funding by providing federal dollars for it. And the problem with that, as you know, is that we've had a long history of difficulties with the census block methodology for dispersing funds through these reverse auctions. From an FCC perspective, it looks like they have a very sound methodology for deciding where dollars should go. And the experience on the ground is you can have one person in the census block who is getting connectivity as a result of the funding, but there are several others in the census block who are not. And that clearly is not an acceptable outcome, but it's one we've been living with for many years now. So that's the nature of the engagement that the department is conducting at the FCC, trying to show them more granularly that their data is not good and that there are also other ways to get data, such as the drive tests that we conducted. One of the things I was struck by in my meetings with the staff at the FCC was I was hearing the degree to which the staff is reliant on industry to provide data. They rely on industry because they themselves don't have adequate resources to do independent data development. They don't have a Corey Chase to put in a car like we did to send around the state and map actual coverage. This is something I did not fully understand until I spoke with these staff at the FCC. So part of the impediment for why the federal funding doesn't flow to the right places is that the federal agency itself is constrained by the view it has of what the facts are on the ground, and the constraint is that they rely on the industry for their data. I have been talking at length here. I hope, Chair Briglin, I am telling you some of what it is you're looking to hear more about. And if you have questions at this time, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I would recommend that we pass the microphone to Clay for his additions to the presentation today.
Thank you, June. Thank you, Commissioner. We do have a hand up. Laura, did you have a question for the Commissioner?
Yes.
So thank you, Commissioner. Thanks for the time here today. I want to go back to something we had heard from Jeremy earlier on as part of his testimony, a request that we make a strong statement regarding the RDOF funds not being eligible to go to places where there are less than 100% served. And so, you know, I'm skimming through your memo, and I'm not sure that I'm seeing that there. So my question for you is, does that seem like something that would be a valuable, does it seem to you that expressing that from the state of Vermont, it would be helpful for the legislature to also express that, or to express that instead of, or with? That's my question.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I should have made clear earlier that the brief that we filed was a petition for reconsideration. So the FCC issued its order establishing the RDOF program, and we availed ourselves of the procedural venue of asking them to rethink, to reconsider their order. So first they have to decide to do that. If they decide to do that, that would be a perfect place to make the statement or the argument that you're suggesting, Representative Sibilia, if that is the determination that your committee comes to, or if that is the determination that the stakeholders who've been here today have made. I should add too that there is nothing that prohibits or forecloses a legislature, to my knowledge, from addressing itself to the FCC. And there's nothing that forecloses stakeholders like the CUDs from addressing themselves to the FCC, whether it's the public comment process or argument as the department has undertaken. This is an administrative process in this agency, and so they can take in information. They have to value it in certain ways, but they can take it in from many places. I would offer, for example, that not too long ago, a sizable complement of US senators wrote to Chairman Pai asking him to explain, justify, clarify what he's doing in the RDOF program. And Chairman Pai wrote them back a letter this week in which he did that, and it helps some. I had some questions about it. But my point is, I think that was something like 20 senators who took the fight to them as well. So from my point of view, the more people and the more entities, the more voices that are making themselves heard, the better. Whether the specific statement that was suggested by Mr. Hansen, I think it was, forgive me, I seem to keep going to you.
It was.
I beg your pardon?
It was.
Okay, very good. I will have to think about that. The principle sounds sound to me that, you know, if you are going to get funding, it should have to do the whole job for which the funding is intended. Issues that have accrued in the past, as far as I'm aware, and I may have some of this wrong because my memory isn't perfect, are that when the federal administrator first disperses the money and then has to later verify whether the terms of the grant or the loan were met, they interpret their regulations. And I can't sit here today and tell you that a statement of the kind that you're talking about would foreclose a federal regulator from later interpreting their regulations in a manner that says, yeah, this funding requirement was in fact met, though it leaves 100%, it leaves less than 100% satisfied in the census block or the area for which it was intended. But should there be counsel or a statement made to the FCC that, you know, we've lived through this once, let's not repeat that experience, it's hard for me to imagine sitting here today why that would not be a good thing to say to them.
So, Mr. Chair, I will move on from this, except I would like to put a pin here and say, I hope we can come back and revisit this. The legislature weighed in regarding funding from the and a project that was funded in the last round of large federal dollars. So I hope maybe we can revisit this with Maria. Thank you.
Can we maybe put a dagger in it instead of a pin?
Thank you, Commissioner. Really appreciate it. And I will hand the mic over to Clay now. Clay, thanks for joining us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Hello? Well, now I can't hear you.
Yes, you're coming through fine.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you for having me. I'm Clay Purvis with the Department of Public Service. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the issues that were raised by Maria and as well as June on regarding the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund and Reconnect, just to help the committee understand why the Reconnect Fund is not working for Vermont, and also the concerns we have about how RDOF is working. So I have a very short PowerPoint, just goes very high level. And then Maria was very helpful in getting the RDOF and Reconnect maps published in a PDF that I could share with you. So bear with me a second. Faith helped me today learn how to share my screen. So I'm going to share my screen. And so, can everyone see that okay?
Yep, it's coming up, Clay.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so as you know, there are two federal programs right now, one about to be rolled out and one that's a little over 2 years old, that provides broadband funding nationwide. So I'll start with the newer one. That's the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. This is administered through the FCC. It's $20.4 billion over 10 years for broadband. They will fund broadband deployments that bring at least 25/3 megabits per second to eligible census blocks. They're using census blocks the same way they did in the CAF program. The best way to think about this program is it's a continuation of CAF. CAF 2, which you remember, CAF 2 was money that the FCC gave to what we call the price cap carriers, the carriers of last resort in the price cap areas. And so for Vermont, that was Consolidated Communications. They had a right of first refusal to that money. That was $50 million just for Vermont. And they had a territory that was made up of census blocks in what we can call high-cost wire centers. So Consolidated, which was Fairpoint at the time, Fairpoint accepted the money, took the money, and built DSL with speeds up to 10.1, up to about 28,000 households. In areas where the price cap carrier did not accept the money, the FCC auctioned the money. These were called the 903 auctions, and they auctioned census blocks off. Will you serve this census block? Will you serve that census block? And carriers could pick and choose. So there were 903 auctions all over America, a lot in the Midwest. Massachusetts would have had some auctions because Verizon didn't take the money. So in several states you saw auctions occurring, and in some cases it went to electric cooperatives to do fiber, wireless internet service providers, cable companies. Some of the incumbent telephone companies ended up bidding on the money, getting a better deal than they would have had they accepted the full state amount for each state. But the big winners in many of the 903 auctions was satellite. So satellite made a big play and made promises about meeting the latency and the bandwidth requirements. So you'll hear the Elon Musk led group, Starlink was an auction winner. There were a couple of other auction winners doing satellite. So that's certainly something that we expect to see with the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. The program's technology neutral, so it doesn't matter what it is. The requirements, they have to meet 3 megabits per second and a latency under 100 milliseconds. So satellite can do that. They can bid. Census blocks are chosen based on current FCC service availability data. That's the 477 data. Congress recently passed a law requiring the FCC to move toward location-based data. But for now, they've decided we're going to look at the census blocks we know have no service of 25.3, completely unserved. That'll be phase 1. So in the next bullet, what they're going to do is roll out 16 billion in phase 1. That is just uncontaminated census blocks. There is no 25.3 whatsoever in those census blocks. And then the remainder of the money, 4.4 plus whatever they don't spend in phase 1, will go to phase 2, which will serve the remainder of contaminated census blocks. And they figure by that time they'll have mapping all figured out, and so they'll know what they're doing. For Vermont, they've identified 24,631 households or locations. I don't know if it's exactly building locations or what that means, but they're in 3,747 eligible census blocks scattered around the state. And bidding for phase 1 starts this October. And so I want to show you the maps that Maria put together. This, I'm trying to find the right bar here. Okay, so this is a map of Vermont, and it's hard to see where Vermont ends and New Hampshire begins, but the blue is where they're going to have the auctions. So bidding will be in the blue areas. If it's not blue, it's not being auctioned. There is another tab. If you go to the interactive map, you can see the contaminated census blocks that would be eligible in phase 2, and there aren't actually that many. But they do have that. This gives you an idea of what the level of support will be for each census block on an annual basis. Actually, I think there's another one as well that shows the same thing. No, that was it. This is it right here. So you can get an idea of how much money is available. It's going to be a little over $8 million a year for Vermont. But this is the reserve pricing. So if a company comes in and says we can do it for less, it may be less than what they're estimating. Right. And then here's the map again. I tried to put it on the PowerPoint, but it's not that good. So the basis of the motion for reconsideration that the department filed with the FCC last week is the draft in the order they say, in addition, we will exclude those census blocks which have been identified as having been awarded funding through the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Reconnect program or awarded funding through other similar federal or state broadband subsidy programs to provide 23 or better service. For a lot of states, this is concerning because they didn't provide any guidance as to how they're going to interact with states or interact with the USDA in determining what is eligible and what is not. So for us, we're giving out broadband dollars through the Connectivity Initiative. Are we going to contaminate otherwise eligible census blocks? Is a big concern for us. How are they going to count that? How are they going to work with us? And what is that going to look like? So that is, given the level of, or the lack thereof of briefing in the original notice order that they issued earlier last year, it's not clear how prepared states would have been to answer and respond to this idea. So that's the basis of our motion. I'll talk a little bit about Reconnect. So the USDA has its own program. It's had many broadband, well, it's had a few broadband programs in the past. The Rural Utility Service has existed for a long time. It was, as you know, very integral to the development of cooperatives and municipal electric plants during the electrification era. They were also a very important funding source for rural telephone companies that were not, or rather areas that were not going to be served by Ma Bell. They built up many of the rural telephone companies we have in Vermont, including companies like Waitsfield, Champlain Valley, and Shoreham and Topsom. The newest program they have started, I think it was passed in the 2018 budget that was passed in 2017, began a pilot program called the Reconnect program. Under Reconnect, they're required to build broadband of at least 25/3. So they're funding projects that will do at least 25/3 in areas that lack 10-1. So if an area got 10-1 funding through CAF2 or already has 10-1 or better, those areas are ineligible. Funding at about $500 million per year. So this is something they've received appropriations for since the beginning of the program, yet they still call it a pilot program. Most recently, the CARES Act has added an additional $100 million to that program. The big issue for us in Vermont is that the USDA is not allowed to fund reconnect dollars in areas where they've previously funded a broadband project, and that project is still in repayment. So I'll talk about that in a minute. So if they in a prior program gave a company a loan to do broadband, they cannot, and that loan is still being repaid. Now they can't give money to do the same areas. The grantee must establish the absence of 10.1 broadband to at least 90% of the coverage area that they're proposing to cover. That's very difficult. Rather than have someone prove that the service is there, grantees are really required to show, look, there's no service here. And that can be very difficult, especially with DSL being so widespread, because as you know, with DSL, the data rates can be very variable. On a rainy day, things can be a lot slower than on a sunny day, for instance.
Clay, can I interject here? We've got a hand up, and I wanted to call on Representative Sevilla.
Mute. Sorry. Clay, on the map with the eligible census blocks and the funding, my question was around if that funding is specifically, is it for all of the area in whatever shade? Yeah, thank you. So I see that we have 2 or 3 shades here, it looks like, in Vermont. And so, for instance, down in southern Vermont, I'm seeing most of them are shaded in the $120,000 to $400,000 annual support in tracks. Is that per track or for all of the tracks in Vermont that are of that color? Do you know? Thank you.
My interpretation of the map is that that's annual support per tract, but a tract is different from a census block. So a tract is a group of blocks. So it doesn't tell you what the support within each block is. So it just gives you a rough idea by area what the annual support is. And likely not a lot of support here from many of our areas. You can see that one group over in New Hampshire here on the main border is it's dark green. It's the 800,000 to 2 million. It doesn't appear that we have anything like that in Vermont. But I would invite you to look at the interactive map more closely because you can zoom in and really see in the areas that you're interested in what the situation is like in a way that you can't see on the PDF.
Thank you.
Okay, so going back to reconnect, the areas that are excluded, urban areas, that's fairly obvious. They're the rural utility service, right? SCC 903 auctions, that's the CAF2 money that wasn't taken by the price cap carrier. They auctioned it off. So those auctions happened a couple years ago. Areas awarded state broadband funding to do 25.3. So again, if they discover that an area has 25.3 or there's a funded solution in place for 25.3, he can't touch it. And then protected borrower service territory, and then areas already served with 10.1. So since its inception, the Reconnect program has not awarded any funding to Vermont. That's because most of Vermont, where we would expect to see funding, is in protected borrower status. VTEL is the recipient of USDA loans from, I think, 2011 under the BIP program, the Broadband Initiative Program that the USDA had administered in the wake of the Great Recession. So I'm going to just share with you that map so you have a good sense of what the land mass is for the area that's foreclosed from this program. So as you can see, most of the Northeast Kingdom and then much of southern Vermont, the Green Mountains is ineligible. It'd be the gray blob there with the blue outline. Is ineligible because that is the space that's in protected borrower status. So there's one entity that can still receive broadband loans, at least according to the USDA's program guide. The borrower that is protected by this area, so in this case VTEL, would be able to seek loans under the Reconnect program to do more broadband in this area.
So Clay, can I interject with a question here? And I'm going to play this back to you just to make sure that I've got this correct. On the map that you just had up there, no other borrower other than the borrower who had originally drew down Reconnect funds could borrow to support that area with additional broadband build out. Is that correct? And I think there's VTEL, I think Topsom had pulled some money down. I think Waitsfield Telecom had pulled some money down in some of the smaller gray areas that aren't highlighted with the light blue border.
Yes,
but
you're right. There is a Topsom and a Waitsfield within their traditional telephone territory. So yes, you're right. No one else can go in that area unless, well, until the area is out of protected borrower status. That means that VTEL or Topsom or Waitsfield are done paying their loans. Once the loan is paid off, then the area is eligible again. But until then, no grants, no loans in that same area. The theory behind that being, which is fairly sound, is that the USDA wouldn't want to undermine a borrower that's paying them back with a competitive broadband project. So they don't want to put the loan at risk by funding the competition.
And what's the level of accountability under the program that in fact broadband service has been, however you define it, 25.3, broadband service has actually been acceptably rolled out in that area, or if there's a particular bar of performance that has been met. I mean, there's a lot of these areas where I can just anecdotally see there's not very good connectivity.
Yes, I think you bring up a good point. That's between the borrower and the USDA, so the state has no real recourse there. I would say that under the program guide, there is a process by which a grantee under Reconnect could challenge the fact that there's actually service in the protected borrower area. The guide is a bit vague and doesn't, it's quite involved as well. It requires providing evidence to the USDA that there is no service there. So again, you're proving the absence of service, and then writing up a narrative that goes to the USDA along with your application. So in addition to providing that challenge, you also have to submit your application, which is a significant undertaking to put one of these together. And what the USDA does with that to verify is not clear from the program guide. So there's a good probability that you can put together a challenge, put together your evidence, and your application's thrown out. And so that's an issue, frankly, with the USDA. But we frequently hear from people who live in the VTEL protected borrower area who have been unable to get their service. And certainly under, Vermont with its geography the way it is a very difficult place to serve with wireless. So, depending on what your topography is like around where you live, it could be very difficult. So we have run into those challenges anecdotally, but like I said, the contract is between the USDA and the recipient of the award. So it is the USDA's responsibility, and ultimately it has the authority to determine whether the service has been deployed or not.
Yep. Thank you. Clay, a question from Representative Sevilla.
Can you tell me, so well, I have a couple of questions, but, and I know we're running out of time. So the legislature passed a resolution asking the RUS to investigate the last grant, wireless grant in all of that area. And so it seems inconceivable to me that more federal funds would be awarded to that same entity for that same area, blocking those folks. Do you know if there is any mechanism for us to challenge that as a whole? If who we would, I guess there's two things we would want, or might want. We would want other folks to be eligible in that area. I know that's been something we've all been trying to get done, but I think it seems inconceivable to me that they might become eligible for another grant. Is there something that we can do or say? And if they did become eligible for a grant and were awarded a grant, does that jeopardize the RDOF funds for applicants?
Under the USDA rules, I believe they are not eligible for grants. They are only eligible for loans in that area. So to the extent that they seek loans, they are, to my knowledge, allowed, and I don't believe there's anything precluding them from doing that. But they cannot seek loans or a mix of grants and loans, at least according to the Reconnect rules. I think one issue that we filed comments on the rulemaking for the USDA Reconnect program last year, and the one comment that we made was that this award and many of the BIP awards required the recipients to bring broadband of 768 kilobits per second down and 200 kilobits per second up, which is not what the definition is. So to the extent that this area is in protected borrower status, it is at a broadband speed that is now considered inadequate and below what the current FCC definition of broadband is. So that's an issue when I guess you can give a loan and a grant, for over 10 years. You have to think about whether that's the technology that's going to be useful to consumers 10 years from now. And certainly one benefit of VTEL being able to get loans is that they could make upgrades to those towers to provide higher speeds. But going to your question about RDOF,
yes,
we're not sure because it's an issue of timing. When does the FCC sit down with the USDA and say, okay, what's off the table because you provided service to them? Going back to the paragraph that I read you, there was no indication that we found in the order that suggested what the process is going to be for that. So I've excluded the footnotes from here, but we simply don't know what that's going to be. When does that happen? What does it look like? Is there a process for challenging that? We don't know. So that's a big question that I believe the FCC should answer. I think June is raising her hand on the video.
Nope, I can't see it, June, but please go ahead.
That's okay. I thought I heard embedded in Representative Sebella's question, a question about who could do what, who could, make an argument, or who could address what she called the inconceivable possibility that an entity would qualify for funding when there has been a past issue, we'll say, with their borrowing. And the way I understand that question is you're asking what can the legislature do, and just nod your head or shake your head if I've got that right. Okay. To my knowledge, the legislature is not a party to litigation before the FCC. It's not a party to litigation before the USDA to the extent that they have anything of that nature. But you might consider asking Legislative Counsel to look into that. Typically, the kind of argument that you're looking for, advocacy that you're looking for, is done through a state representative such as the Department of Public Service or the Public Utility Commission. Depending on the jurisdictional lines, conceivably the Attorney General's office. So that's how you need to think about it, is who, as a matter of statutory power, whether in the executive branch or in the Attorney General's office, has the ability to engage in that kind of advocacy. And as you can see, the Department of Public Service is already engaged in it. But I cannot overemphasize I want to underscore my conviction that there is no bar to the legislature expressing its view in that kind of form, whether it's the FCC or the USDA. I don't know that that carries the day, but if ever there was a time for the legislature to express itself, it's now.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Clay.
Okay. Well, I think that wraps it up. I showed you the two maps, and so you can see what the territory is like and what the issues are. That last point that Representative Sebela asked about RDOF for us is a big question, not just for Reconnect, because there may be a Reconnect issue, there may not be, but certainly for our state program, I'm very worried about decisions that we make, what we can do now to make sure that we are not closing funding from those census blocks that the FCC has identified. So do we focus on contaminated census blocks, areas that have been deemed ineligible for the program? We'll have work ahead of us to determine how we're going to retool the connectivity initiative to make sure we're not shutting people out of receiving RDOF funding. And then when RDOF does come, is it going to be broadband that people can use and people want? So those are some interesting questions that we're going to be faced with in the next coming months.
Thank you, Clay.
All right, thank you.
I don't see any hands up, but I'm just gonna, I see Ann's hand up the old-fashioned way.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ann.
This discussion that Clay just put on the table here is a bit dispiriting, seeming that large amounts of public funding are literally closed off to the work of the CUDs. But my question to Clay, based on what he just said, his concern that things the state might do might further shorten the ability to get those federal fundings. What is the role, should a CUD go out and raise private investments or get bond money? What is the role of that kind of financing vis-a-vis the point that Clay was making about cutting further our ability to access these federal monies?
I think that's a really good question. Is that a state broadband program? When are we going to be asked? Who in the state are they going to ask? I mean, those are all questions that we're not sure we have the answer to yet. We need the FCC to tell us. We'd also like to be able to have a discussion with the FCC about what we do with broadband mapping so that we can show, you know, we have data that suggests that areas that they're not thinking about need service, are completely unserved or partially unserved, and that would be good candidates for support. But I think that once they have their census blocks locked in place, and the bidding has happened, support starts rolling in, I don't know that after that point, there are things that we would do that would change that. So again, that's another question that we would have for the FCC. You know, at what point is this locked in? You're giving money for a particular census block. If we did something in that census block on the state side, does that necessarily stop the FCC from continuing support for that? I don't think so under their order. I hope that helps. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Laura, did you have a question?
I just wanted, I sense that we're getting ready to wrap up, Mr. Chair. Is that right? Yes.
I've got hours, so.
Me too. And this is my favorite topic. But before we did, Mr. Chair, I really wanted to just take a moment to thank all of these CUD folks that are coming together. I mean, right now, I feel literally like they are heroes. And, you know, I appreciate the time that they have spent with us today. It's so clear that the work you are doing is so critical. And there are a lot of us that are really interested in best understanding how we can help you. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And I echo that. I am very much a beneficiary of a CUD who's done terrific work. I live in the EC fiber catchment area, and that has been, you know, 12 plus years of really hard work. And certainly I think the goal of this committee, and I think the department as well, is how do we look at the good work that's been done there and accelerate that process with other CUDs that have popped up around the state. And that is a very high priority of this committee. Well, I'll say for myself, but I think the committee as well. Really appreciate Maria and all the representatives for the CUD and Clay and the commissioner for joining us today on the beginning of a holiday weekend. Again, would echo what Laura had said. The work you're all doing right now is extraordinarily appreciated, and it's a tough time in our state right now when I think we are really seeing the issues around the inequity that we have in access to what is it's an essential public service, that you have access to the internet for healthcare, for education services, for working at home. And it will continue to be the priority of this committee going forward, trying to break down some of these issues. I'll also say for the committee's understanding, something I'd mentioned to Maria earlier this week via email is I would like to see our committee express formal opinion to folks in Washington be it the FCC, the USDA, and share that background with our federal delegation, that we would like to see changes in some of these programs to better serve our state. And so that is a work in process. Feel free to reach out to me offline if you'd like to work with me and Maria, but I'd like to see at the very least our committee express an opinion on that to folks in Washington, and maybe we can even raise that to the level of the legislature as well, because I think I've in the last week or so I've heard from a number of House members with real concerns and want to see action on this, whether it's how we can help direct federal dollars that might be coming our state's way, and also looking ahead to the work that we're going to continue to do this summer and into 2021 on this issue. So obviously a lot more work to do here. Again, thank you everybody else for joining us. I'm going to bring the committee to a close right now. So thanks for joining us. Have a good weekend.
or a fellow legislator's perspective, we could just get a quick overview of the thinking and where the House is, and then we'll go to David Hall and do a walkthrough of the bill, and then we'll start opening up for witnesses and discussions. But I'd like to hear from Tom for maybe 5 minutes, and then David for 10, and then hear from witnesses, including the administration, on this. Oh, you switched boxes on me, Tom. Hi.
Hey, well, I decided to block myself out until we got to this point. So.
Okay. So take it away, Tom. Thank you very much for all you've been doing over there.
Yeah.
No, thank you for having me in, and I'm gonna do this and then duck out because everybody here is gonna be able to answer the questions far better than I am. We did this, as everybody knows, on the 12th or so of March. The House, anyway, was given the directive to start working on a COVID response for areas in our portfolio. And of course, it came up very quickly that the three things that are in 11.1 were the first things that came, and it became the most important things to come out of our committee. And they do go hand in hand with some of the COVID response that came out of Commerce in other committees. But basically, there's three parts in the bill as it stands. And the first part is about family leave. The second part is about homelessness mitigation. And the third part is about rental evictions. And I think the strongest work in the bill right now is in the rental evictions. This was a longish process of trying to get the language right. We had the parameters as early as March 13th about what we wanted to do. But as we all know, with eviction processes are not just simply saying you can't evict. There have to be many nuances dealt with. And what is truly impressive over the last couple of weeks, while it's not, while it was pretty tedious at times in terms of the language and doing it in a Zoom setting or in a phone setting rather than face to face. The work that was done between Vermont Legal Aid and Vermont Landlord Association, the judiciary, the advocates, early on, VHCB was a heavy participant. Early on, we talked to AHS and DCF about some of the aspects of the homelessness mitigation, a lot of which has been done, but now there's the issue of funding, ongoing capacity issues. So what you're going to be looking at is the result of that work. Again, I think the most important piece of it is going to be the rental eviction, but I wouldn't ignore the other pieces right now as well. Our committee, I sent an email to Senator Clarkson and Senator Sorokin last night just with a quick update of how our committee has left this. Given that the Senate is in a closer place to passing bills, we're fine with taking this language and working on it and passing it back to us to finish up. Our committee was pretty exhausted by the end of yesterday in talking about this, simply because of the details that went into it and getting this eviction protection process right as we could possibly get it. And so I'm hoping that when you look at it, you'll also take a look at for instance, there is a number associated with an appropriation in terms of the homelessness mitigation. By the end of yesterday, we felt like that language we weren't comfortable necessarily putting that into a finished bill at this time, but that's something for you to consider, that, without knowing how much federal money is coming and how much money might be available in our general fund, we thought that just simply implying that, and this is not in the bill, this is just in the message that I sent, which was saying that we were comfortable with purveying the message that to the extent that funds are available, we would like to see this funding go to DCF so that it can address these purposes that are in the bill. In terms of the family leave portion, we think we can handle that or address that after this particular portion of the bill is passed. I think that's something that we'll see as an ongoing need rather than an immediate need. So that's really it was good to hear from the Senate last week and try to work together in a way that we haven't worked with, try to expedite this. I think the stakeholders have all emphasized how important it is to get a statewide program in place when it comes to addressing eviction protections, and not just eviction protections, but also everything that goes along with it. We don't want to put landlords out of business. We don't want to put people on streets, and that was the problem we had to solve here through our existing legal system. And so this is session law. This isn't changing anything in the underlying statute. This is all in response to the COVID crisis. And I expect you guys to do good work on it. And, David has worked hand in hand with the advocates to get the language right. And again, everybody who's here, Judge Gerson, Jean Murray, and Angela have all been in our committee testifying this week on the bill. So I think you'll find that there's some unanimity in the language. There may be some questions about is there going to be more to be put forward, but again, that's up to you guys to determine. So I appreciate the opportunity to fill you in. I'll be happy to answer any questions before you get to David. If not, then I'll take off.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking on our web page, and the last document I see, I think, from David Hall is draft 8.1. Am I missing
No,
something?
I thought Faith and Denise were posting 11.1.
Oh, I
It
see
is
it now.
posted.
I see it now. It's under Damian
Thank you.
Leonard. It's under Damian Leonard. It probably should be under David Hall.
It should be under David, and
Damian was the initial attorney on this, and he did the work. He did the first draft on this, and then when it started to go further, David, of course, came in to lend his expertise to the rental housing portion of it. The other thing that did not get handled in this bill, because and this is the interesting part between while you are our sister committee on many issues, you are also the sister committee to Commerce. And one of the issues that came up in this conversation that I don't think is fully addressed here is the aspect of commercial rent.
Right.
And so that's just something to leave out there. We felt comfortable with residential rental processes, not commercial. That's something that the Bankers Association will probably be able to give you good information on about what's happening in that world. But commercial leases are not in our portfolio, so that portion was not included in this bill. This is strictly for residential at this point in time.
May I just say, Chair, Tom, thank you for that. We had Betsy Bishop in. It was a little rushed at the end of our meeting, and they may need to be a second bill because they will take more time. If our objective is to roll this out fast, and then I think that is a separate issue. It's a very different creature. I would encourage us to think about that and move fast on it, but move fast maybe in a separate bill for later in the week.
That's fine. I mean, this bill does include language on mortgages as well, and just I think what's come up too is this notion of how we're going to, once this bill is put into place, of how we're going to message this bill. There have been some concerns raised by folks like VHFA and others who are concerned that people will consider this a rent holiday, and that it is clear in the bill that is not the case. This is not an opportunity for you to not pay rent if you're able to do so. This is strictly emergency situations if you're unable to do so during this crisis. And so that's a fine line. That's going to be a messaging thing coming from our respective leaderships to make sure that when this bill is put into place, that we are not telling people that they can stop paying rent or stop paying their mortgage. What we're saying is that if they are being negatively affected financially, that there are some protections in place until things straighten out a little bit.
Right.
Let me ask you one question. I'll let you go, Tom. Thank you again. The time frame of this moratorium is how long in the bill, and is that where you were originally when you first started talking about it, and has that changed at all?
It has. I mean, our original work on this said when the emergency is declared over, that there would be a period of 60 days where this would still move out through negotiations again with the stakeholders, and they'll be able to clarify, as with anything relating to residential statute, landlord tenant law, it is there's all these notice requirements, there's all, and when it comes to the writs, the number of writs that are being drawn up legally, and they'll be able to go through it. But we had put a blanket 60 days, which got changed in the first next draft, a couple of weeks ago when we started meeting by Zoom, down to 30 days because people felt that that was sufficient in order to restart the processes, and they've been refined since. And you'll hear that from David and the advocates about each particular instance has a slightly different time frame to it. So it's not as simple as saying 60 or 30 days.
So we talked about this a little bit at our all Senate meeting, and one of a concern that I have is that the situation we're laboring under right now is not ideal, but there is the possibility of further legislation on residential evictions down the road, and in the camp of not sure if we've gotten it right or heard from everybody and all the interplay that happens in a normal legislative process. I think what we're going to be talking about is how far out we want to go in this with this bill without further review. One of the things I'm thinking about and what I've heard is that there is potentially substantial help in the federal law to address these situations that could get at the health problems of people potentially being put out without having an ability to find alternative housing. And as you well know, it's a nightmare out there trying to understand all the ins and outs of the federal law, which will become clearer over the next week. So money was a key part of your bill at one point. I think it's the flip side of what we're doing here in terms of prevention of the health crisis. So we're going to take a look at how far out this bill goes and needs to go, knowing that we could pass subsequent legislation to try and be somewhat more nimble with this. If you have any thoughts for that, that's fine. I just want to let you know that's one of the thoughts that at least I've been having.
No, I think that's fine. I think that's again, we put the number in there back in March as a placeholder, because that was when we were doing the back of the envelope math on what it would take to fill the HOP grants in terms of rental arrearages or rental assistance programs that may or may not exist already. It's just it was a real immediate indication of what we thought the size of the problem was going to be, especially in the short term. But the way that this has been managed since then is really trying to say that there's an emergency period, and during the emergency period, certain things can and can't happen. And then once the emergency period ends, what will happen after that? And so it lends itself to being viewed in a longer term, but that's not the money part of it. The money part of it, I mean, it may be in terms of what courts will need eventually down the line or what we'll need for rental arrearages. But I think that the other aspects of this, including the homelessness mitigation, again, by the end of yesterday, we didn't feel comfortable saying that 5 million was the number. We're not an appropriating committee, but we really want to make sure that the money that has been appropriated can be used, if it can be used for these purposes, that it is absolutely being spent on these needs. And like you said, it's still too soon. You may know more by Wednesday of next week about how that money can be spent, and that would be ideal. So I at this point, we wanted to get you the language. We wanted you to do your work on it and be able to pass it. because you're, again, going to be in the position to do that a little bit sooner than we are. And certainly we want to be able to get to a point where when we're able to vote as a caucus of the whole, that we'll be able to do so on a bill that really gets it across. It's really become clear as more people have become aware of some of the housing issues, especially now with the turn of the month, where rent is due. People are nervous about what may happen. So basically, we're just do your work and then stay in touch, and we'll continue to work together on it, and in a way that we really aren't able to do otherwise.
One final question. I promise this time I'll let you go. That came up also in our all Senate meeting was, do you have a handle, or were you working under any assumption as to the numbers of people out there presently who are down the line in terms of writs of possession that are not theoretically protected by the court's administrative order right now?
No, not in terms of actual numbers. We were concentrating on the numbers that we were concentrating on was trying to get the same rules across 14 counties. First of all, there have been protections put in place by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. There have been protections put in place by HUD oriented properties, but you're talking about upwards of 65% perhaps or more of rental buildings or rental units that are funded in some way by any of those federal programs. We don't know that we're going to miss anybody in those programs, and again, we don't know everything about those programs yet. So we're still talking about, at the very least, 35% of the people of renters who may be in this boat of potential eviction protections in terms of just buildings that don't have any money that's attached to the federal government or the state government in any way. So, but no, not in terms of, perhaps the advocates will have a better idea of what they've seen and what they would expect under normal circumstances, and then what they might be expecting under these circumstances. But we don't have a number there. We were just concentrating on trying to do something that was statewide rather than a county by a time. We saw what happened in Chittenden County, where an order was put forward, but we wanted to make sure that we had the same rules going on across the whole state.
Thank you very much, Tom. We appreciate it. Let you go now.
All right. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the time. Do good work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, David Hall, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, so I'm having a little trouble on my end pulling up the bill. I have it, but it's frozen. Let me see if I can try something else.
I'm sharing my screen if it helps any of you.
Right, I see it. It says you're viewing David Hall's screen, but I'm not able to scroll at all.
Oh, from my share, I'm controlling the.
He's controlling the scroll.
Okay. My screen is showing section 7.
Yes.
So is there a way to get to the beginning of or is this the part of the bill that we're talking about, only this part?
Well, sections 1 through 6 deal with the family leave provisions that Damien worked on.
That's the answer to the mystery. Okay. Why don't you proceed and walk us through what you have? Let me turn off my. I'm sorry.
Okay. For the record that we're keeping, my name is David Hall. I'm an attorney with provisions that Damien worked on. Sounds like somebody has YouTube on in the background.
Why don't you proceed and walk us through?
Sorry, Michael, we've sort of lost your audio. What?
I'm here. I just went on to mute, so I'm going to I'll leave my thing on unmuted, but if David could go forward, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. As you discussed, section 7 here
is the appropriation section. I understand this may come out or it may be modified to remove the number and say something like to the extent funds are available, but for now, section 7 is a live appropriation in this draft. Section 8 is the charge to DCF, DHCD, VHCD, and other partners as necessary to administer funding for emergency relief, specifically necessitated by the spread of COVID-19.
Somebody needs to mute their phone, please. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sure. So these, we've looked at these before. I don't know, we don't really need to go through them now unless you want to, but these are basically the services that are being performed currently by DCF and the HOP programs. And, you know, it just essentially is a across the board service for housing search, stability, mediation, follow-up, arrearages, security deposits, short-term assistance, et cetera. You know, they're supposed to develop a process, criteria. I understand this may also be streamlined to say that they can just use whatever existing protocols they have. You know, there haven't been a lot of discussions, frankly, about whether DCF is the right place for this to go, this charge, if it's the right charge, the scope of the services, et cetera. I want to flag those, but I'm going to move on to the eviction piece unless you have specific questions on section 8.
No, please proceed.
Okay. So section 9 moves on to ejectment and foreclosure actions. And I want to note from the very beginning that right now this deals expressly with residential mortgage foreclosures and with evictions. It does not, at this point, I think it still needs to be clarified whether this is going to address commercial leases. So if it's going to include that, we need to say so. If it's not, I think you need to say so. Right now, it's kind of in a gray area. In subsection A, there's a couple of definitions that go with this piece. The emergency period is the period beginning with this declaration of the state of emergency on March 13th and ending 30 days after the governor terminates the state of emergency by declaration. So that's a defined term in this draft. It is the period of emergency plus 30 days after the governor terminates the state of emergency, and he has to do so by declaration to turn this bill off, so to speak.
Right, and that had changed from the last draft. It was 60 days, wasn't it?
I don't know if it was in the last draft at 60, but that 60 is where it started.
Right, right, thank you.
Okay, and a foreclosure is a foreclosure action brought under 12 VSA Chapter 172 against a dwelling house. If you are going to limit the scope of this just to residential, then I would probably recommend a third definition here, just to say that when you are talking about an ejectment action, you are referring to an action against a residential property under 9 VSA 137 and 12 VSA 169. But I'll leave that to you. So the duties here, you have seen this piece before. It's a little broader in its scope. The purpose of this subsection B is to explicitly state, you know, duties going forward that are not sort of paused by this bill. So under B1, this act would not relieve a tenant of the obligation to pay rent. Under 2, this would not relieve a tenant in a pending ejectment action of the obligation to pay rent into court pursuant to an existing order under 12 VSA 4853A. So if you've already got that order in and the tenant is paying rent into court under that section, this does not turn that off. They are still obligated to continue making those payments pursuant to the order. Under B3, this does not relieve a borrower in a residential loan agreement of the obligation to make timely payments pursuant to the terms of the loan agreement. And then 4, this is a piece that was negotiated by the stakeholders extensively, and I think at this point they're all happy with it. Under 4, It would not limit a court's ability to act in an emergency pursuant to Administrative Order 49 issued by the Supreme Court as amended, including when a landlord terminates a tenancy pursuant to 9 VSA section 4467B2 based on criminal activity, illegal drug activity, or acts of violence, any of which threaten the health or safety of other residents. So
I'd just like to, could I put a flag there for further discussion at some point? You know, when we get to discussing it.
Well, I think we should, in some ways, take some questions as we go. I think I have a question on this section as well. So why don't you go for it, Allison?
Okay, David, the one thing that's been raised for me in my neck of the woods is there was a question from a landlord about extreme physical damage to an apartment. So I suppose we could interpret this as threatening the health and safety, but it limits it only to people. Extreme physical damage to a property is also something I'd love to have us at least think about.
Sure. So let me say that subdivision B4 is meant to preserve basically the status quo under AO 49. And under that standard, it is in the discretion of the Superior Court to determine what an emergency landlord-tenant situation is and whether or not they're going to hear that case or that motion or that whatever, and whether they're going to act on it. That is reserved specifically under this order.
Right.
And the addition here in lines 13 through 15, again, I think that is included to expressly say, you know, what is implicit and is already the law, which is you know, subdivision B2 here, those bases, criminal activity, drug activity, acts of violence, those are things that could be considered emergency circumstances that a court would hear. But, you know, the function of B4 is not to create some other standard than what the administrative order has.
Got it. It's just building on it and being more explicit in some areas. Okay, fine. So you're saying that the judge could consider that any extreme action?
Yes.
Right. Okay, I'm fine with that.
And it leaves it in the court, you know, I mean, this could be different. This could be constructed in a way that says, notwithstanding everything going on in this bill, in cases of extreme damage or immediate threat to health, a court shall hear that action immediately.
Right.
But that's not what this does.
Thanks.
Okay, so my question, I'll see if I can articulate this, is, and Judge Grierson may comment when he testifies on this. Presently, as I understand, the emergency power is that there is a moratorium on doing the preliminary eviction filing, and in the most commonplace instance, our payment for payment into court process, and then it becomes, from that point forward, it becomes a ministerial act to reduce this to by the court clerk and then by a sheriff to proceed with the eviction. The off-ramp that the court has under the administrative order is generally applicable for a landlord, probably, to get beyond the administrative order's scope of its moratorium. There are a lot of tenants out there that are unaware of anything we're doing, and they're already at a point where they haven't paid their rent and are subject to administrative acts going forward and would never think to come and ask the court for an emergency relief. Here, what we're doing in this bill is we're saying, okay, there are these people out there, and we're going to have to try and find out how many are subject to writs of possession without any further court involvement, and we want to stay those writs of possession in this case. So I guess what I'm asking is that limit the court's ability to act in an emergency pursuant to administrative order. Does that envision the court stepping in and blocking execution of a writ of possession already? And is that power already there? And do we already have the ability to stop these evictions going forward, both theoretically and practically? I don't know if you follow that question, or if you can answer it, or whether we should wait to Judge Grierson.
Well, I welcome his insights. Let me say that this bill, I mean, if you pass this, it goes a step further, and it says new general rule moratorium on pending actions, new actions, any orders, any writs, or anything else, period. Everything hits pause when this takes effect, and it is unpaused. Some things are going to happen at different times under the different subsections of this bill, but generally we are hitting the pause button on absolutely everything. And so then the question becomes, all right, what should be the scope of any exception to that blanket moratorium? And again, pursuant to Senator Clarkson's point and question, you could have said, or you can say, we're going to make exceptions for these circumstances, whatever it happens to be, issue writs already in action, let them keep going, or we're only going to hear a case if there's damage or health. But it doesn't do that. It says blanket stop on everything.
Right.
E4 says, except if it's an emergency under AO 49. And so under that order, the courts have said, we're going to hit pause on everything in the court except for this list of things that we consider to be emergency circumstances. Included among those things is landlord tenant emergency, I don't know, procedures, actions, whatever you want to say. It's a one-liner. It's very narrow. And so it's been left to the discretion of each court, each superior court, to decide what that's going to look like. And so you have things like Chittenden County, where it's a very extensive limitation for a period of time on what they're willing to hear and what actions they'll take. Other courts haven't done anything yet. And so could there be the equivalent of a blanket moratorium under the status quo? Sure, if every superior court took this approach. But every superior court right now has the authority and the discretion to decide what is an emergency in the landlord-tenant context, what are we going to hear, and what are we going to do? And so this would create the general rule, pause everything, and then if you can show that it's an emergency, the courts would still have the ability under B4 to take that on. Does that answer your question?
Okay, is Judge Grierson on the line?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess my question, simply put, Judge Grierson, is if there was a writ of possession that has been long-standing out there, even before COVID-19 presented itself, is AO 49 something that a a tenant could go in and say, I can't find another place to live. I have an emergency here. Under AO 49 right now, does an individual court have the ability to stay a writ of possession?
Judge
You're asking
Grierson,
Judge Grierson, right? I mean, I think the answer is yes, but I'd also like to hear.
he was with us. He may need to unmute himself. I mean, sadly, with David's document up, we can't see everybody.
Okay, so let's.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there he is.
Okay. So I was saying I agreed with David's analysis, and in response to your question, Senator Sirotkin, under AO 49, either a landlord or a tenant can seek an emergency order from the court. And so if a tenant was going to be dispossessed and had no other place to go, they have a right to file with the court and lay out whatever the facts are. And the court could consider that. But there is a latter part of this bill that David hasn't gotten to yet that talks about writs of possession that have already been executed, and they are under this bill, if you pass it, they are stayed as well.